What's up, Chad? Welcome back to another live stream. And oh boy, today I'm super excited to finally making my first full day live stream. We are going to stream for 10 hours straight, and it will be about React and about React Miami. And I'm super happy about this. How everyone is feeling? I know it's a little bit early for some of you. Regardless, happy to see everyone. Brian, nice to see you. How you doing? You have been in vacation? Well, nice to see you regardless. How you doing? F. Parento, how you doing as well? Govar, nice to see you, man. How you doing? Diabel, Undefnul, how you doing, dude? Govar, it's Nuno Maduro without the E. The E is a long story. Maybe we can talk about that or do a full live stream just about that topic. F. Parento, Govar again. What else? Who do we have here? Mateus Junges, of course. Morning. How you doing, dude? Happy to see you. Gizarex, what's up, dude? Adrian, nice to see you. It's been a while. You have not been around. How you doing, dude? All good? Zaba, how you doing, dude? Mark, nice to see you as well. Back with Snaps, what's up, dude? Yesterday was fun, the live stream, right? Happy to be back this morning as well. And again, thank you so much for showing up. I think today will be an awesome day. Again, 10 hours of full live stream about React Miami. We're going to literally watch a conference together. The goal is literally just react almost real time to the talks. I'm not sure yet if we are going to react during the talk itself or at the very end. I kind of need to understand the timing and the tempo of the conference, if they give enough time to comment in between, or we just real-time comment, the talks, just like we are sitting next side each other. I think that probably will be the best scenario possible, but let's see. Puyapal, nice to see you. I'm finally streaming with some, India schedule. I know that a bunch of you can now join me, at least for today. Happy to see you, Puyapal. How you doing? Ashley, nice to see you as well. I'm doing fantastic, dude. I'm doing fantastic. Oh, from Ukraine, nice to see you. We have almost the same time schedule. How you doing? Yes, I'm in Portugal. Indeed, I'm in Portugal. I couldn't go to React Miami in person for multiple reasons, but the most important one is that my wife's birthday is next week. So I want to take my wife to a special city and also a special restaurant, doing some family stuff. It's 7:30. Oh, dude, you have a huge day on front of you. It'll be awesome, man. It'll be so cool to have us react to React Miami. Thank you so much for coming today, man. Hi, Simon. Nice to see you as well. Today we are back on TikTok, finally streaming to that platform once again. I'm growing my audience on TikTok as well, and for some reason, I got literally a 30-day suspension. The reason was because I cannot share links on TikTok, and I didn't know about that. So because of that, TikTok gave me a 30-day suspension, but now I'm back. Are you from Germany? Nice to see you, dude. How you doing? Hi, Chris. Nice to see you as well. Chilling in the afternoon. All right, that's right. Are we going to do some pair programming today? I think today will be about React Miami, literally about, watching the conference together, learning React, but also learning what's new in React. Most importantly, React is just way more than a UI framework these days. You can pretty much build anything with React. Either that be a game or a terminal UI, for example, or even just a mobile app. And I feel like today on React Miami, we're going to learn a bunch. Hello from Netherlands, nice to see you. Hello, native PHP in the house. How you doing, Laravel Online? Nice to see you, man. Hey, Luis, nice to see you as well. How you doing? But yeah, the goal today, chat. So I have kind of all this stuff prepared. I'm going to show you, okay? I'm going to show you. So we have the main scene, call it React Miami, which is this one. We have another scene in case I need to leave my laptop, because we'll be like a 10-hour stream. So in case I need to leave my laptop, you guys are going to see this. So as you can see, you can still follow the live stream, but I won't be able to be on the webcam, just in case I need to be, available for my wife, or I need to go for some food. If that happens, we have literally this scene, which allows us to see the React conference still while I'm having a break. Are you programming today? Yeah, I feel like for a bunch of you, it's just a regular day of work. I took my afternoon at Laravel, basically, to be able to do this full live stream. Hi, Ginal, nice to see you. How you doing? Edil, nice to see you as well. Jasper Fernandez, nice to see you. Sensei, dude, that would be awesome, right? Thank you so much for coming today. How you doing? Yeah, but the goal, again, I have a bunch of tabs open, but just to explain a little bit. So React Miami literally have this website where we are able to see the live stream, okay? The live stream is not yet available, but it will be in the next couple of minutes. I hope so. Otherwise, my plans for this next 2 days are literally screwed. But hopefully this video will be available. By the way, this live stream is fully provided by Mux. Okay, I'm literally just rebroadcasting. So thank you so much, Mux, for making this available online for us. I really appreciate that. And we are going to watch from this website. Okay. Govar Jabar, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 5 months, dude. It's insane. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. And by the way, if you just arrived, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, also Laravel core team member. Regardless, today we are reacting to the React Miami conference live here on my live stream and my channel. And I think we have even a Laravel speaker on the list of speakers. So I'm going to click on speakers. And if I go all the way down, you will see that we have, I think it's Leah. Here we go. Leah Thompson is literally bringing some Laravel to the stage, and I think that will be awesome. Yes, it's free to watch. We are going to watch together. It will be fun. Taylor is in Miami. I know. Taylor is in Miami. Here we go. Mr. Taylor Otwell in Miami. Yeah, Leah is awesome. She just joined Laravel. I'm very happy to have her with us. We are very lucky. Simon is asking, when is the next Lara Stand session? I don't know, man. I feel like we could probably do a live stream just about types in PHP and potentially bring some of the Laravel, some of the Lara Stand magic into this live stream. Puyapal is saying, congrats for the 15K on YouTube. Yeah, man, thank you so much for saying that. Literally, we just reached 15K subscribers on YouTube, and I'm very proud of it. And thank you so much for your support. Honestly, it wouldn't be possible without a bunch of you guys, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's test the audio, by the way. Today will be a huge live stream, okay? It will be 10 hours, so, you know, just expect kind of a little bit of everything, okay? Let's test the audio first before a bunch of people join the live stream. Let's go here. Let's open this video. By the way, if you don't know, Terminal SHH is literally this huge influencers who are literally recording content on React Miami. And let's test a little bit the audio before we jump into the conference itself. So I'm gonna turn off the music a little bit, and you guys let me know how is the audio of this video, okay?
Finished day 2, and now we're back here. Finished recording the video. TJ?
We made a music video. It was on a yacht, but that's not all we did. Last night, what did we do, Prime?
We sat for about 6 hours planning and writing all of the lyrics. It
How is the audio, by the way? Is the audio okay?
turns out...
Unfortunately, not 6 hours. I wish that we had spent 6 hours.
Oh yeah, we only spent 4 hours, and then we celebrated with sushi.
I don't know if you guys know these people.
I wish that we had spent 6 hours.
Especially Primagen. I'm a big fan of them, to be honest. Like, I feel like they are funny, they're entertaining. Obviously, they have a bunch of talent. To be live streaming 8 hours straight, you literally need to have a bunch of talent and energy. I don't think people realize two things. First, how big is Primagen in terms of numbers? Two, how talented Primagen actually is in terms of delivering content. So something that not a lot of people are able to do, is certainly I won't be able to do that today for sure, is to be energized for 8 hours straight. So basically, you can join at any moment. Primagen is live stream, and you will see the guy super excited, regardless of the topic. And that's why I'm so in love with Primagen in terms of the content he creates. And honestly, I have a bunch to learn with him, okay? And he's obviously creating a bunch of content around React Miami.
Oh yeah, we only spent 4 hours, and then we celebrated with sushi.
Yeah, and then I was staying up late and I wrote some, but I just fell asleep and I didn't finish my verse, and then I redid my verse in the morning and then I wrote it again. But that was okay.
But the reality is that during the entire experience, all of us forgot our lines anyway, so it didn't really matter how well they were written.
That wasn't all. This morning, we got up, kind of took a little bit of a slow morning to start, and then we realized, wait, Dax isn't back yet. We still need to get all of our...
I feel like, I feel like I may have the same energy sometimes, but I feel like doing a live stream and being energized for, for 1 hour is very different from doing 8 hours straight every single day. And he does that very well. Thank you for saying that, though. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Props. We need to get matching outfits and more.
EJL is saying, Prime stream with Taylor was a great one to watch. Indeed, man. It was awesome to see PHP on his live stream. What people don't know is literally the cloud team was on the back end, including myself, literally, monitoring everything and making sure everything was running smooth and okay. But yeah, I was stressed on that live stream because I was making sure Laravel Cloud was working as expected.
So we went to a bunch of stores.
We panic bought. I have an easel. I have an easel right now. And
we did buy that mini easel at Target for no reason.
We have Nerf guns.
Those we're gonna use at some point. If we don't use them in a video, I will shoot Ken Wheeler with them.
Okay, deal.
So that part makes sense. But there were a lot of other panic buys. Costume shop. Ross's more for less. It's an experience. They literally have on the wall. They literally have on the wall. They said, experience the treasure hunt.
That's such a funny thing to put as your motto for your own store. Hey guys, you have no idea what you're gonna find. We don't either.
They went to Ross to buy matching clothes. Do they have any idea what a Ross is like?
We only got black pants that were all close enough. Anyways, so we finish all that. We rush over to where we were going to film the yacht. We get there, I would say
4
just
minutes
in
early.
time. 4 minutes early. Which is really good for us.
Yeah, no, we were on time.
Really good for us. 4 minutes is a lot of time. That's what I heard at least.
So we arrived, we got onto the boat. The boat was absolutely incredible. I've never been on a boat this size. I've been on very little boats in my entire lifetime, so this was quite the experience. But the thing was is that we never actually
Honestly, I have been in a boat multiple times already, and I kind of feel that I don't like to be on a boat, because it's just moving all the time. It's kind of cool for the first minute, but then you quickly realize that the boat is literally moving all the time, and that doesn't work very well for your ad, basically.
enjoyed the experience. From hour one, we started off in our NASA scientist uniform.
Yep.
Yeah, this dude is David Hill, by the way. He is the head of design at Laravel. Big friend of him.
About the next 5 hours, just recording straight, made it just in time. I would expect the music video to make a splash.
We don't.
You get it. So it's like a
I know. Don't worry. I got it.
We're gonna play it right now. They're gonna get it too.
Okay. I'm too tired to be upset. Because if I can't make my jokes.
Let me just check if this is even working already. Oh boy, it's working. Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to see everything here. Yes, it is working. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Oh my god, I was so afraid that this sharing screen situation wouldn't work. Because, sometimes happens when you want to share your screen on Discord or whatever. There is literally features on the browser you can use to prevent that. But I'm so happy that this is literally working. So I assume... Let's see. Let's test the audio first. Let's test the audio, chat. Let me know immediately if the audio is okay. So this is my voice, as you can hear. Is the music fine? Let me know. The music, this music you are listening, it's coming from the video itself, by the way. Okay. Can I make zoom? Oh my god, I can make zoom. So good. So this is literally the stage. There is someone right there. You can see. Oh my god, so good. This is in gains. Music is fine, boss. Thank you. Oh, people are literally coming in as we speak. Can you guys see? It's behind me, but literally people are just joining right now the stage. So this is, I would say it's delayed already, don't you think? Because what time is it? Yeah, it's 10 minutes to 10 minutes to the start of the conference, and there's not people sit yet. So I think this is delayed already. Thank God we have literally PHP Storm to do some PHP meanwhile. We have Skeletra today to make some drawings if we want to. Oh yeah. And we have also some YouTube videos to react to kind of, pass the time a little bit. It'd be nice if someone comes to the camera. Yeah, just say hi to us. Sia, nice to see you. How you doing? Hi, Sasha. Nice to see you.
The montage.
Circle back, dog.
Oh my God.
This is just day 2.
It's day 2.
There's still day 3. There's still day 4. And then there's the terminal.
So they recorded this either yesterday or before yesterday, okay? What's up, chat? Welcome today to the live stream. If you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer. I love what I do, streaming every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Also publishing content on my YouTube channel. Today we have a 10 hours live stream. Yes, 10 hours live stream. And we are going to literally watch React Miami live. Yes, that's right, live. I'm literally waiting for the live stream to start. It will start on this video, and I think it will be fantastic to see, just the entire conference all together. It will be awesome. Okay. Something I need to understand is where will be the speaker. I hope it doesn't be like on the bottom right here. Otherwise, I cannot see anything. Regardless, thank you so much, Mooks, for literally providing live stream to everyone. Yes, I'm Portuguese. Thank you for asking. What is the first talk, by the way? Let's go here to schedule to see a little bit. What is the very first talk? So obviously, this is not starting at 9 a.m., aka 2 p.m. for me, aka 1 p.m. UTC for you. But the first talk is called Use React Platform. Do you guys even know what does it mean, React Platform? Or is this just use React? Or what is platform? There is anything called React Platform? Oh, there is apparently. No, there is not. What is platform? Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's something. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the live stream. Hi, Roberto. Nice to see you. Is Laravel moving to React? I think Laravel, we have multiple products built with different front-end frameworks. Laravel Cloud is built with React. Yes. Simon, how you doing? Nice to see you. Nuno pays our salaries. What do you mean? I am Portuguese living in Portugal. However, I do live stream in English because most of my audience on Twitter it's basically people coming, non-Portuguese speakers, okay? By the way, chat, yesterday we have made an amazing progress on Laravel Essentials, okay? So yesterday we literally added this new make action command to the Laravel Essentials package. And what it allows you to do is basically you type PHP artisan make action, create user action, and this full bootstraps you a class where you can have your business logic inside. I think this was a great addition to the Laravel Essentials package. Go to my GitHub profile and we'll find this addition. Okay. Here we go, Shad. Yes, I have tried Svelte. I think it's a good framework. Greetings from Scotland. How you doing, dude? Nice to see you. I really hope the speaker face is not literally on the bottom right. If it is, I may have to move my face. Do we get paid? What do you mean, dude? Yeah, the conference is 1000% sure delayed because I don't see anyone sit already, as you can see. As you can see, I don't see anyone sit at the moment. So I'm kind of positive that the conference is delayed a little bit. Oh, from Porto, nice to see you. I love Porto. I've been there multiple times already, and I love it. Honestly, I think I like more Porto at this point than I do like Lisbon. I'm just so tired of Lisbon at this point. It's just, super touristic, 10 times more expensive than anything else. The food is not anymore Portuguese even, so I don't know. Yeah, I may have to change my camera. So if the speaker's camera will be bottom right, I may have to move my face elsewhere. And I hate to do this live, but I may have to do it. What I would like to live instead, I would love to be... So I'm currently in Lydia, but I think my favorite city to live would be either Coimbra or Porto. Ooh, what's happening here? Okay, I feel like very likely the speaker will be literally on the bottom right. So if this happens, we may have to change our faces a little bit. Do you want me to zoom? There we go. There we go, chat. But indeed, it's a little bit expensive. I would love to come to Brazil, dude, but for some reason the security aspect, kind of puts me a little bit afraid of going to Brazil, especially the places. But I need to think a little bit. I may go actually this summer, okay? Hi Bert, nice to see you. Dale, nice to see you as well. From Central Florida, welcome to the live stream. Nice to see you, dude. Hi Carlson, Peak and Flow, what's up, dude? I think Filament is a great UI framework. One problem though is I kind of don't like to end up with both React and Livewire in the same project. So if I had to use Filament in the React project, it's kind of, I don't know, feels a little bit bloated in the sense that you end up with a bunch of composer dependencies, you know what I mean? Algarve is not a nice place to live, just because it is far away from everything. I would have to be in between Porto and Lisbon, or on Porto itself. Peak and Flow is already a superstar on this chat. Jesus Christ, more superstar than me. I see more hellos to Peak and Flow than me myself. What time is it? Oh my god. Yeah, basically the schedule tells me that they should have started the conference already, but obviously they are delayed a little bit, which is fine. Give me a second, chat. Carlson is saying, I have never been in a conference like this. Yeah, man, networking is very important, by the way. For your career, literally being on a conference is important. You meet people, you improve your network, that can bring you a new job position in the future. You know, I have countless opportunities that I've made out of network. And I feel like, you know, probably React Miami is one of those conferences where you can meet a lot of people. And, you know, if you haven't been in one, make sure you go. You don't have to go to a place where it's like a paid conference. You can go, for example, to a meetup, which is totally free. And you have fun as well.
But the regular speakers, they can just be in the front row ready to go. Oh, yeah? They don't need to be back. And so it'll be MC.
Sasha is saying, what is about the idea of organize a flat camp like Jack from Statamic does in Porto, and we can be all together and discuss a lot of our projects and so on? I think it would be a good idea. Honestly, I feel like a lot of a PHP Portugal conference would have been successful already. You know, every time we organize a meetup, we have like more than 100 people. So I'm pretty confident that if we were to organize something bigger, it would just work, basically. So, yeah, it may happen. I don't know. Peak and Flow is saying there are GS developers that can't be expected to be on time. I don't think that's a problem, though. Organizing a conference is super tough. I don't think I ever saw a conference that it started on time. So this is perfectly natural, you know. People are starting to sit a little bit, so I expect this to start really soon. No traffic whatsoever in Miami. That's crazy. Miami is beautiful, by the way. I've been there once, and I think it's a beautiful city. Oh, this is the conference, or literally the stage we were seeing on the live stream, by the way. This one. Oh, this is me! They retweeted us! React Miami retweeted our stream, so awesome. Oh my god, beautiful place, by the way, Shad. Yeah, I think they throw you know, kind of a party on the day before. Yeah, Miami, it's pretty cool.
There were days where we thought we wouldn't make it out, but we stuck it out. Today's
An opening party. That was the name of the party, by the way.
today's our day.
Laracon in Germany. Well, there is, Laracon in Amsterdam already, which is not far away. It's a train away from you, right?
Tonight's our night. I'll fight for you until this life is over.
Someone went to the pool yesterday on the opening party.
We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride.
Oh, Michelle Beckles. This was the person that I spoke to when I wanted to rebroadcast today's conference to my channel. So I assume she is one of the main organizers. Why your trains are the biggest memes? I'm curious about that. Peak and Flow saying that I used to live near Miami. Oh, really? Where do you live, Peak and Flow? If you can share, of course. You don't have to. Trunk is asking, where simple logic like concatenating the first name with last name be implemented?
Okay.
I probably
We're
would
gonna
do
get
that.
started here in just a minute. Please take your seats.
Can you guys listen? But I would probably put that on a model method, those attributes on Laravel. Probably would place that on the model. Exactly. Thank you, Dylan. I think Laracon EU have been in different countries, have been in Spain, but also on Portugal, but mostly it's in Amsterdam, yes. Ushiman, how you doing? Nice to see you. First time chat. If you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And today we are reacting to React Miami. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is starting.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to React Miami.
Yeah.
We are so excited to be here today. How's everyone doing? Yeah.
Why I cannot hear anything?
Cue the slides.
Yeah, some slides, maybe. It's over there.
Can you guys listen to them a little bit? Or it is a little bit too low? Let me know.
I guess we have it there. They're gonna start these things at like noon.
It's slow, right? Yeah.
Is that slide gonna change? Because I was gonna tell everybody some things about React Miami, but
Okay,
wow,
I need.
look at that. Now we have our
Right
fun.
there.
Okay, chat. 1 second. 1 second.
Completely sold out conference.
We have 40 plus U.S. states represented, 20 plus countries, and 100 plus scholarships issued to date. Oh,
All right, let's meet the organizers. So can we give a big round of applause for Michelle for all of her work into organizing this conference?
Yes.
Woo! Yeah. And Gabe for everything he's done. Can we give him a round of applause? Yeah. Woo! We're introducing ourselves not, but it feels awkward to say, can you applaud for me?
everybody give it up for Claire. Yeah, hell yeah.
You
How
guys,
about
honestly,
Madison Cannon, give it up.
woo! When I found out I was doing this conference with Ken Wheeler, I was like, I'm scared for my life.
I
Right?
said we should dress up like Barbie. So,
Okay, I know you guys are already pretty excited, but I want to get our excitement levels up so much more, right, Ken?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when I say react, you say Miami. Ready? React!
Miami.
React!
Miami.
React! Whoa, that was amazing. I love you guys. Okay, ready for our next slide.
A big shout out to all the sponsors. This year.
Wow.
I'm not gonna
That's a
enumerate
bunch
them
of sponsors.
individually. Look at
Jesus.
the logos. Give it up for the sponsors.
Huge thanks. Firebase for Cell. G2I Cloudflare. Doc. You don't want to say them all?
I'm not saying them all.
Yeah, we're so grateful for our sponsors today. They've made this all possible, and we're just going to give one round of applause for all of our sponsors, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I think we're going to have a video.
G2I, future of hiring, amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I love the style
my
they have, to be
eyes are
honest.
a
I
little
think the
crooked.
style is awesome.
Mine didn't
You're
even
good?
fit on my head.
Yeah, his could not fit. His head is too big. Watching?
By the way, chat, if my voice is not okay at any point compared with the audio, let me know.
No.
Is it still going?
It's-
Yeah. Are they watching a video or are we watching a video?
Are you guys watching a video?
You guys are watching a video,
We're
right?
watching it, yeah.
I think this is like literally a sponsor moment. Yeah. I think G2I is it's like one of the main sponsors of the conference. True Miami people, yeah, I feel that as well. Okay, it's literally a sponsor moment at the moment.
Yeah. He's ready.
There we go. I think it's
Hell
over
yeah,
now.
give it up for video.
Woo! That was awesome.
But you know what's better than a video? Our very own Gabe, who's going to come up and tell you a little bit more
Yes.
in the flesh.
Okay.
Hey man, Troy, nice to see you. How you doing?
No, dog.
Is my on? Oh, it is on. React Miami, what's up? My name's Gabe. I am the founder of G2I and also a co-organizer of this amazing conference. It's a pleasure to be here. You can follow me at Gabe_G2I. If somebody can find a new Twitter handle, I made that like 13 years ago. I'd really appreciate that. It's like Steve
Hey Hardy,
Jobs
how you
_
doing?
Apple. So I've been thinking about what to share with you. I'm going to try to get through this without choking up. Tears of gratitude and joy. I'm going to tell you the origin story of this conference, and because that sets the stage for everything, all the vibes you feel. I flew into ReactConf, into SF, into ReactConf 2016. I knew nobody, not a soul. I had hit up Christopher Trudeau, who we know as Viju on Twitter, to hand out stickers on.
Exactly. I
React
feel
blogs.
like overall,
So I showed up with
every
stickers
time we see a
to React
sponsor
Conf.
slot, it's
And the
because of
first
them
person
that we
I
are
see
really
is
watching
Ryan
this.
Florence.
So
And
we
Ryan
kind of need to pay
Florence
homage and respect.
has a line of people wanting to talk to him, right? And I get in line, and he turns around, he's like, so did you want to talk? And I'm like, yeah, and we strike up a conversation, super friendly guy. And then the conference starts. And I sit down next to him, I'm like third row. He gets out his laptop to take notes, and his lock screen has a picture of this. Brad Pitt waving at him. I did not bring it up. I did not ask him why he had Brad Pitt on his lock screen. But years later, he tells me, it's because I just wanted to see Brad smiling and waving at me every time I opened the laptop. It makes sense. It totally makes sense. So it was the welcoming vibe, it was the people that I met at React Conf 2016 that helped me fall in love with this community. And fast forward, and this is well before, you know, the sunsetting of React Native in 2018 and the state management wars of 2019. This is early days, you know, React, and I thought I was late to the party, but it turns out, you know, I was early, and I was really sick, like physically. I didn't know it, but I had mercury toxicity, mold poisoning.
Oh no.
I had headaches every day, and I can't even express to you what it was like waking up every day, year after year, after sleeping on the floor of my office, waking up, doing a little bit of work, going back down, sleeping, waking up, doing a little bit of work, and that's how I ran my startup for 8 years. I was like brain fog, splitting headaches, migraines every single day of my life. And I'm sitting there, I remember I was on like a little family vacation in a pool floating in this little tube, and I hated my life. I was depressed, and I needed help. So my wife said, let's do a GoFundMe and raise some money for your illness. It was like $100,000 cash, you know, to pay for this treatment, right? And so on my birthday in 2018, I posted this tweet. And Dan Abramov, who did not create React, by the way, Jordan's here, he created React. He retweeted and said, let's help Gabe. And this tweet changed my life. It was all you here that changed my life. And I said, I turned 33 today, and I need help to get healthy again. And from this one tweet, we raised $22,450 for me to get help. And I'm healthy.
Insane. Insane. Let's clap, chat. Let's clap. We talked about networking, but you know, this is like another level of what networking can bring to you.
It wasn't
insane.
Like my church family. It wasn't my actual family. It was the React community here.
Insane.
This family, this super extended family that I have here, that raised this money for me. Someone sent me half a Bitcoin, which I wish I would not have cashed in. And you all loved me. And that's always the vibes that I've gotten in the React community, and that's what we want to bring here. So React Miami is a response to the love that you've created, that you bring, that you share with each other, the humility in this room. Talk to Jordan, talk to Guillermo, talk to the leaders, you know, Dan, Christopher, Michelle. Talk to the leaders. We can call them thought leaders even. Kenneth Wheeler, can we call him a thought leader? We can, because he cares for people. And that's the vibes that we wanted to bring. So when I was up too late on Twitter and I posted this in the middle of COVID, I think someone should put on a React Conf in Miami who would be interested. I was not talking about me. I was like, I'll unlock the domain. I'll send it to whoever wants to do this. But Ken says, I'd go and probably never be invited back. And he did come, and we invited him back to MC the conference. Michelle, who you all know and love, was saying, I was thinking the same thing, let's do it, and she convinced me it could be done. Natter was in, Swix. I mean, so many people replied this tweet, and me and Michelle, we met, we talked about it, and we said, let's do it. We have no clue what we're doing. We don't do conferences. We just felt called to this, just to serve the community. So as a response to the love that you provide to each other in the open source community, in the JavaScript community, the greater software development community, now the AI community, I want to promise 4 things to you all. And I can probably get up here every year and say the same thing. Number 1, we're going to give back the $22,450 back into the tech community through developerhealth.org. Michelle and I started this through G2I. We've given back over half of it to this point, and we're committed to giving back every single dime you raised from me personally and more for years to come.
Very good.
Two, React Miami 2026, baby. We're gonna
Already
do it.
announcing the conference for next
We
year.
are committing, and we do this 1 year at a time. Again, we're not like a conference company. We are just community oriented. So we've challenged Michelle and the team to potentially even sell tickets before this thing's over. We've never done that before. But we're going to commit to React Miami 2026 and continuing to do this as long as you'll have us, that you want to be involved, that React is relevant, and we're excited. The third thing, at G2I, we found out that software engineers, generally speaking, don't love doing technical interviews. I don't know
I
if
also
that's
think
true,
technical interviews suck.
but that's what I've heard through
literally.
the grapevine. And engineering managers don't love it either. Companies don't like spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on their engineering talent who just wants to build, which is my heart. I just want to build to do this. And so we found a way, our mission and our promise is to reduce noise in the hiring process. We did 10,000 technical assessments and interviews just in Q4 last year. And we've built these from scratch based on what we see in the real world. So at G2I, we built this. I look at ourselves as a tech company. I don't really talk about staffing and things like that. We have FANG and high growth startups coming to us. They want to hire 5 full-time engineers. They want to move really quick, world class, the best in the world. Or 20 engineers on contract. We can do that. We've built a platform over the last decade to help with software engineers. Obviously, Swix's prediction is starting to come true around
That's
the
a
AI
beautiful
engineer.
dashboard right there.
Not quite a data scientist or ML, not fully product, but that merging, that in between, building on top of LLMs, that's becoming huge. A lot of asks for that. Product managers, product designers, security professionals. So when you come in, and this is exciting because we're building this new user interface on top of Aaron Boudman's Zero Sync, which is blazing fast. It's amazing. You come in, and we have already screened the engineers or product managers, designers that you want to talk to. So we have completely custom knockout questions where you're curious about things they've done in the past. We've already interviewed them. You can watch the recordings. You can look at the transcripts. We have completely custom, if you want, to your job, technical assessments, which you can go through and watch. And we're also building into soft skills, quantitative analysis around drive, motivation, and the big one, ability to handle ambiguity. That's really hard to figure out, right? Can you figure this out without a product manager, on you or answering you at every moment? So that's the fun stuff. And finally, we are promising great jobs. That's what we've been doing for the last decade. We've been early in React. We were on the bleeding edge and didn't know it. We've been early in AI. I'm super excited. You'll find me at 2 places. You'll find me here, and you'll find me at Swix's AI World's Fair in June. I just love being in a place where you ask them the future, and they say, I don't know. It's awesome. It's really fun because nobody knows what the future holds. Yet if you talk to Guillermo and Jared and the team at Vercel, you know, they see the future because they're creating it. And V0 is the thing that I tried a year ago and it was like, wow, this is amazing. We paid out over $12 million to software engineers last year. We give 70% of the, for contractors, of our billables and our rates to the contractors that come in because we want them to get paid super well. So whether you're looking for full-time at AI startup, you're looking for a contract job, we also have, we're hiring, I think 200, 300 software engineers, front-end developers every month right now for AI training. So if you're interested in gig work, you can go to g2i.co/AI training. We partner with Scale AI over the years to do this. So we're super excited about creating the future. I'll end here. We have lots of amazing surprises for you at this conference, so be on the lookout. I do expect everybody to be here. This room should be packed for the future of OSS, open source software, and the web with Guillermo, Tom, and Taylor at 3:40 p.m. Eastern today. It's only here. There's no recordings, no live streaming, no nothing. We want it to be a super, like, you know, honest conversation, like I just had with you about my life, about open source. So we might have a special guest. It might be happening as well. So thank you for all of your support and enjoy the day. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's basically a dashboard for people to find developers. It seems to be like that. So you would go there, you would find for a particular set of skills, and you don't have to do an interview because the interviews are recorded already on the
Keeps
dashboard.
pulling them up every 30 seconds.
They're like falling. I have to keep them on. I'm liable to hurt myself. Yes, we have the first speaker of the day coming up. We have Julian Benaya. JB is the founder of Base Hub, a startup making content management fast, type safe, and AI enhanced. Where you at?
Yeah, give a hand.
Previously, he worked at Base.studio, where he helped ship great websites and honed his craft. I'm just trying to stretch it out a little while you plug it in. And, you know. Outside of work, he enjoys playing sports and traveling.
Who doesn't, right?
Yeah, right.
So I think the audience today is 500 people on that room right now. That's what I've been told. 500 people, and they sold out as well.
Let me get this up there.
Oh, you use it Figma for the slides. You guys can see Figma all the way top for the slides. Interesting. I had no idea that Figma can do that.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That was an amazing backstory to this great conference by Gabe. So, yeah, excited to open up this amazing conference, which has treated me very well. I've spoken here a couple of years ago, so hopefully this one is better. I titled my talk, Use the React Platform, as a nod to the common thing every experienced web developer likes to say, which is use the platform, referring to using more of the web native primitives rather than reinventing everything from scratch. And today I want to show you real examples of what's possible once you embrace the newer primitives, or not so new anymore, that React brought us, and think of React as a platform to build upon. I'm JB, I'm a developer, I'm the founder of Base Hub. And Base Hub is a fast headless CMS. We focus on delivering a great developer experience. It's headless, and that's why you can use it with any framework. But we kind of especially focus and design for React. First, because I love it myself. And secondly, I really believe that it allows for deeper integration, especially paired with Next.js. Let's start with some context as to how the things I'll discuss in this talk came about. Before server actions and server components, I thought of React components as running solely on the client. Like I assumed the regular component will run on the client. Or maybe that component will also run in the server, but thanks to SSR, but without access to it, like without access to environment variables, to the file system, and therefore without access to server communication with external systems. Server components change that. They can bundle code that will run solely on the server with its full power and context, and with the potential to send down islands of interactivity via use client. These client components then can communicate back to the server components via server functions or server actions. And so this was a key insight for me to understand because it opened up a lot of doors for our product as we were building our SDKs and our developer tools. Because for a product like ours, this meant that we could deeply integrate with our users' applications just by exposing a React component. So over my talk, I'll do deep dives into some of these integrations and components that we built for our products and their users, just to give them a great developer experience and also a great editor experience, because our system is headless, meaning there are also editors that need to preview content, and we also need to satisfy developers with a great DX. We'll see that many of these features I'll talk about are quite complex. But after all that complexity, we'll see kind of a beautiful thing about React, which is all of that can be contained within the boundaries of a component. Our first deep dive is into a component we called pump. This is a server component that provides fast refresh or live preview for content. So this is kind of how it works. This is BaseHub on the left, and I open a preview of the website that's powered by BaseHub. And as I edit some of the content on the left-hand side, you can see that the website updates in real time. I can even go there, update the theme color, maybe update a logo, and everything should just update in real time, as you'd expect. Again, our system is headless, meaning users don't just point and click to edit stuff. They do so in a separate system, which is the one on the left. And that's why this feature was key to implement. Users or editors want to see instant feedback of their content as they make changes. We also needed to make it super easy for developers to integrate. Integrating it needed to be so easy and with as little trade-offs as possible, so that developers never second guess if they need pump or not. Is it hard? What are the trade-offs? Like, we worked hard for having one import, one component, you're good to go. You never have to kind of second guess yourself. To get here, we tried many approaches. The first, maybe the obvious or the naive one we started with, maybe like thinking in this old paradigm before RSCs, was to start with a simple hook, call it use live query or use preview or something like that. And this hook would receive a GraphQL query. Our API is GraphQL, so it talks GraphQL. And this hook would subscribe to our API with that query and a WebSocket connection inside a use effect, and stored the changes as they came in a use state. Then, in our page or any other component, we can use this hook and just render the data, except with this approach, we are kind of forced to use client on the top of every file that uses this hook or every component, which means we are already shipping this code to the client, meaning it's less than ideal to make stuff like syntax highlighting, markdown formatting, talking to an external API, all of those things that we probably want to do in our content pipelines. So this was not ideal at all. we kind of wanted something more like this, a server component that kind of awaited some query, then had that query down there just to use it, process it, whatever. Everything stayed on the server as much as possible, and then the result got sent down to the client. The obvious problem of something like this is that we lost the reactivity. We are not kind of subscribing and updating the content in real time, and so that's not good as well. One thing that we could certainly do was create a component, name it refresh router on content change, pretty verbose name, but the point of it is that it subscribed to the CMS with that query the way that the old hook did, and when a new change arrived, it ran router refresh from Next.js, kind of refreshing the whole page in terms of the data fetching. And this was actually the most decent approach we first landed with, but we weren't comfortable with rolling with it because router refresh just refreshes the whole thing. It's a bit blunt. Maybe it's a bit slower, we thought. Maybe you have other data dependencies that are running that will be running due to a content change. Content changes also may happen like really fast. You'll be editing a body of a blog post, and you'll maybe get 5 or 10 refreshes in just a couple of seconds. And back then, we also thought that if we put more of Next.js primitives inside our implementations, we'll be not stuck, but kind of building more for Next.js, whereas we wanted, I don't know if on our framework added support for React Server components, for it to just work. That hasn't happened yet, but it'll hopefully happen soon, I'm sure. And so our next iteration was the one we settled with, and it involved this seemingly weird combination of a React Server component and a render prop-like server function. So you run pump, you pass it the query, you kind of pass it like the old render prop paradigm, which is actually a server function as well. It looks a bit weird, but the idea was, okay, so for production traffic, meaning regular visitors, this would just run the function as a regular function, passing the data, or query it first, passing the data, and the JSX would just render and be returned there. So nothing crazy happened there. The server function just stayed on the server and was just like treated as a regular function. However, when team members preview content, pump would render a client component below it that would subscribe to the query, the same as we've seen in the old use live query hook, and call that server function every time it needed a new JSX by sending it the data as props. So essentially, receives new data in the client, calls the server function does the computation server side, returns some JSX. Honestly, I have no idea how we came up with this approach, just trying a lot of stuff, and it looks quite weird at first, but it works pretty well. So let's take a deeper look as to what's happening inside of pump. So this is basically what pump does. First, it queries the CMS for initial data. It calls the children render prop / server action to get the initial children, and it renders pump client. It does so conditionally, but we'll see that later on. So in there, you have the initial children, and you can send down the query to the client for it to subscribe. Pump client, now in the client, it uses client. That's a lot of client words. But yeah, basically it just, as I mentioned, subscribes to the query. As changes arrive, it kind of can compare if the query result changed. And if so, it refetches the children via that server function that gets sent down. The full implementation looks something more like this, with some enhancements meant for production. which is we have a parameter, we call it draft. It could be preview or something that tells pump if the traffic or the thing that's calling this component is allowed to see draft content, or if it's just a regular visitor navigating around your website. And so if draft is false, we just return initial children. Nothing else happens. It's just, yeah. But if draft is true, we render the pump client, and we wrap it in React Lazy, so the bundle just gets loaded if we know that the user is querying draft content, which means we have 0 performance footprint in the case for production traffic. But yeah, this got quite complex pretty fast, and there's a lot of things happening there. And that's yet another impressive thing about React, in that our developers don't need to really think about this. They just need to import and use pump, and they're ready to go. And all of that complexity and all of the big words I talked about are just contained in that single thing.
Behind the scenes, yeah.
OK, so moving on to the next one. This one is Next.js specific, and it revolves around revalidating cached data. Next.js has this thing called ISR, in which pages get generated statically, and then the developer sets up a configuration in the revalidation strategy into how that cached data or those static pages will get revalidated once new data dependencies arrive. The developer chooses between time-based revalidation or on-demand revalidation. Time-based revalidation is super easy to set up. The dev just settles on a number that will define for how long that data will be stale, or actually the interval into which the data will be refetched and revalidated. The hard part about this is that if the dev chooses a number that's too high, say a minute or 2 minutes, then the content editors will press publish in their CMS, and we'll need to wait for a full minute or 2 minutes or whatever that number is until they see their changes live in their website, which is super tough.
Bad, yeah.
If the number is too low, like, for example, 1, which is the thing that I'd recommend if you were rolling with this, but the risk it has is that you'll be making more requests to your origin servers, potentially increasing your costs. It's just something that the developer is always trying to juggle and come up with the correct number. On-demand revalidation, however, is harder to set up. It revolves setting up a route handler, authenticating incoming traffic, setting up a webhook on your CMS, saying I need you to call this endpoint when this and this changed, when this and this other thing changed. Put in a secret there so authentication can happen, and kind of have your own logic of, yeah, if this change is of type blog, I revalidate the blog pages. If this is of type changelog, I do so for changelog pages. Sometimes for dynamic websites, it's hard to know which piece of content to revalidate. So you sometimes end up revalidating the whole thing, which is also not ideal. So it's a bit harder to set up.
Hi,
but it's much better once it's all set up there, because it means that as soon as your editor presses publish or commit or whatever, the changes should be live almost instantly in the next refresh that your editor does. So yeah, that's on-demand revalidation. It's pretty cool, and we wanted to facilitate setting up on-demand revalidation for our users with the same kind of mindset that we came for when we created Pump, which is very simple. The developer hopefully doesn't need to think about this. By default, everything should work like this in Base App. There's no 5 or 10 ways to set up this same thing. We recommend to use this flow, and it should all work, hopefully. So in this case, you need to import one component that's called toolbar. And to bring up our previous demo where we were making some edits. We were previewing it in real time using Pump. And we had those edits kind of not yet published to the production traffic. So down there in the toolbar, we removed the draft mode. And we can see the right thing is kind of where we started the website, how it looked before we made some edits. And we can go back to Base Hub on the left. We can commit or publish these new changes, add a commit message, and wait for it to commit. And as we refresh, the next refresh should hopefully get in that content already ready for us to see. So this should happen almost instantly. And so your content editors don't need to second guess, is this published? Is there an error? All of those doubts that come with the system being separate and being headless. Now, the way this works is it's really simple, although maybe it's quite verbose to explain. I mean, there's a lot of code in this slide particularly, but it's not that hard, honestly. We have our query client, which is the thing that Pump uses internally. It's the thing that actually fetches to our API with the GraphQL query. What it does is it generates a hash of the query plus the variables, and it uses next tags to essentially tag that query. Just put in that cache tag. And in parallel, it also sends that query hash to the server, to our servers, so our servers kind of store it. Once in our servers, the GraphQL endpoint receives the query, resolves it with the data that the user asks for, and stores a hash of the response data. So the query resolves to some specific piece of data, it hashes that specific piece of data, and it stores that hash alongside the original query hash. Now, when the content changes, or a commit happens, or a publish happens, our server will rerun all of those queries it stored and compare the new hashes against the old hashes. And so if any of those queries changed, it'll mark them internally as pending revalidation. Finally, our server spins up a headless browser, and it navigates to the user's website with some specific search params, which our toolbar can pick up, and call a revalidation. So this all happens, as I showed in my demo, pretty fast. There's quite a lot of things happening, but it's not complex for users to set up. This is kind of what happens in the toolbar component. It sets up a server action, and when it's called, it calls get CMS pending tags or some function like that. And for each of those tags, it calls Next.js's revalidate tag. In the toolbar client part, it basically gets the search params, and it calls this server function as the search params get resolved. Yet again, our developers don't have to think about all of this, luckily. They just mount toolbar in their root layouts, and they should be good to go. So easy for developers to integrate, and very important for a good content editing experience. And all of that is possible for us thanks to using more of the React platform. Last but not least, we have branching. Base Hub is one of the only, if not the only, CMS that has Git-like branches of content. So when working on new content, users can toggle between branches, and with the help of Pump and the toolbar, everything will just update in real time as you'd expect. So this is a little demo following up from the website we've seen in this talk. We have the currently published website, full screen, and we can go to the bottom right, over to the toolbar. we can see the branches, and we can switch to a new branch.
Not bad, huh?
And this is React Miami if it was green. So maybe it's probably more expensive. It has like more features and plans and whatever. And we have some FAQs down there. And all of this, it's just an experiment. We can toggle it back off and hopefully go back to beautiful pink React Miami, which looks actually much nicer. And this helps editors of this website, of this hypothetical website, just preview and try out different options. This helps for landing pages, but it also helps for blog posts. Maybe one of your colleagues saw a blog post and they wanted to suggest some changes. They can create a branch. Don't bother with the piece that you are creating, and tell you, hey, this is my suggestion. You can preview it, and it should all work. This is much simpler, fortunately, because we already have pump. We already have toolbar. We kind of already have the foundational pieces to create this feature inside the website. Let's kind of explore, again, how this could be built, maybe thinking about the old paradigm. We have a simplified implementation. We have a hook called use branches. We somehow fetch branches from our CMS with get CMS branches in that use effect. And we store them in a use state. There's not much to it, but in this case, I want to highlight the authentication story of all of this. In my previous examples, I kind of skipped over what about authentication, like those server actions are available for anyone that kind of wants to hack it over. But we can pretty easily, like this slide shows, how do we make a request to the CMS branches? We kind of need a token, but we don't want to make the token public. Maybe our system, our CMS, has like a public token that has fine-grained access. That's just odd to configure for both the platform and for the developer. And so this is actually quite easy with server actions.
Hello, Axel.
In this case, the interaction starts from our system, from basecamp.com. Users click preview. Whoa, that was a great sound.
That was a loud one.
Is this me, by the way? Hope it's not me. Users start from our editor. They click preview, and preview takes them to the website, the end user website, with a JWT or a token, which is called, we call it a preview token. And toolbar can then store it,
Me too, Diego.
save it in something like local storage or something like that, and send this over to the server actions that it got provided. So if it needs to get branches, it will send over the preview token, making sure that everything is authenticated, and that's another problem solved by this pattern.
I think it was an iPhone.
That's branching. It's
Pretty
again,
sure it was an
awesome
iPhone.
to be able to provide this kind of developer experience, also this kind of editor experience, because we kind of juggle between these two user personas, I guess, all the while managing a lot of complexity and hassle ourselves. Actually, this couple of components and patterns just manage it all for developers. And it's all mostly thanks to us using more of the React platform. So yeah, I encourage you to use it more yourself, to try out weird patterns. And yeah, thank you for listening. And you can see the talk links in there.
Let's clap, chat, let's clap. That was awesome. All right, so let me react into this immediately, because I don't know how much time we have to the next talk. But obviously, this speaker mentioned a bunch of CMS-related problems. Okay, all this concept around branching, about previewing. This is very specific to CMSs and to content publishing in general. What else? I have noticed as well that we saw a lot of abstractions being created out of these people problems, which is good. This is a good way of marketing your open source in your company.
Ken,
So
how's it going?
basically, is if you have a specific problem in your application, you might want to basically abstract that problem away in making open source. It's a great way of providing developer marketing. You can literally set up an entire open source strategy in your company that would basically, make it more interesting for developers. And this is obviously what Base Hub have done here with this speaker, which is awesome. I also noticed that he mentioned GraphQL as an API. I'm not a big fan of GraphQL. I think GraphQL most of the times is slow because it's very difficult to predict the queries made by the client, and there is no other way of just not providing it slow, basically. Not a big fan of GraphQL, and I tend to avoid it, basically, okay? He mentioned, obviously, techniques in React like client and server, use client and use server. We don't do that with inertia. I don't know what you guys do, but if you use inertia, by the way, write on the chat if you ever have used use client or use server. I have never have used any of both. In terms of, I'm an inertia user on Laravel, so I never have the need of using that, by the way, okay? So if a query changes, I would probably just adhere to that using the use effect, and I would requery my API in Laravel. Super easy, super clean, while preserving the state with inertia, which just works, really. So I saw a question of someone asking, what do I use for state management? I don't use anything, really. I just use regular use state with inertia, and it really just works. Regardless, big learnings to Laravel Cloud as well. We obviously have not content management, but we have a few things that probably could learn from this. Potentially, if you change a few configurations on Laravel Cloud, you want to see, the full preview before deploying of the changes. So potentially, this is something we can learn from it. But yeah, regardless, great talk, chat. What did you guys thought about the talk, by the way?
Okay, we're good. Whew, okay, sorry about that. And who has a spare pair of sunglasses? Because I cannot see a thing. It is really bright. And
this happens
honestly,
all the time when you're a speaker. You have
I can
lightning
use some
in
heat
your
lamps
eyes,
because I'm
basically.
freezing. I honestly can't see anything, which is all good. First of all, I just want to say congratulations, React Miami, for selling out. And can we give them a round of applause? In these times of events and conferences, to be able to sell out, I think is a wonderful thing. So shout outs to the whole team. All right, so let's get things going. Good morning, Dom. For those who, all 5 of you follow me, that's how I like to start my day. But I do want to say good morning, Dom, again, because I'm from Canada, and crossing the border and being here is a blessing. Let me tell you that much. So I was goddamn nervous. I'll be very honest. Anyhow, let's keep it moving. There are 5.5 billion users of the internet on the planet, which is absolutely pretty awesome. That's data from earlier this year in February, and I was kind of like, that's kind of wild. So, but one of the best parts is we have 5.5 billion browser users.
Wow.
And that's definitely a distinction from people who are just online using apps. We are actually having that many people on the browser. But we don't have that many developers, all right? And we definitely will be talking about that. By the way, shout outs to the AV people. I just want to let you know that my clock is not working, but that's totally cool because I have one here. So we're going to keep moving. Things really got started with one website. And for those who are curious, you can go to this address right here and go check it out. But we actually have 1.2 billion websites right now on the internet, which is phenomenal. And even more phenomenal is the fact that we apparently are deploying 250,000 per day.
Wow.
It's a lot of work right there. Yeah, thank you. The clock is working. And that also means that we actually have to do a lot of debugging. Literally a metric ton of debugging and some performance testing, of course. And we're going to talk about that today. Now, we have a lot of debugging to do, and debugging we did. And Some people might remember this form of debugging back in the day, view source. Hand up if you did some of that. If
I
can
do
actually
some
see
of that.
you.
What are you saying? I do some of
You know, a
that.
little right click to see what was going on under this hood. All right. And then sometime in 1995, late 1995, in fact, we kind of went this way. Ah, yes, console logging. Hands up if you did some of that.
I
'cause know
still do
did.
some of that.
All right. A few
Guilty.
more of you, that's
Guilty
for sure.
right here.
Are there any CSS people in the room? You know, yeah. There are rumors that the Tailwind people were here, so I don't know. But they know what this is all about. Oh, yeah. That red outline. They're like, what is going on here? Why is this red?
Highlight the specific
You know, so
section.
a lot of that was happening. But it is 2025, and things are a little different. We are trying to measure things like user experience, completely intangible. It's kind of like, I don't know, I can't touch it, I can't count it, but I know when it's there. So we're trying to sort of work on that, and we're obviously trying to work on performance. And we're going to talk about that for pretty much the rest of this conversation. So I want to introduce everyone, or welcome everyone, to a presentation I'm calling DevTools and the Performance tab. The browser DevTools have gone through some significant changes, and we're going to talk about that.
Nice.
So,
this one will be fun, Chad.
This was like my alternate cover.
That's Taylor Lambo.
Taylor here.
Yeah, let's go.
Those of you who caught that one.
That's Taylor Lambo. Let's go, Chad.
But it's all good. So let me introduce myself. My name is Henri. You can find me on all socials under Henri Helvetica. I got this little situation called Command H. Quickly, I'm going to sort of work on what I think is a new in-person experience, but that's a separate conversation. I'm from the greatest city on the planet, which is CA Central 1, YTO 1A, and that's Toronto, Canada. And I'm a bit of a distance runner, so I have this thing called Devs Who Run and Runners in Tech, but again, we'll talk about that a little later. Now, performance is important. We know that. We don't like anything that's too slow. We like things that are pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
We like fast things. We like fast cars.
Yes.
We hate sitting in traffic. But you know, since I'm in Florida, let's talk about fast things, like this person right here, Florida native, Noah Lyles. Last year won gold in 100 meter. Let's talk about fast things. Gator graduate, Parker Valby, NCAA champ, multiple records. She's pretty fast too. But, you know, you might sit there and say like, oh, well, Henri, I know you're into performance. I know you're into running. You know, this is like nothing new, whatever. We know you like fast things. Well, these people like fast things too. These are 6 more speakers that are going to see over the next couple of days. And at some point, they all are going to talk about a little bit performance, a little bit of fast things, a little bit of like improving rendering and stuff like that. So you still don't believe me? Okay, that's all right. It's not fake news, though. How about some of the sponsors that are here today? Some of them do like fast things as well. Firebase. They do some work and pull up some Crux data. Vercel. Just go check out Guillermo's tweets. He's always talking about performance. Sentry. Yes, they do some debugging, but yes, they look after performance as well. Cloudflare. La Reina Rita, is she in the building or is she outside? Cloudflare, oh, there you go. Cloudflare's in the building. They like fast things.
Who doesn't?
And right? Mux, even though they're our video sponsor, apparently, shout outs.
Shout out to Mux for providing this live stream,
video,
by the way.
Heaviest asset on the internet. To stream video, you have to know how to provide good user experience and make sure things are performant. So they like fast things as well. So we're going to talk about tooling, developer tooling when it comes to performance, and ultimately, things really got going in 2007 when Firebug was
Oh
launched.
my God,
V1.
Firebug! Do you guys remember that?
And some
That
people
was
look
back
at
in the
that
days.
as like the moment they really got into debugging, get into performance. In fact, anyone here familiar with this application called Web Page Test? You know, yeah, a few of you, fantastic. Greatest performance tool on the planet. I used to work there. But it's true. Inspired by Firebug, by the way. Now,
You didn't know.
I hope this is going to work, but this is Joe Hewitt, the author of Firebug, introducing V1 over at Yahoo in 2007, praying to the gods that the audio works.
It doesn't.
And
Oh, it does. Wait, what?
my check bounced. So basically what he's saying is Firebug basically exists for two reasons. One is to show what's going on your page when it loads, and the other is to show what's going on after it loads. And that was the beginning, ultimately, of debugging, investigative work, because performance ultimately is investigative work. So let's get cracking. For this, for our purpose, we're going to look at Google Chrome, simply because they've been doing a lot of work around performance and their DevTools.
By the way,
and we're
chat,
basically
write on
gonna
the
go
chat
through
which
that
browser
today.
do you use for
So,
developing? Do you use Chrome,
the performance
Firefox,
panel.
Safari, or anything else?
We would, what is it? Shift Option I. You go in and you start to take a look at some of the information that's out there. And it used to be a little complicated, all right? So they've gone through some changes. I would consider it like wholesale changes ultimately. The performance panel, you're going to hear them call it the landing page at this point as well. So let's take a look. So now, when you do a trace, or actually, ultimately, when you load a page, in this case, we loaded.
Just by the way, I use
ESPN.com,
Firefox as well, so you're not a
and when you
weirdo.
go into the landing page right now, it's going
Most
to
of
look
people
like
here
this,
use Chrome,
all right?
apparently.
So it looks a lot different than it used to. We have 3 metrics showing right there, starting with the LCP, which is the largest contentful paint. We also see the CLS, the cumulative layout shift, and we also see the INP, which is interaction to next paint. Now, for those of you who are sort of follow a little bit of performance, those 3, that triumvirate of metrics might sound familiar. For those who don't, I just listed the core web vitals, 3 metrics that are sort of going to give you an idea of how your app is doing, how your page is doing, sort of like its fitness and whatnot. Now, the one thing that I'm going to mention here is if I go back to that page, all 3 of them right there, they have one thing in common. And what's that, Monsieur Brizard, Monsieur Helvetica? Well, these are all lab metrics. Who here is familiar with lab metrics when I say that?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
What does that mean? Well, lab data is the data that you're loading yourself. You're on your own computer, whether it be like a MacBook Pro or, whatever, Mac Air, or even a Windows computer. And it's your own internet in your house. It could be top-notch. But it's not really what we're looking for in terms of what the user is experiencing. You're also going to see that it's going to be called sometimes synthetic data. All right, so synthetic data and lab data are the same. Now, as I just mentioned, we really want to know what the user is feeling. So you're going to see terms like RUM data come about. RUM,
I feel like if you know
RUM,
Vue, you pretty much know
user
React, basically.
monitoring data.
Same thing.
This is what the user's experiencing when they're walking down the street, when they're using their mobile device. This is the kind of data that we need to really understand what the user is feeling. You're also going to see it being called field metrics. All right? Again, RUM data, field metrics, the exact same thing. Actually, you're also going to see field data as well. They just like to remix it. So, why is it important? Well, we really want to know what the user is feeling. And guess what? Some of the sponsors are RUM data providers. Firebase, yes. Vercel, yes. Sentry, yes. Cloudflare, yes. They all collect RUM data. So this is legitimate. This is very important. Now, let's get back to the field metrics and the RUM data that I just talked about. Now, in DevTools, if you see at the top right, okay, you could actually collect field data, RUM data, field metrics. Now, this is a zoom in. Obviously, we were looking at ESPN.com, so you'll put that in. And then, by the way, apologies about the pixelation. I hope it comes out right. It's readable, yes?
Yes, yes,
awesome.
yes.
Thank
yes,
you so
very
much.
readable. Yes, yes.
Now, and you can see on the right, you can also determine whether or not you want desktop, you want mobile, or you want both. Now, the important part here as well, the field data, we have the collection period. Over a 28-day period, you can pull out field data from the site that you're working on, all right? And when I do that, I end up with something like this. When I'm back on the landing page, I've opted into getting my field data for ESPN.
Wait a second. Does Chrome collect this over time, so I can just go there right now and
my lab
data,
what I'm experiencing, and what the user is experiencing. So, as I said, it's investigative work. You can start to figure out, like, okay, start to do the math in your head. What do I need to change? What's super important to tackle right away? Okay, so here we saw the LCP. We can see the change between user on the right-hand side and lab on the left. Same with the CLS. You know, our lab data at home is like, oh, my CLS is fine. Pump the brakes. It's actually needs improving. You can see the figure right there because we can see the color change. And same with the IMP, we can see the delta. Now, how do we pull that information out? Well, we did it using CRUX, C-R-U-X, which stands for Chrome User Experience Report. This is a data set where you can pull real user data and get a hand on what's going on with a particular anything, technology, whatever it may be. Now, once again, why is it important? It is to know what the user is experiencing at all times. Here's a quick example. Inter Miami fans here. All right, we got some Inter Miami fans, all right. This is Fabrice Picot, AKA, who is it, Fafa, right? Plays Miami, but he's Haitian, Haiti. So he's got fans in Haiti, but he's got fans in Miami too. But the Miami fans are on their phones, everything's fine. They can load up the site, can figure out what's going on, everything's love. Fans in Miami cannot. They have a completely different experience from the infra that's there. Internet's not amazing, and they're using devices that are not top notch. How do we know that? Well, we could pull out CRUX data. Now, I was looking at CRUX data a while back, and specifically RUM data, and you might show up, you might see some devices show up on the network that you've never heard of.
Is this data
now,
free,
this is not
like from
specifically
CRUX?
this example. This is some stuff that I've pulled out in the past. I remember looking at these devices like, what is going on here?
Infinite
I've
Hot
never heard
7?
of these
What do you
devices.
mean?
But these are the kind of devices that show up on the network. These are the kind of details that are good to know because you can start to understand what they may be experiencing. That comes from RUM data. By the way, there's actually a community group, a W3C community group for RUM that looks at RUM data, and I could talk about that another time. All right, let's keep it moving. So, man, we can go into the landing page now, and in these environment settings, start to replicate what's going on the network.
Hey,
all right?
Yoga Codes.
So you can
Welcome.
see the one time you
Nina
can
Codes
start
as well.
to throttle your network, which is very important because, you know, who's got like gigabit internet on their devices in the wild. And you can also slow down the CPU so that it feels like a mobile device while you're doing some testing on your laptop. Now, let's get back to the core vitals real quick. Now, we looked at the LCP a few times, and we're going to look at it again. Now, the LCP is a very interesting metric because it's actually a bit more complicated than people realize. At one point, we kind of figured out that LCP issues at 70% rate were images. So people thought like, oh, you know what? Let me optimize this image and everything should be fine. Unfortunately, not the case. The LCP is actually set up in 4 phases. And these 4 phases were actually discussed by this gentleman by the name of Philip Walton. So they call it the Walton breakdown at times. So what happens is these 4 phases will kind of give you an idea of what exactly is going on, where the bottleneck is. And now, when you hover over that area in the landing page, it'll highlight the 4 phases. And in this case, you can see, hopefully, is that the resource load duration is what really hung things up, almost 6 seconds. These are things that you can discover now in the landing page. Now, you can also do the same in IMP, so I just kind of circled it, something that you can take a look at a little later. LCP source, all right? So again, the challenge, where's the challenge coming from? Let's click through. Let's go back to the LCP, take a look right here. Now, if you actually hover over, there's a little line right there that says LCP element. If you hover over that, it'll actually tell you what the LCP image is. In this case, it was probably the poster image of the video. And if you click on it, it'll take you right to the block of code that is providing the challenge. Now, let's look at some more panel updates. Improved tooltip. Now, you can take a look at the network, and you're like, okay, cool, I see what's going on here. But now, okay, I got that circled. Let me zoom in. You can hover over any resource and get some information. Now, here, I'll start with the CSS resource, and you can see the priority, and you can see some of the duration information. But the point is, we've surfaced that information as soon as possible so you can start to see what is going on. Same here with an image resource. We saw the priority go from low to high, and some more details, and same with some JavaScript. And in this case, we saw that some JavaScript resources were render blocking. These are good things to know while you're doing your debugging. Now, something that's really cool too, annotations. Now, sometimes when you're doing some work and you're like, okay, what's going on with this resource? Okay, so I think I understand it. Well, you want to remember what it is that you were looking at. So now you can actually double click on a resource and leave yourself some notes. And you can come back to it later. And you can start to collect some of these notes, and so you can start to piece some of this puzzle. And now you could also take some resources and again, double click and start to connect them to other parts of the resource loads and say, okay, maybe there's something going on here that I should really remember. And you can see the arrows, you know, you could arbitrarily point them to whatever that you feel is necessary for you to understand. Man, 2 minutes. The best part, some of these annotation and notes, they get collected and they become like little bookmarks where you can click around and be like, okay, cool, cool. And it'll take you back to where you had been looking at the resource to try to figure out what's going on. Now, everyone loves pair programming. Sometimes we could call it pair performance auditing. I don't know, team telemetry, something like that. Well, after you've collected all these notes and, you know, drawn up a whole bunch of stuff, you could actually save the trace and save it without annotations. But by default, the annotations will remain so that you can send that to a coworker. You could send it to Guillermo Rauch, be like, hey, I don't know what's going on here. You know, so whether you post it in Slack, you send it by email, you know, that mean coworker on like Truth Social. I don't know. But the fact is that you can start to collaborate with someone else or a few other people by sending the trace with all the notes that you've added. Now, I also want to talk about improved CLS. This is actually super cool. Now, I was looking at the Inter Miami site for a good example, and I got one. So you'll see right here the CLS, the local lab data was like, this is all right, but the user, the real user data, the field metrics were so-so. So what did I do? You'll see down below where it says layout shift, if I hover over some of the resources, it'll again highlight the blocks that are problematic, okay? And we got a couple here. But the best part is once you go into the network now as well, you can see the layout shift, but specifically this timeline, and you see the little diamonds right there. I'm going to show you how cool this part is. It'll show you where the layout shift took place and what actually happened. And here's a short little video. Come on, keep it moving. There we go. So if I hover over that, you can see how the layout shift took place and what was happening. You see the little layout shift with the layout, the little diamond right there. Okay, cool. And then if I keep going, the other diamond, and it gives you another idea of how the layout shift took place. So by looking at this animation, you could start to, again, understand what was happening with the CLS. All right, I'm going to close it out. Last few slides here. I got to apologize. So we're going to get into a little pretty like rare part of like development right now that's kind of like bleeding edge. Who remembers this film? Yeah, it's a pretty wild one. Well, how about some DevTools AI? Specifically, AI assistants. All right, let's keep it moving, not too much time to waste. So let's go back to the CLS right here, in that page. You'll see at the bottom it said AI assistants, all right? And you'll see that little beaker next to it because it's in experimental phase. Well, I can actually ask it what was going on my page. No, in this case, I said like, hey, what's happening with the CLS? And it gave me a full answer, all right? Pretty good answer at that, actually. Now, I could actually also ask, you see by the arrow, how can I fix this CLS? And boom, it does a little bit of thinking. I spared the animation, but it starts to provide some answers. And you can actually see that it provided a code snippet, and you can actually use that code and try it out. All right.
That's
so
a good one.
these are some of the changes that are taking place and how they've introduced AI into the solution. Now, what's going to happen is like you're going to have to be signed into Google if you have an account, and you have to opt in, especially now because it's experimental. But you could try it out today. This was Canary, by the way. That's what I usually tend to use. Okay. Now, I know this was a bit of a race, so I
it was a good one. It was a good one.
If I went a little too fast. Question-wise, you can find me in the hallway. But in summary, what I like to say is this. Performance is investigative work. Without a doubt, we don't know it. Sometimes it feels like a crime scene. And the point is to try to have all the information ready in front of you so you can start to make some learned decisions. Instead of having to poke around, finding this, finding that. Yeah. Okay, where's the CLS? Oh, you know what? We're surfacing the information in front of you so you can use it ASAP. So we're all using the browser pretty much every day. The point is to really open another part of the browser and start to pull out this information so you can start to make some better performance determinations, auditing, and improvements. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. As I mentioned, I'm a bit of a runner, and we actually are organizing a 5K/30-minute run, whatever comes first, tomorrow morning for those who want to participate. This is a big deal to me. We talked about developer health earlier this morning.
Yeah, important.
I'm
Important.
all about that as well.
Me too.
That being said, thank you very much for your time.
That was a very good talk, by the way, chat. So here is what I think I have learned about this talk. So apparently, Chrome allows you to basically have a script tag, which you might have to in your website. You can ship that to production, and over time, we will just collect vitals or information about the performance when people visit your website, okay? After some time, you can go to this UI directly on your browser, apparently, and we'll give you information about, okay, most of your visitors wait 6 seconds for the entire page to be loaded. Sometimes it might be super fast for you because you are close to the server, you have a very performant laptop, but maybe for most of the people it's slow. And you have access to see what exactly is slow, what is the div, what is the image taking forever to load, what is the CSS file taking forever to load. So it gives you a bunch of information that might be useful to make your website much faster, not only for you, but for everyone. I think it was a very good talk, so let's clap for him because this was a very good talk. I loved it. To be honest, it was a nice learning, and I feel like I'm gonna probably apply this into some of my projects of my own. So, very good talk, by the way, Shad. Very good talk. What do you guys thought about this? Do you like Vue.js? I think I like React better these days, but Vue.js is equally awesome. About the Laracast series, I like basically Laracast just released a new course you can use to learn React from scratch if you want to. So go there if you want to, okay?
Everyone to put your hands up because if you've used the internet, about 20% of the web goes through Cloudflare. so whether or not you've used it directly, you use it every day. But even more
yeah, I think like these talks are so important, especially if you kind of live a little bit in your own technologies, doing your own things. Sometimes it's important to literally just go to a conference like React Miami and learn that, oh, there is actually a much better performance tab that the one you use by default. You just have to literally put the script tag and you leverage much more insights, not only from your laptop, but literally from the customers that are using your application. So I think that's awesome.
come talk to us. We'd love to hear your
Mwani, you're welcome, dude. I think the Laracast series, call it React from Scratch, is literally the best one if you want to learn React, modern React in 2025.
as well.
Pick and Flow, thank you so much for the investigation regarding the Google Cloud account and that you need an API key. That was useful to literally conclude this talk. Okay, we are jumping to a next talk. Now it's called Throw Try Catch Int the Trash Level. Let's see.
He is a software engineer at Vercel and has a decade of experience working primarily in JavaScript and TypeScript ecosystems. He's an enthusiast about functional programming and cares deeply about building reliable, maintainable, and scalable software.
By the way, chat, if you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you enjoy my content, please leave a like on the video below, subscribe my Twitch and YouTube channel. I would really appreciate that as a little level of gratitude for the event we are running today. Thank you so much.
They really weren't joking about not being able to see the audience at all. I just see outlines here. But before I get started here, I just want everyone to give another round of applause to specifically Michelle. The amount of work she's put into this conference, like,
Michelle is
it's
awesome.
Unreal. So yeah, Michelle, like, truly thank you. I have so much gratitude and respect for what you've done with this and bringing the community together. And yeah, but let's dive into it, shall we?
Yes.
So today we're going to talk about throwing try-catch in the bin and leveling up our error handling with the result type. So who am I? Despite my introduction already, I am Dylan Mulroy. I am a software engineer. I have 11 years of experience, mostly working in this kind of ecosystem.
Yeah, I never used try-catch either, by the way. So I think I know what his talk is about. It's about optionals
building
and result types. So, but let's see.
both on a technical basis and organizational basis. You can find me yapping pretty regularly on x.com, the Everything app, streaming Monday through Fridays in the mornings on Twitch, and some of my open source and work on
Really?
GitHub.
We need to watch this
So
stream.
just to run through the agenda quick, I'm going to give a brief aside. We're going to talk about the problem with TypeScript, the power of an error, the result type itself, a quick practical guide to adopting the result type with React.
This little thing
and
is very
a
common on
summary
Go
and
and
wrap
Rust
up
as well, by the way.
takeaways.
This result okay and error thing.
So, a brief aside. This talk was originally going to be about the what and how of using the result type with React. I was going to get real in the weeds with building an intuition of how to implement the result type and go deep on code samples of how to integrate with the use hook and all the new server actions and all that stuff. But over the past couple months, I kind of took a step back and thought about what I really wanted to convey and deliver through this talk. So instead of talking about the what and how super deeply, we're going to focus on the why. My first React conference was a decade ago now in Salt Lake City at React Rally. Is anyone there? Yeah, we're dating ourselves. And reflecting on 10 years of being at React conferences, the talks that have stuck with me most haven't been talks about the latest state management library or data fetching solution. They were talks about an idea or something that might inspire curiosity to go back and try to make my code better. So that's my goal today. On top of that, watching what React has grown into, now growing into essentially a full stack solution. React devs are becoming more and more of a, we are full stack devs now. We have more complexity on the server. We have, to deal with distributed system problems, more business logic, and it just necessitates more care about how we build our software. Couple that with the fact that we are now very quickly integrating AI into our applications, product, and software, which is inherently non-deterministic. We need ways to reliably deal with that non-determinism. So I felt it was important to really get across why we need to care more deeply about how we handle errors in React.
Great speaker so far, by the way.
And don't worry, this is still going to have React in it, and it's going to be geared around React. So, the problem with TypeScript. Only one? Just kidding, but only kind of. So, some of you may have seen me use this same slide in other talks, but I think it is truly important to set the scene. My hot take is that JavaScript has the lowest bar of entry to building and being productive, which is a good thing, right? It enables so many people to get into our industry, into our field, start vibe coding, whatever it is. But on the other hand, it also has one of the highest bars of any language and stack to building high quality, stable, and reliable software. I go on to say the biggest problem with TypeScript and Node is that the language makes it far too easy to only ever consider the happy path. I want to focus in on that, the happy path. And I want to talk about something I like to refer to as happy path blindness. So let's use an example, right? Let's say my customer support engineering team comes to me and says, hey, Dylan, we need a tool in our admin back office to get information about our customers' domains. So I go and I whip up this code sample. And I know every single person in this room has dozens, if not hundreds, of functions that look exactly like this in your code base, but it is deceptively unsafe. So what happens if auth.check throws? Does it throw? Can it throw more than one kind of error? We would have to dive into the implementation to find out. What about DB query domain? Does that throw? We have no idea. Can we retry on any of these errors if they do occur? Do we have to consider, exponential backoffs or global rate limits or thundering herd problems? As I just said, should have just followed my slide here. And most importantly, how do we communicate errors to callers? Should we pass through the errors? All of them? Can we ignore some of them and keep processing? Should we wrap any errors that occur from the lower down the call stack in our own custom error and enrich it with data we know about. So let's take a step back and see how this code plays out. So I'll just deal with the errors in the calling code. Me, 6 months ago, probably. I go and I whip up a new page and component for our admin team. I'm kind of just moving fast, not really caring. I have a little bit of error handling, but as we see, I don't really actually handle my errors anywhere. And I say, I know this works safely for my use case. Catching all the errors with an error boundary is fine. It's just an internal tool. Also me, 6 months ago, probably. And then the new dev starts. I need a function to fetch a domain for the client dashboard. This looks useful. I'm sure it's safe to use.
I just copy paste.
Import find domain for user from libdomains. Let's focus on that. I'm sure it's safe to use, and Dylan knew what he was doing. Well, turns out auth.check can fail in probably about half a dozen different ways. Pain. Also, db.queryDomain can fail in a variety of ways. Oops. And we actually threw our own error in here. This is fine. New dev gets his PR merged in domain, it deploys. 10 minutes later, internal error, auth check failed for resource domains and action query.
Yeah.
So what is the root cause here? At least in my opinion, it's unknown. Or more specifically, the fact that errors are typed as unknown in try-catch. If I could get down on my hands and knees and beg the TypeScript team to implement one feature, it would be the ability to annotate that a function throws and able to use that annotation to infer types for our error catches.
Like we have in PHP, let's go!
That is not the world we live in. So let's look at an example here. So let's say we have this sync DNS zone records. We take a DNS zone, and we're going to return just all the DNS records for that zone. And this function can throw 3 different specific kinds of errors that are enriched with data along the way. So it can throw a DNS propagation delay error, a DNS zone not found error, and an invalid DNS zone error. When we go to wire this up in our component on the front end, we throw it into an action, start our transition, call our function, get our records back, set it into state, clear our error, and then we set an error if we get it. But we just lost all of that semantic meaning from our errors that we encoded into the previous function. We had crystal clear context that we could provide to our users, to logging, to telemetry, and we just lose it here, all that work. And 9 times out of 10 in this case, you're going to end up just using a generic error message if you even wrap this in try-catch at all. It might bubble up to a higher up error boundary that has an even more generic error message than this. So how do we get that context back? All that work we put into having really good errors with descriptive names that carry context and data with them.
You can have a type.
Well, prepare yourself. We're going to have to first set a base case message, and then we're going to check if it's an instance of error. Then we're going to check if we have an instance of the DNS zone not found error.
So with PHP, you get all of this by default,
we also have to check for our other instances. We'll update the error message there. Then we have to check for the other instance of. We'll update the error message again. Finally, we'll set it into state. Whew.
Horrible, yeah.
So a high degree of discipline is required to scale TypeScript, especially in large engineering organizations, and especially if you're working with many teams in large monorepos. And unfortunately, discipline does not scale on its own. I've had the privilege and opportunity in my career to work in many, many different engineering orgs through my time consulting at Formidable, shout out Ken, and
very
getting
good
to work
speaker
at
indeed.
Vercel
He's
with some
very
of the
good,
most
by the way.
talented TypeScript
I'm a fan
developers
already.
in the world, and this is a problem everywhere, regardless of the skill level of the engineers at your company. So next, I want to talk about a case study at Vercel, and I want to talk about the power an error can provide you, your users, and your application. So earlier this year, my team shipped self-serve domain renewals. Up until this point, Vercel only supported auto renewals. So if you want your domain to renew, you would have a toggle, flick it on, flick it off, and at the year point, it would auto renew for you. The domains product area had the second highest amount of customer support tickets month over month, with the majority resulting from renewal issues. And in our cron job that ran renewals, we had 3 typed errors. We had a API error, which is hilarious because it wasn't an HTTP service. We have a Stripe payment error and a Stripe payment method error. So we took the opportunity as we were pulling out the renewal logic to put into our next application in the client dashboard. We audited our errors and introduced never throw and tagged errors. We'll talk about never throw a little bit later, but I want to cover what a tagged error is here quickly. So a tagged error is basically just a literal tag or a discriminator you can put on a error. It's, in the implementation, you would see that like underscore tag as const the string name. This makes it so much easier to effectively like pattern match on errors.
Exactly.
So you don't have to do that whole instance of thing over and over and over. You can build nice utility functions around it.
This is what I was telling you. You can have a
just a nice
type and then you just
trick,
match on the type
I
and
like
that's
using.
it. Still sucks though, but a little
So
bit better
this
than
resulted in a dramatic
previous
reduction in CSE tickets, customer empowerment, and improved the time to fix issues and bugs thanks to improved telemetry, error logging, and observability. And in the end, we ended up with 17 distinct error types, each with its own context, user-facing error messages if it can get out to the client, internal messages to help us with debugging, their own constraints, and retry characteristics. Maybe a handful of these errors in this list we can just treat as a warning and move on. Maybe in some cases we need to refund an invoice, or maybe some cases we actually have to effectively like panic and go back out to the caller and say something bad has happened and reach out to customer support, right? The reality of our software is that it is incredibly error prone. And because of TypeScript enabling us to just put on blinders and look at the happy path, we have a tendency to easily neglect errors like this.
He's a very good speaker.
So one
Chef.
thing I
Jesus
truly,
Christ.
truly love, and getting granular on errors like that last slide enables error messages like this. So Wix Engineering put out a blog post a couple years ago now, and they described what is in a good error. Say what happened, provide reassurance, say why it happened, help them fix it, and then give them a way out. If you are treating errors generically, or just have a small couple of strings that you're setting in state, you cannot provide this kind of experience to your users, and you're gonna have nightmare situations when you're getting paged at 2 in the morning by PagerDuty trying to figure out what's going on. So let's talk about the result type. So the result type is effectively a type that has 2 generic parameters, the OK type and the error type. If it succeeds, we'll end up with the OK type. If it fails, we'll end up with the error type. And in its simplest form, it can be thought of as a simple discriminated union with 2 variants. The first variant is the OK variant. We have a tag to discriminate it or help TypeScript narrow down the type, right? We can do like if tag equals OK, then TypeScript will know there's a value. And then the other one is the error. In its more featureful implementations, you will generally find some sort of interface that looks like this, right?
Exactly like Rust, by the way.
We're gonna have a bunch of functions for working with results rather than just having these plain JavaScript objects. So we'll step through this in a second. So the first is map. This is gonna be super similar to array.map. We're gonna give a callback, it's gonna give us the internal value, we can apply a transformation to the internal value, and we get a new result out. That ends up looking like this. Say we have a result number error, we wanna transform it to a string, we just say result.map, pass our function in to convert it to a string, and we end up with a result string error. The next is and then, and you might see this by a couple different names. You might see it as flat map or bind. Never call it then because of JavaScript's thenable interface. You just don't do it. I promise there's a world of pain there.
Yeah.
So chain or and then is like the older brother to map. When you use and then, the callback function you pass in needs to return a new result. This lets us chain and compose errors together over time. So here you can see we have this only positive, we pass a callback. If it's greater than 0, we return an OK result. And if it's not, we say error non-positive. And we end up with a result that is number as the OK variant, or non-positive, or error. You can see how kind of it composed and tracked the errors there. The next is unwrap and unwrap OR. These are ways to kind of get the value out quick and easy. So let's say we just have this failed result and we call unwrap. This will cause the result to throw. Really only recommend this in testing. And the other one is unwrap OR, where you can give it a default value if you have the error case. And the final one is tap. And I forgot to include tap error on here, but it is a way to run side effects in your kind of chain with your result. So you can see here, we tap the success. Maybe we want to annotate our current
tap in
span with the
Laravel as well, by the
value,
way.
or we want to tap error and get the error value and annotate the span as well. So one implementation I really, really like, it's basically a port of Rust result type to TypeScript, is never throw.
Told you, it's literally inspired by Rust.
I'm using never throw for the rest of this presentation. Highly recommend checking it out. So what are the benefits of the result type? Well, we get crystal clear guarantees of how our code will run at a glance. If the computation succeeds,
it's
we'll
inspired
end
by
up with the
Rust.
OK type. If it fails, we'll end up with the error type. And if we were to zoom in here on parse TLD, right, and this is a function that returns a result. If we were to open up our hover docs in VS Code or NeoVim, we would see a type definition that looks like this. Parse TLD is a function that takes a string and returns a result that if it succeeds, we get a TLD, and if it fails, we get a parse TLD error. So unlike the functions we were looking at earlier, we can immediately see in the code we're writing, just by looking at a type documentation, how a function is going to operate.
Yep.
How it will succeed and how it will fail. There's also no hidden control flow, right? With try catch, what that essentially means is when an error is thrown, it's going to bubble up the call stack until there is a catch, and there's no way of knowing what's going to happen or when that will happen. In our case, let's say we look at the implementation of parse TLD, right? In each of the places where something can go wrong in our function, we explicitly return an error. Or at the end, if everything has succeeded, we've returned OK. Crystal clear to see how this is going to work. So most importantly, the result type is composable. We can chain computations together that may fail with static guarantees that will gracefully handle the unhappy path, right? So let's think about like a simple example or a small example of renewing a domain. Let's say we have a query domain function that will go and get our domain from the database, and that can fail with a domain not found error, and then we need to enrich that domain. We get back an enriched domain, and then to finally renew, we pass an enriched domain to renew domain, and we'll get a renewed domain out. Now, all the errors that can happen there, 3 of them, right? Domain not found, enrichment error, and renewal failure. If we look at what this looks like in implementation, right? One thing to narrow in here is if any one of these functions fails along the way, the others will no op. So if query domain fails, it will essentially immediately return from the current scope with the error that it returns. We've seen this a bit already, how errors are going to get unioned together as you chain computations on a result type. But if we were to take away the type annotation there, right? Right now it's annotated as an async result that returns a renewed domain or a renewed domain error. If we let TypeScript infer this, you're going to end up with a type definition that looks something like this. It's going to return a promise that has a result of renew domain, and then we're going to have 3 errors. The type system knew that it can union those errors together.
That's
so you
beautiful.
can just write your code and rely on the type system to track errors for you. Treating errors as values with the result type, whether with an implementation like never throw or a simple discriminated union, will make your code safer, more resilient, and predictable. So to quickly get us out of here to our break, we're going to have a quick practical guide to how to use this with React a little bit more concretely. So a couple tips. Wrap unsafe code. In a lot of result libraries that you might install from NPM, they're going to have some sort of like try function and try promise function where if you don't know if a function will throw, or it might be a third-party package and you don't want to dig into like the full implementation, Just wrap it in try, and what this is going to do is effectively, if that function throws, it will automatically wrap it in a result for you. So if it succeeds, you get the OK value. If it fails, you can wrap it in a custom error right on the spot. Same for try promise. Another important thing is leveraging I/O boundaries and runtime type checking. So using something like standard schema, Zod, archetype, effect schema, Valibot, whatever it is, anytime you're doing I/O, whether that's in like a server action, reading something from disk, going to the database, calling out to a third-party API, when that data comes back, validate it and parse it, and then take the result of that and put it into a result type. That way you know at the very outer boundaries of your application, the whole way down through, that you can operate safely on that data. Next, reserve error boundaries for defects. And a quick word on defects. There are two kinds of errors. Those that we can expect, program defensively against, and analyze statically. And those that are truly exceptional and outside of our control. So a defect might look like a data center going down and we can't actually make a call to a service. Or maybe our user loses internet connection while they're using our app and they get a timeout. Those are truly exceptional circumstances where defects happen. Reserve your error boundaries for that and get granular in managing your errors inside your components. In a similar vein, be specific with your error types and enrich them with data and context. So as you encounter errors, extend the error class and put fields on there that are relevant, that will help you debug, that will help you present logs, useful error messages to your users. So in this example, right, like we have the TLD badge component, right? We can match on the tag of the result.error. If we have an invalid domain type, we can pull out the domain name that we've been tracking, or the TLD in the domain name. And if you're using use SWR or handstack query, be incredibly cautious about the generic error type. It is, unfortunately, pretty unsafe to provide a value here and treat it as anything other than unknown. You can do it, but you will create a false sense of safety for yourself because that is not enforced anywhere else down the stack. So what I like to do with use query or handstack query or use SWR is effectively treat the error as a defect, unknown circumstances that bubble up there, and then return a result type into the data channel, or the data value, excuse me. So if you've never written code like this, it will feel tedious and verbose and foreign. My best advice is just stick with it. Your users, coworkers, and future self will thank you. So, in summary, treat errors as values, whether it's with a result type or simply returning errors from your functions. Embrace the unhappy path. Leverage the result type. Build better software and products. And ultimately, throw try-catch in the bin. Thank you, Miami.
That was definitely my favorite talk so far. Okay. I think they're doing a break now, so we can talk a little bit about the topics of these three talks already, but also.
All right, everybody, it's time for our morning break.
Yes, okay, we're gonna take a really, really quick break, everyone. So please be back at 11 o'clock. Get coffee, mingle, check your Twitter. See you guys at 11. See everyone at 11.
See you in 5.
Boys, girls, everyone, okay.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, what this last speaker was mentioning is literally, the result type that you might see on Go or on Rust. I think overall is a great strategy if you want to really ensure type safety across the board. Obviously, that's something you would see on PHP, for example. I also think it's something you wouldn't see as well on JavaScript because realistically, people when they are doing, API calls, for example, they rarely, if they actually do it, which is treat errors that are coming from the API, things like 500s and, but I think it was a great talk, and he is a great speaker, by the way. I'm a fan of him, and I probably want to check out on him afterwards to see a little bit more of this. Marcelo is saying, what's happening? Now everyone uses Go-style errors. Indeed, dude. Indeed. You know, when you jump into some of these modern languages like Go and Rust, you literally get fascinated by some of the solutions they came for problems, and then you want to have them a little bit on PHP or on JavaScript, because you have a lot of these languages which are modern, but the reality is that job positions, but also web development in general, is not done using Rust, for example. You have to use JavaScript or PHP to actually get anything done, really. So, you know, and sometimes you are so fascinated by those languages that you want to bring some of it to your daily workflow. And obviously, that was the case of this last speaker. Great talk, by the way. I don't know what you guys thought, but great talk so far. Also, great conference so far. 3 talks that I was able to learn things from. So that is important, okay? Marcel is saying a big Go fan here. That's awesome, man. Mesoteka is saying, because they are good, gives you more control. More control, but also more, it's just more explicit, right? Because if you're calling a function and you know exactly what's happening behind the scenes in terms of when it goes correctly or it goes incorrectly, it's just way more explicit in terms of the API, you know? Typically on PHP, when you have a function, or even on JavaScript realistically, when you have a function, you kind of know what are you providing and what are you receiving, but you never see exactly what happens if thing goes off rails, which is exactly what's happening, or what this result type is delivering, is that you not only specify what is being returned back, but you also specify what can happen if things go wrong, basically, okay? Backdorny is asking, are there other talks? Are the other talks more specific to React? I hope so. Let's see. They might be, actually. Give me a second, chat. Sorry about this. Here we go. So if I go to the schedule, so we just saw use React Platform, DevTools, and Performance tab. This was a good one as well. You know, the result type one. Now we have a morning break. And now we are going to talk about TypeScript is so slow. So I assume here we are going to see a talk where the topic will be why TypeScript is so slow for some people and how make it faster. But I know they are planning a rewrite on Go on TypeScript, so potentially that will help us out a little bit. I think TypeScript, React, Inertia, and Laravel are a great stack, by the way. Okay. Joel is saying 69 viewers on Twitch. That's awesome. Thank you so much for coming, Twitch viewers. By the way, if you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer. We are currently watching React Miami live, all of us. So you are free to tag along and stay here with us. I'm having a lot of fun, by the way. We just reached apparently 2,300 followers on Twitch. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, give me a follow on if you want to on Twitch here and on YouTube as well. And put a like on the video if you are enjoying the content. I would really appreciate that. That would make me happy. But yeah, great conference so far. Having a lot of fun. Great speakers as well. Okay, I agree with Joel. Durian Demon is asking, does it actually bring value to strongly typed language like C# and Java? It does. Like realistically, having a strongly typed language will warn you about mistakes that you might be doing, you know? So just like TypeScript exists for JavaScript, you also have PHP Stan on the PHP world, which gives you as well a lot of type safety. And undeniably is just another form of testing, realistically. Because when you are writing code, you obviously have your unit tests, but having types will also bring you another level of testing, which we call type safety. I'm a huge fan of it. You know, sometimes you have to mix a little bit things when people are not big fans of type safety, but I'm a big fan of it. By the way, chat, are you a fan of type safety or you typically don't care? Write on the chat if you are a fan of type safety and you are, you know, super into TypeScript and PHP Stan and Go and everything, or you just prefer to be a little bit more loose and maybe do not use type safety at all. Let me know. Dumb Fan is saying, it's always about getting the industry innovations from other languages. That's how languages move forward. And the result type is a great pattern. Indeed, man, indeed. Regarding the type safety, Axel and F. Berento are saying they are big fans, but also Bang Dorn is saying that it depends. Diabel is saying that I want to try to get into it more. Diabel, if you are doing PHP, check PHP Stan, and obviously, if you are doing JavaScript, check TypeScript. Durian Demon is saying, but with strongly typed language, don't we just init the base exception class? Then the root just catch with exception message. Not really. So with a strongly typed language, you can literally have, well, first of all, if you are implementing something like a result, you can match on the error or specify a function callback for each one of the errors. So that would happen. And also, like, if you are doing a match on the error, and if you forget like one of the cases, the strong typed language wouldn't allow you to compile. Basically, you would have to have a match statement for each one of the errors. That's why type safety is so important. Also improving the communication, of course, because that would bring you, you know, so much more clarity in terms of the API. But yeah, I think now they are literally on a break. Let's see. So if I go here into React Miami, yeah, the video is not even, oh, it is. Yeah, but they're in the break. And the next talk will be TypeScript is so slow, or is it? And we also have just afterwards, I can't believe it's not JavaScript. And then you have an interesting one. I'm very curious about this one. Multiplayer experiences with React. And finally, we have the lunch break, which will be fun as well. I may take actually this lunch break to actually do my lunch. I haven't had any food today yet, and I may go for it, I think. But yeah, I want to say thank you for, by the way, we have a huge audience already on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok as well. So I really appreciate you guys being here for this day. Again, we are reacting live to the React Miami conference. And I've told you, like, it's important that sometimes we jump a little bit out of our own bubble to literally see other technologies, but also other conferences. I think it's always important to literally jump and see what other communities are doing. I don't know how many of you work with React every single day, but you know, if you don't work with React, it's actually important to literally learn other things besides the ones you do on your regular day. How many of you are using React these days? Do you use React every day or you don't? I'm using React pretty much every day now on Laravel Cloud, meaning that we use React together with Inertia, and it's a great combination of a stack, I feel. Obviously, the React we do with Inertia, it's a little bit different from the React I see sometimes these people doing, in the sense that we don't have server code that is written on JavaScript. It's typically everything in PHP. Alex Reyes is saying that I use React, but not on the daily basis. Interesting. F. Parento is saying I use React on my side projects. Mizoteca is saying where I work, the policy is only using Vue. I'm learning solo. So I think Vue is a great option in terms of, comparatively with React. The only problem is the output of Vue, today at least, is only being used for web development, where in React, you now can write React code in the same way you do for the front end, but it can be compiled for mobile applications, it can be compiled for terminals, it can be compiled for many different outputs. So that's really helpful, even on the backend code apparently now. Fparento is saying that I'm only a backend developer delivering great APIs for front ends. Well, to be fair, on Laravel Cloud, most of what I do is backend code as well. Meaning that we have literally front-end people who typically take care of the front-end code. By the way, chat, if you just arrived, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer. Love what I do, and I'm streaming every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Today we are reacting to React Miami. That's right. Literally reacting to the conference as is happening, and we are literally on the morning break right now, kind of making a pause after 3 amazing talks. So far, by the way, chat, I'm curious about that. What was your favorite talk so far? So we have Use React Platform, talk number 1, DevTools in Performance tab, talk number 2, in the Try-Catch one, talk number 3. Which one of these was your favorite talk so far? Undeniably for me was the last one as well. I really liked the second one equally. I think, the performance tab was one that I was able to learn a few things that I potentially will apply on my daily job. But the Try-Catch one was one more than literally, kind of teaching me what I already knew. But I think the delivery of the talk was a very good one. And I didn't know the guy, by the way, the Dylan Mulroy. I had no idea that who was he, but also that he worked for Vercel. You guys were telling me that he basically does Twitch channels or Twitch streams as well. He's leading apparently domains at Vercel, and domains are such a pain, dude. Like literally, domains are probably the worst thing in the planet as a feature because there is so many outcomes. Motau is saying that he streams his freelancing every morning. Oh, really? Does he share the screen, or it's basically something a little bit different? He's using Svelte? Interesting. Oh, apparently he delivered another talk called The Effect for Domains at Vercel. Oh, it's the same talk, I think. Yeah. Exactly, the same talk. A little bit bigger, apparently. Oh, it's not the same talk. Oh, it is the same talk. Never mind. I assume you guys don't have the day off, right? So most of you are still working today, right? You're probably working and listening React Miami in the background, I assume. If yes, what are you working on, by the way? Yeah, working, of course, yeah. I kind of took the day off because I really wanted to listen all the talks today and not have to code at the same time, but I got you. I mean, Vid is saying that he's working on a component library. Interesting. Co-working with the chat. Let's go. I love that stream, by the way. So a few days ago, I literally did a stream where I was just working on my own stuff. So it wasn't like sharing the screen or anything. Just literally be online with you guys. So Leah is doing a Laravel talk. That will be fun. Esperanto is working on a very big mass update, splitting them into batch jobs, running one after each other, trying to not use all the Redis memory while running these mass updates. Good luck, dude. If you need advice, do not run mass updates on the models themselves. Use the DB facade instead, because it's just way faster. The DB facade, not only you can do multiple updates at the same time, but also doesn't fire events, which makes the PHP code much faster. Vilrin is setuping the initial GitHub basics for a new Laravel app. Dude, it's just the best feeling, right? When you are starting something from scratch, feels so good. Like, literally. Just setting up past PHP, PHP stan, you know, kind of doing all the cool things. All the modern stuff. Yeah, the DB facade is just so powerful. Indeed, I would recommend you to use that. Okay, they should be starting real soon, though. Oh, they are starting. There we go, chat.
Meet someone new next to you. Add them on LinkedIn, or Ken doesn't like LinkedIn. Ken, do you not like LinkedIn?
I'm not anti-LinkedIn.
Do you have a LinkedIn?
I do.
LinkedIn is huge, by the way, chat.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
I'm afraid what it says.
It's private.
Okay, I think this is looking better.
I wonder if ever.
Are we going to?
Huh? We're going to shut the door. I don't know. So bright.
It's really
I'm
bright.
not trying to see. Like.
It's very bright. Okay, we're looking better now. Most people are back in. Just hanging out now.
Hey Vino, welcome. Today we are reacting to React Miami, which is a conference happening in Miami, of course, about React, JavaScript. And so far it's been a lot of fun. You are welcome to stay around. We had 3 amazing talks already, and we are going now to the talk number 4. This is still day 1, so we still have like the entire day today, but also tomorrow.
Ken's mic keeps going out, and I'm like, was that on purpose to like cut you?
Maybe. Maybe smart to have that button.
I did it.
It's so bright. So bright.
Put him out.
Oh my God, that zoom. There we go.
All right. I think we're going to get going again
Let's go.
with some talks. Our next speaker, bringing to the stage, Mr. Mike Hardington.
Yeah, let's give him a round.
Let's go.
Yeah. He is a developer and advocate specializing in web technologies.
You're just going to read the whole thing?
He's the director of developer relations at NX.
Oh my God.
He's a musician
This
for
is
fun.
painful for me. And I just had an allergy attack, and this is painful.
Do you want me to intro you instead?
He's got a sick beard.
Okay. He said I had a sick
That's
beard.
it.
That's all I really needed to hear. But, okay, you know, you can do it.
What's up? What's up? Okay, go.
Okay. Am I good
No,
now?
let's give an amazing round of applause for Mike, everyone, please. Yeah, go.
All right, Chat. TypeScript
Cool.
is
All
slow.
right. Hello,
This is
everyone.
the theme of
Like I
the
did say,
of this fourth talk.
I had like an allergy attack like last week and like lost my voice for a little bit. So thank you for bearing in there while this is recovering. Let's talk about TypeScript. I particularly really like TypeScript. It is my favorite way to write JavaScript. I'm going to say some stuff that might sound like TypeScript's pretty terrible. But I have to emphasize, I really do like TypeScript. It's really dark, so I'm going to assume every single person in here is using TypeScript. And even if you aren't using TypeScript.
Right on the chat. Are you using TypeScript or not yet? Let me know.
TypeScript in React, though, is kind of an interesting thing because I feel like you could write just pure React without TypeScript and get just as far as you could with TypeScript. Because React itself is not as challenging as other frameworks, as the API surface is pretty limited. TypeScript, though, for the third party in the ecosystem, is really where we see all these benefits. So if you're not using TypeScript, but you're using, say, one of the 6 million different projects on GitHub, from state management, UI libraries, CSS and JS, some other router that exists out there that somebody made on one weekend on a bunch of Red Bull. TypeScript makes all that understandable and actually makes it easy for everyone to just kind of be on the same page about what they're working on. However, TypeScript is very slow. We're going to talk about that. We're going to try to understand why it's very slow, but it's okay. TypeScript is very slow. And we're going to see why. So as Ken and Madison tried to say, I am Mike. I work at a company called NX. We're out there if you want to come hang out. You can find me basically everywhere on the internet as M. Hardington, real original, first initial, last name. You pick one screen name when you're like 13 and then it just follows you around forever. So TypeScript is slow, and we're going to try to address that. But slow itself is actually a pretty interesting term because I can mean slow in one ways, and I'm not really going to hit on all the other ways that slow that TypeScript is slow, but we're going to break it down to 2 different points, build speed and editor speed.
By the way, chat, if you are enjoying today's content, put a like on the video below and subscribe my channels if you can. That would make me really happy. Thank you, thank you.
And improve TypeScript's performance. And this comes down to the fact that builds are very complicated. Whether or not we are thinking about running it on our own machines or we're running it in CI, a build speed is really just determined by hardware limitations, how big of a project are we building, do we work in a solo indie dev kind of setup where we're building something rather small, or do we work in the enterprise where we actually have like thousands and thousands of lines of code, if not more. So let's take a look at a real quick demo over here.
Nice.
I use NeoVim, by the way. There's somebody who's around that has that t-shirt, and that did put a smile on my face. We have a project over here. It is a rather simple React project.
It's badass using NeoVim,
the only
by the
thing
way. It's very badass
to worry about is...
Yeah, it's huge.
I'm just throwing a whole bunch of garbage at it. it'll keep scrolling. And the components in here, whatever is in these components, because it's all just generated, doesn't matter. What we're really trying to see here is with a lot of files and rather big files, how can we impact the TypeScript compiler? So I said that the build is really just, the build speed is really just a result of a lot of different factors. We're going to actually change our build because right now it's trying to do the TypeScript compilation and then package everything up with Vite. We're just going to get rid of Vite for this. So that way we have a common platform that we can compare against for every single example here. So let's rate and quit this. Now we're going to try to build this and see how this goes.
So build is not only checking the types.
So you can imagine right now what the compiler is thinking. It's looking at my components directory. It's looking at my app TSX. It's looking at the massive amount of imports in there. It's looking at all those files. It's really thinking, am I going to be able to take all these files and really have to compile this? What is this person doing? What does this developer even think he's building? I don't know what he thinks he's building, but he obviously thinks he's building something really great. It's not really great. But we're going to see TypeScript actually struggle here. And this is a relatively new MacBook Pro, maxed out on memory and everything. So for this to struggle trying to compile all of this, imagine your CI environment now. Definitely not running
will take forever in
hardware.
GitHub
Definitely
Actions.
doesn't have 64 gigabytes of RAM. Probably 16 if you're lucky, 8 for most people if you're using something like GitHub Actions.
Microsoft made a new compiler, which hopefully is faster.
So we're going to just let this run in the background, I think, because
it will be game changer, I think.
we do not have all day. So this is going to take a little while to build, and hopefully if we go back to the terminal, it will complete so that way we can see
So this
how
talk is
long it
about
takes to build.
tips
But there is one easy
for
trick that
faster
we could
builds,
use
apparently.
to improve the build speeds.
Yeah.
Just stop building big things.
Well, thank you.
I'm not joking. Stop building big projects and build smaller modules. I work at a company that specializes in monorepos, and monorepos are perfect for this because we can take all of those different components and break them down into smaller packages that could then be built in standalone. So let's see. Our build did finish. We took about 112 seconds. Not terrible. Let's take a look at this package over here. So this is basically a similar setup to our first one, where we have a single app, and then we have 500 different packages that exist inside of our packages directory, and inside of that we have, again, just nonsense files. Really just a very, very big project. Let's try to run the build for this. NX, run demo, type check, and we cache things so that way you don't have to rebuild stuff multiple times if it doesn't need it. We're just going to bypass the cache for this, so that way we are actually going to go ahead and run. And this is the one that I am most nervous about, because when I ran it outside as like a make sure the demo gods actually are on my side today, it took about 230 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah. Not really fun.
I know the feeling of going on stage, and honestly, it doesn't get easier over time. It's always a pain.
But if we actually just open up another terminal window in here, we're going to see that the setup that we have in this project might not be ideal. So how many people know what path aliases are?
I have used them, yes.
I can't see any of your hands anyway. I don't know why I asked that. So we're going to go look at this. So to understand path aliases, we do have to take a step further back and understand how TypeScript itself works. So TypeScript itself takes a bunch of different files, whether these are relative paths, whether these are pulling in from NPM, and it builds out an entire graph of all the files that you have in your project, and it analyzes all the types that are available, whether they are from DTS files or from TypeScript files themselves. In our very first example, we were just using these relative imports over here, so we were just pulling everything local to the package. However, once we moved over to this first step kind of monorepo, we probably were using this @acme lib1. It seems like a relative import. It feels like it's an import coming from node modules, but it is a lie, because all paths in TypeScript do is actually map back to an actual path import. So TypeScript would lie to us and say, yes, we are importing this from node modules. Wink, wink, we're actually just going to import it relative to your TS config. And the paths for this, like coming from TypeScript docs, there are a series of entries which remap imports to look up locations relative to the base URL or to the TS config itself.
By the way,
It's
we
more
use
or
this
less
on
just
Laravel
lies.
Cloud for
This does
for the components
this
and
import or this import from
for other
@acme
things we may
is the
have.
very same as just using a relative file. So our speed is not getting any better because we're still treating that entire project as if it's just one big collection of files. And if we go back and maybe this is still going, it's still building, so it's not that much better. So TypeScript's being asked to resolve files and then also type check them. Path aliases don't isolate code into small modules. They actually still just treat it as if it's in the same project. So we need a way to isolate these modules first. This is where workspaces come in. If you've used Lerna before, this
I've
is
used
something
them with
Lerna
Yarn
popularized.
back in the days.
And then now every package manager from NPM, Yarn, PNPM, Bun, all support using workspaces.
Yeah.
It's basically just a very nice way to say in our package JSON or in a workspace YAML, if you are using, I believe that's for PNPM, where you can just say, hey, I am treating this root package JSON as my source directory for this workspace. I have a couple different directories that I want to treat as workspaces. So everything inside of apps and everything inside of packages, each of those folders is its own separate project. When we run our npm install or yarn install or bun install, whatever, whenever we actually go ahead and fetch all of our dependencies, our package manager is then going to create links to each of those inside of our node modules. And hey, look, 235 seconds, it finally did build. So in this new example, we have all of these packages actually linked to their root, but they're still listed inside of node modules. So they get resolved differently.
It's insane that we have to do all of this.
It treats it the same way as if you were just importing something from like React DOM, React Router, what have you. So let's take a look at how this impacts our build. Remember, just moving everything into a workspace, so all of our packages are listed there. And we're gonna run time again.
I like the font, chat. Do you guys know the font he's using? Write in the chat if you know the font he's using, okay?
And now, because it's treating everything as its own individual package, we actually get a very different output. First, we know that that demo app depends on all these subpackages. So let's build them separately first. This is just something that NX does, but it can be done without using NX as well. So it's going to build all these subpackages before it even gets to the final app. So everything's going to be ready before we need to compile the main thing. And our result is 76 seconds, which is far better than 235. Great job. But that's only part of the solution, because now we've removed the files from being relative and treating them as if they're packages inside of node modules. None of those packages are actually exporting types, so we lose the type information that we kind of want with TypeScript. So workspace solves resolution. Project references solve types. Project references. Are people familiar? Just give a verbal like yes, shout. Yeah. You don't count, Jeff. Okay, so not many people shouted yeah. And that
I don't know what
you're
project
not,
references are about.
It's okay. TypeScript shipped project references in TypeScript 3.0, and it wasn't until August of last year that I actually heard of them. And what they actually are a way to say, let's bring in the type information from other packages and share them. So path aliases point to public index files. So these are basically our public API. We're sharing all the types that we export from that, and that's how we're getting that type information. Project references basically says, hey, let's just point to a directory that has a tsconfig. That project already has all the type information that we could need. It already has all the information for every single type, and then we can connect the graph between what this project is, where its dependencies are, and how those types are being shared. Technical definition from tsconfig, from TypeScript's docs, path property of each reference can point to a directory containing a tsconfig or the config file itself, which may have any name. So it could just be a tsconfig.json, it could be projecta.config.json, whatever. So it actually improves the type experience by making sure all those types are available. And in fact, if we look at this project, this is a very different project now. Let's go ahead and open up this deeply nested package. I want to go ahead and try to get all the references to this nested package 121.221. Very clever naming. My editor can't find any reference, and it's not because I use NeoVim. This would happen in VS Code, this would happen in Cursor. It wouldn't happen, surprisingly, in any JetBrains IDE, but how they set up TypeScript to work in JetBrains IDE is
Could you later, Joel?
It's magic. I don't know how they do it, and I'm very scared and impressed at the same time. But if we come over to this same exact project, just in a different branch where we're using TS references, we can go in and we can try to get all the references for this. And come on. There we go. We can actually see that this function is actually being used in a few places inside of this model repo. I said this was more correct types, but my boss, Victor, said, no, it's not more correct, it's just correct, which is technically correct, so it is the best kind of correct. Okay. So build speeds. Project references help improve the types. Smaller modules using workspaces make things a lot faster, and we can actually measure that. What about editor speed? Because this is a really kind of niche problem. Most people are never going to deal with editor slowness. They're never going to have to deal with their editor not being able to keep up. But let's just say, for example, we created a monorepo that used some TRCP routes, and we just created a script that generates over 100 different routes. And inside of those routes, we just go ahead and do some recursive type stuff, like TypeScript tomfoolery. It's just nonsense. None of this is actually helpful, but if you imagine a larger enterprise app with very dense type information, if you're using was it tagged literal types or template literal types, whatever it is from TypeScript, the more complex a type system is, the slower it takes for TypeScript to actually provide that information. So we see that this is router 99, very, very dense type information.
Oh yeah.
What's the worst that could happen? So let's come in here. We are just going to try to get some completion off of this TRPC symbol. Oh, yeah. That is painful. And now imagine trying to do that for that symbol, and you can see where the pain and frustration, and then you really question your entire career. And for the people who are saying, well, it's because you're using NeoVim.
In PHP, we have literally PHP stand, which is the equivalent of what is showing in terms of being verbose with types. But
VS Code, you technically are slow in this
it's a little bit different, but kind of the same.
So this is a very unique type of problem. Most people do not run into this problem. And it's because TypeScript is trying to live evaluate all of those files and generate all the types, which is expensive. If you are doing deeply nested types and doing all this tomfoolery, please don't. Your coworkers probably do not like you. And I can't blame them because this is just not a good developer experience. However, the live evaluation aspect of this is something that we can address. What if we could just tell TypeScript to do less and pre-build all these packages? So again, different repo. The only difference is we are not actually depending on TypeScript to evaluate all the symbols on the fly. We have pre-built each package in here and have exported all those types as DTS files. So if we open up that trpc file again and we were trying to do trpc dot, it's going to take a little bit, it's still slow, but it's going to be a little bit more manageable now that we have pre-built things and we are able to actually analyze stuff statically. So that could be a solution that you might want to consider.
Yeah,
Generally,
basically
though,
with PHP, you have
try not to do any
some type safety with built-in types, and then you have extra type safety or
all
more
this to be
advanced types
said,
with PHP stand.
And then TypeScript team decides to announce TS Go or TypeScript Go.
Very curious to see if this
which
will
could
improve
change
performance,
everything.
though.
It really could just throw this whole talk out, and I would never have to
Exactly.
speak about this again, and then I would be thrilled because TypeScript is fast by default. However, stable release of TypeScript right now is 5.83. The Go port is targeted for TypeScript 7.0.
Will take forever.
And TypeScript 5.0 was released in March of 2023. So we got a while.
Oh, yeah.
TypeScript Go could solve all these things, but I am very pessimistic when I assume that it's going to hit in a couple years or maybe 7.0. Who knows, maybe they will hit it and it'll be great, but things happen. So while we can't guarantee that that's going to work great, we can do stuff right now to better safeguard on our experience. So TypeScript can be slow, but it's probably a symptom of bigger issues that you're having inside of your code base.
Mm-hmm.
Build small, isolated modules. Consider a monorepo with project references. Come talk to us at the NX booth. Avoid complex types because you really don't need that complex of a type for something. And then if all else fails, consider pre-building all your modules using either a post-install script or just having it be a step in your dev server. With that, you can kind of avoid most of the pain points and get to benefits of a faster TypeScript experience. All the resources and links in here, if you want to get an example of that, you can just take the little QR code. And with that, thank you. I'll show the links afterwards.
Yeah, basically TLDR, he's basically explaining that one of the biggest reasons why your TypeScript build is slow, it's because you are literally building the entire project every single time, even if the pieces didn't change. So I think one of the biggest outtakes we can have from this is instead of literally having your full monorepo being built with TypeScript, just consider splitting it into small modules. So you just have to build the things we change. Which undeniably is a good tip, especially when dealing with huge huge TypeScript projects. I also feel like what he mentioned is probably a problem that doesn't affect everyone, in the sense that not everyone has huge TypeScript applications. There's something I've already noticed so far, is that all of the talks we have seen, they target
Totally planned. Yeah. Okay.
advanced software
How's it going,
engineers, in
everyone?
the sense that people who are
Everyone
building
excited for tonight?
big things with React. So
Who was at the
it's
opening
good
party
to know,
last night?
but
That was
undeniably
super fun. Yeah,
it's
it was great to
targeting
meet so
people
many people. It
building
was a beautiful area,
big
too. Like, I
applications.
can't
Not
believe
only
this
this
was a
last one, but
conference.
all
Like,
of the
the
talks so
scenery is so
far.
beautiful here. Is anyone from Miami? Yeah, nice.
I'll be back in a second, chat. Why we don't have sound though? Oh, the sound is broken. Not my problem though. Yeah, they really target massive code bases. I agree. Even having performance issues on the UI. The second talk we saw. I mean, realistically, the type of apps I build, they don't have any performance issues on the UI typically. But yeah. The sound is broken on the chat, on the live stream. Yep. The sound is literally broken. Gonna reach out to them. That's weird. Can any of you go to the live stream website and let me know if you can hear anything, or it's just a problem of me? But I think there is a problem with the live stream at the moment. Interesting. TNAC23 is saying that a caveat about this is also that you don't need to have a project large, but if you have some dependencies which are large, this also can cause problems in your build. Interesting. Just to clarify, you can still have a mono repo approach when cloning the project, but having not a mono repo or have different workspaces to separate your TypeScript builds. So, I have developed, for example, a mono repo on Git where I would pull the project locally, but then within that project, I would have 7 different workspaces, So I've reached out the organizer to say that the live stream audio is broken. Can you guys let me know if on the official React Miami website there is a problem on the live stream, or is something of me? I can hear a thing right now. Hey Trans, nice to see you. How you doing? No audio on the website? Oh, that sucks. It's their issue? Okay. I've sent a message to the organizer. Maybe, you know, she'll reach out to them. I'm gonna leverage this moment to grab a sandwich. I'll be back, chat.
Netscape Navigator. What they wanted was a way to prevent all of that server communication. They wanted a way to handle doing the interactivity on the web itself, something called client validation. So now instead of waiting for the server to give a response, you can just find that information on the front end itself. And so Netscape, what did they do? They contracted a developer called Brendan H. And he built this fun little language called JavaScript in 10 days. And I feel like when I heard that, I was like, that makes sense. JavaScript of all languages would have been built in 10 days. So that brings us to where we are today. Originally, when JavaScript was created, it was intended to be this language that supported the web. But now we've reached the point where JavaScript is running the web. So now you have your React websites where you can't launch these websites without using JavaScript at all. Why is this a problem? Well, it leads us to something that I like to call dependency gate. And I'm going to tell you a story of the day one programmer destroyed the internet by deleting one package from NPM. I feel like you guys are React developers, so you might have heard of this before, but if you haven't, let me spill the tea and tell you the deets. So it was a sunny day, or maybe it wasn't sunny, in March 2016, right? There was this developer called Azure. Azure used to publish programs on NPM. And if anyone is familiar with NPM, you know they're not exactly picky with what you can publish on there. You can put all your crap, nobody cares. So Azure had this little package that was called Kik, that's K-I-K. Now at that time, there was also a social media called Kik, K-I-K. So this social media platform, they go to Azure and they're like, bruh, our name is copyrighted, you can't be using that. Azure is like, F you guys, you can't tell me what to do. Kik goes to NPM. They're like, NPM, tell Azure to take his package down. NPM goes to Azure. You're like, Azure, take your package down. Azure is like, okay, if I'm taking my package down, I'm taking all my packages down. NPM is like, we don't care. So Azure takes all his packages down. And then for some reason, 2 hours later, I don't know the time, I just made that number up. A few hours later, we have these websites crashing. Spotify is down, Facebook is down. Ironically, Kik is down. And everyone's like, what's the problem? So now when you're running your React website, all of a sudden you're getting an issue, left pad can't be found. People at Meta are freaking out. They're like, what's left pad? Turns out Azure also had another package on NPM that was called left pad. What did left pad do? It was like 6 lines of code, and all it did was add characters before a string. Why on earth you need that as a package, I do not know.
For real.
But
Jesus
somebody
Christ.
had that as a package, and somebody else had that package in their package, until eventually that package was installed in React. So now when React websites are trying to run, you're getting this error because left pad no longer exists. This is what we call dependency gate. So now because you've installed all these packages and all these random modules that you don't know where they come from, one tiny package in that installation you have being destroyed meant that your entire code couldn't run anymore. This is a problem because, I mean, how many people here actually know what's in their node modules? When you run NPM runs,
Nobody
you actually know what you're
knows.
running.
It's like a
No, you
bazillion
don't, right?
packages.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the fact is, when you're installing these random carousels or sliders or add to packages, what are you actually putting into your code? You don't know. So the goal of this talk is not to tell you to stop using JavaScript, because let's face it, we're well past that point by now. The point is to reduce JavaScript dependencies in that we do not need as many packages or libraries as we think we do. And I'm going to prove that by showing you some fun little demos. This is the stage we're trying to get to with our web development. We want to take it back to the days of when HTML and CSS were used for content and JavaScript was used for functionality. So let's get into it. HTML and CSS to the rescue. I'm going to show you some demos and how I'll build them using HTML and CSS. So the first up we have is a theme switcher. It's a simple toggle. You click a button, it takes you from light mode to dark mode. Nothing fancy, right? So let's see how we would build this using HTML and CSS. You guys will have to bear with me because I'm not very tech savvy, so I don't know how to put code in my slides. So I will be linking to CodePen. I'll be switching back and forth. But it'll be fun, yay! Okay, let's see. Woo! So this is our theme switcher with JavaScript. Let me zoom into that code a bit so you can see this fine. So I click my button here. It switches, magic, right? Love that. Now let's see what happens when we try that without using any JavaScript. So now this is the same theme switcher. Let me drag all this up. Look, man, no JS. But it still works, what? Woo! So, can you believe it's not JavaScript? No, like the talk, right? So let's take a look at what we're actually doing here. So we're gonna go back to this code. So this is how we write this code using JavaScript, right? We're checking if the input has been clicked. If the input is clicked, we're giving it a class name, and then that class name is what is handling all the dark and light theme switching. This is how we write that same code using only CSS. What we use here is called the has pseudo selector. Has is something that lets us target a specific element within a parent element. So all I'm saying in this code is if the body element has an input checkbox with the ID of theme switcher that is checked, apply the dark mode styling. So now let's go back to our CSS here. Is that our CSS? It's this one. And we can see the code here. So this is basically everything that is handling what is actually styling our dark mode. All we're doing is targeting the input switcher, and when that works, we give it the style. And then we can go back to our slides, yay. And the has pseudo selector is also fully available everywhere, meaning that this is something you can use in your code right now. This is an issue that people run into with new web features a lot, is because you hear about something cool and be like, oh great, when can I start using it? And they're like, 2029? It's not available yet. I'm like, why are you telling me about it? Well, I'm telling you about has because it is available, so you can start using it whenever you like. Yeah, so the second point is that in terms of when we think about a theme switcher, right, you might think that, oh, but I still need to handle like storing the user's preference in local storage or all those other things. And yes, that's perfect because that is when you would use JavaScript. So the point here is that we're not trying to remove JavaScript completely. What we're saying is, do you actually need JavaScript as much as you think you do? So for handling local storage and everything, sure, you need JavaScript to save user preferences. But for just updating the colors, maybe try has. Okay. What do we have next? We have an accordion. I love a good accordion. I'm sure we're all fans of accordions here too. So let's see how we build this accordion without using any JavaScript. But first, we'll see how we build it with using JavaScript. Okay, this is our JavaScript accordion. The use, you click it, it toggles content. Nothing amazing there. But now let's see how we'll do that without using any JavaScript at all. Once again, no JavaScript up my sleeves. And it still works, yay! Yeah, clearly I'm very hyped by my own demos, so let's have fun with that. But let's see what we're actually doing in the, under the engine here. So now this is how we build this accordion using JavaScript. You know, it's like we're toggling content. If you're using React, it's a lot of if checked, blah, blah, blah. This is how we build the same accordion without any JavaScript at all. This is our HTML element called details. And details are basically inbuilt accordions with HTML. So these are semantic elements that render in the exact same way that an accordion would render. And once again, details also fully supported, can also be used in your code right away. So before we move on, let's also take let's take a look into some added advantages that the details semantic element has over using JavaScript. So let's go back to this accordion.
There's a lot of things you can do with
native HTML. So now with this accordion here,
CSS,
if I inspect this element.
These are just a few examples, but yeah.
Wow, that is tiny text.
Natively,
okay.
HTML5 supports a lot of little things that we
DevTools,
still use JavaScript, but we don't
Love
have
them.
to.
Okay, so if I inspect the element here, and that thing that DevTools does that's also cool is that you can see your accessibility tree. So this basically breaks down your content into like how a screen reader would identify it, basically. So the content on the right is how a screen reader would be looking at this accordion. So let me zoom that in a bit more because I have terrible eyesight and I can't see anything. There we go. So this is our accordion here. This is the button that we click for it. But one thing you notice is that there's no actual movement on that page. So there's nothing telling the screen reader that, oh, this thing has been opened, or this thing has been toggled, or there's new content that's being displayed on the page. But now let's look at our HTML accordion instead. And then instead of using the accessibility tree, I'll show you another fun DevTool accessibility, which is the accessibility pane, which is something down here. If we inspect this, you're gone. If we inspect this, you see that it kind of groups your accordions
Very good
together.
tip, chat. Very good
here
tip,
you
by the
already
way.
have your focused and expanded set to true. But in your JavaScript, you didn't have that. Basically, what that means is that because you're using details, because you're using a semantic element, you already have inbuilt browser support for all your accessibility needs. Another fun feature that details has over using a regular JavaScript accordion, and I'll just show you that real quick. Once again, we jump back to JavaScript. If, for example, I had hidden content on this page and I wanted to search something, no. How do you spell armadillo? Is it with like an R? Arma? Is that it? Yeah, it's right. Okay, great. So now there's this content in this accordion here. So if I was searching for that on the page, what I'm saying is that this is giving me 1 out of 1, meaning that it knows that content is on the page, but it can't actually tell me where exactly it is. But then if I go to my HTML accordion and I do the same thing, you see that the accordion pops open automatically by itself. So this is another added advantage that Details has over the JavaScript accordion. Because of this inbuilt browser support, you can also support things like finding content and automatically toggling the accordion when it's open. Let's look at one more cool accordion feature before we move on. So let's say I had an error in my JavaScript, and honestly, when do I never have an error in my JavaScript? So let's say we have fail.run. Right? So now this is something that's breaking my JavaScript code. What's happening? My accordion isn't working anymore. So now users cannot access this content that I have within this accordion. But if I go back to HTML, first of all, there's no JavaScript to have any error. But let's say I had no CSS at all.
It still works.
The accordion still works as intended
Very good, chat.
because the
This is
accordion
very
is a
good.
HTML element. So what that means is, regardless of if you have slow internet or if there was an error in your script somewhere, your user is not losing access to the information that is within that accordion. So accordions, super cool. Get on it. Let's move on.
Those are small examples, but
We
honestly
also
could
have
be
an
on
accordion
CSS, for
demo with
example. There's a bunch
autoclose.
of
This is
examples.
just showing you how, if you wanted to like, you know, sometimes you want to, when one accordion opens, you want to close another one. So you could also do that using only HTML. So let's take a quick look. Sorry, I'm trying to be quick because I wasted too much time setting up my slides, so now we're behind schedule. So this is the same thing as with the HTML only accordion. You click one accordion and the other one closes automatically. So let's take a look at how we're doing that. Ew, that was a JavaScript, by the way. Ugh, gross, hate it. This is the HTML. Oh my God, slay, love. Okay, so this is, if you wanted your accordions to automatically close by themselves, you just need to give them a name attribute. Once you've grouped them in the name, it means once one accordion is toggled, the other one closes automatically. So these are pretty cool stuff. Let's look at a third feature that is also super cool in CSS. Auto height animation. Now, anyone that writes CSS knows that trying to animate height auto has been the bane of our existence since time immemorial. But the thing is, because CSS doesn't allow you animate from height 0 to height auto, a lot of times you have to use JavaScript to get the actual height and then animate that with CSS. Well, what if I told you you didn't need to use JavaScript for that anymore? Ta-da! It's very slow, so wait. Ta-da! Ooh, right? So smooth.
Yes, it's calculating.
So basically, there is a new
with
CSS feature
CSS.
that means you can now move from height 0 to height auto without any JavaScript at all. One thing you will notice, though, is that this is a GIF and not a demo because, of course, it's not available yet because all the best stuff aren't. But we'll talk about it anyway, so you guys know, and when it does become available, you can start using it. So if you want to animate your height in CSS, we do that using a feature called calc size. Calc size is basically the CSS equivalent of getting like the client offset height or any of that. So what it does is just says set the height as the calculated size of auto, and then it allows you get the actual thing. Obviously, calc size is not fully supported everywhere yet. You can use it in like Chrome Canary or Chrome Beta, but for actual production, not yet. We also have the next feature, which is starting style. So starting style is specifically for when you have elements that they don't animate easily. So this is when you have like disability none on an element. So if you're animating anything that starts from disability none, it usually doesn't work well. Starting size is something that you can use to, starting style is something you can use to prevent that, because it basically says this is what that element should start from. And then lets you animate it easier. Of course, it's not supported either. Boo, let's move on. We have a modal. I'm gonna be speed running through these now. But I'm very generous. So not only am I giving you one JS alternative, I'm giving you two.
Oh, this is a huge
like
one.
You guys.
Check
You're
this
a
out,
cool
check.
crowd. So yeah, let's see how we would build this. So this is our modal that was built using JavaScript, right? It's a simple modal. Hello, React Miami, that's you. It's a simple modal. You click it, things pop up. This is the JavaScript version of that. Can you see how many lines of code that is? That makes me want to throw up. I hate that. So let's look at if we were using HTML instead. All right, look at this beautiful emptiness right here. Love that. And it still works, yay!
No JavaScript, huh?
All right, let's quickly look at it with CSS. I will explain
energy,
both
by
of
the
them later, but I'm just trying to prove my point. Once again, no JavaScript under the hood, but it still works with CSS. All right, now let's look at the two implementations for this HTML versus CSS option. JavaScript. HTML. Woo! This is how we create a modal using only HTML. We use that attribute that is called popover. Popover is a new attribute. Well,
Two attributes and you have a
fun
modal
attribute in
HTML
HTML that lets you define
natively.
something as a modal. And with the popover attribute, you also have your popover target, and that's what gives you the popover controller. So basically, if we go back to that HTML real quick, which one was it? This one? We can see that we have our modal here that has the value of popover. The role dialog is just for accessibility reasons. Popover is the one handling all the work here, and then we have our popover target here that actually toggles between displaying it and closing it. So real quick, just to show you how the actual HTML looks. Give me a sec. All right, so now this is the HTML without any CSS. So what you see is that the popover still appears here. It doesn't have any of the styling that we gave it before, so it's not like the width or anything. But in terms of actually toggling the content, the modal appearing when clicked and then closing when the modal is blurred, popover does all of that automatically. So if you are building modals right now and you're using JavaScript to do that, stop immediately, delete it. Move over to popover because that's where it's at. And don't you want to be cool? Okay, let's move on. This is the same modal but using CSS. So with the CSS one, it uses a slightly different feature, and that feature is the target feature, which is this one here. What target does is that it allows you style specific links, but only certain types of links. So it's the href link specifically. That's not what I meant. It's this thing. You know when it has like a hashtag in front of it? So it's a section. CSS target lets you style that section. So if anything that had the modal ID was active, I would use CSS target to get that. So it could be things like just styling an active link. I just put it in the modal because I was tired of building demos at this point, but you get the point, right? So CSS target, another super cool feature that you could use. So popover, newly available since 2025, can be used in production right now. And this is the one I was talking about with the CSS target that we could start using right away. Also fully available, get on it, something cool. Modal demo with animation. I'm not going to show you that. You're not missing much. It's just like the animation scaling in and scaling out. What I will do, though, is I will give the links to the slides. So if you do want to check out the modal demo with the animation, feel free to do that after. But yeah, the other feature I did want to talk about was popover open. Because when you're using popover, it also gives you certain added features that you can use, such as popover open, which is styling the popover when it opens. You have backdrop, which is like styling the overlay, so you don't need to create your own custom overlay. These are just things to keep in mind. Oh, speed running through this. Okay, last demo, promise. Super cool animating elements on slide. This was something that I thought was really cool because whenever you think of sliding animation or anything that has to do with scrolling, you always think of JavaScript. You think of event listeners or intersection observers.
I can do that with CSS.
No, we don't have to live like that anymore. We are free. So let's take a look at how this would work with JavaScript. This is our animation on scroll with JavaScript. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, ew, right? That's what I said. Oh, hate it. And look how many lines of code that is. 40? Insane. 40 lines of my life I'll never get back, more like. So let's look at the CSS version. Once again, no JavaScript because we hate that here. And yet, what? Isn't that cool? You know the drill at this point. Woo! All right, so this is the CSS that doesn't use any JavaScript at all, and it's freaking amazing is what it is. Another thing I did want to show you in terms of performance or just speed is one thing you'll notice with this JavaScript thing is if I scroll really quickly to the bottom, it takes quite a while for the actual animation to come in, but with CSS, it's a lot more instant than that. So the CSS version is actually more performant than the JavaScript version.
Much
the
faster,
user's
yeah.
scrolling speed doesn't really affect it.
Zero
so quickly,
yeah.
let's take a look at what the actual scroll animation. Can you look at that? What is that? Ew,
I barely read,
disgusting. Yeah. Beautiful, love it. Okay, this is
I
the
love her
exact
energy, by the way. It's
same
pretty- very good
scroll
speaker
animation
as well.
that we just saw using CSS only. What we're using here is something called the animation timeline. Animation timeline is a new CSS property that allows you either specify a view timeline or a scroll timeline. A view timeline links the animation
I
to
cannot
the
wait for
elements
Tailwind
being
to
in view,
wrap this
while the
under
scroll
a
timeline
class
links the
name that
animation
makes
to the
sense.
scroll bar. This is all technical stuff. I'm sure there's a blog post somewhere that explains it. That's not
Just
my
like-
job.
just
I'm just here to
timeline,
tell you about
basically.
it. So let's move on. Of course, they are both limited availability because all the cool things are. But yeah, I'll just show you this demo real quick and then we can call it. Okay, so this is basically how the view timeline works. All it does is we're assigning an animation. When the element comes into view, apply that animation and then stop it at a certain point. So this is, if we go back to this code here, you see I have my animation range at entry 25%, cover 50%. All I'm saying is run this animation when the element is 25% visible and stop it when it's 50% visible. Okay, if you want to learn more about scroll-driven animations, you can check it out here on this website, scroll-drivenanimations.style. Like I said, I will be sharing the links to these, so if you wanted to check them later, you can just go through the slides. And then usually at the end of my talk, I usually give resources about where people can learn more about this stuff, but because the web is constantly changing, I can't give you like links to, oh, go to this website or anything. What I will do is give you people to check out. So these are 4 people that I think are doing very cool stuff in the CSS space. Ona is constantly writing about the latest changes coming to CSS because she works on the Chrome dev team. So if there's anything new in CSS, she's like the gossip girl for CSS. You'll probably hear about it from her first. We have Bramos. Bramos does really cool CSS technical stuff. So he's the one that built that scroll-driven website I was showing you recently. So if you like the nerdy aspect of CSS, we definitely recommend checking that out. Jay also does, frankly, I think that guy is a magician or a dark wizard because the thing that he does with CSS should be illegal. He does some of the coolest CSS implementations I've ever seen. Definitely recommend checking them out. And then finally, Adam Argyle, really cool guy, really passionate about the web, constantly sharing stuff about CSS. So these 4 people, their blogs or their Twitters, I'll definitely recommend checking them out if you want to keep in touch with what's new in the CSS space. And I'm done. Woo!
Very good talk. I love the energy.
All right.
I feel like, by the way, you might think that a lot of people know about these tips, but in reality, I feel like a lot of developers still come from an era where doing things like this would be through JavaScript. You know, our jQuery times where you would do, you know, just use JavaScript for kind of everything. And these days, with HTML5 and CSS, you can just leverage automatically in the super performant way all those features. On top of it, something really important to keep in mind is accessibility. Okay, when you use these features through HTML or through HTML specifically, you leverage accessibility automatically by default. You don't have to worry about that. And if you do JavaScript, not only you don't get that by default, you have to maintain it yourself. There is a possibility of bugs. It's a totally nightmare. So great talk, by the way. I loved it. Yeah. Mizutech is saying people who knows how to animate things with CSS are insane to me. Yep, I mean, there are things that I know, other things that I'm learning it. It's fine. There is a bunch of articles and content out there. We can learn a bunch of things, but new things coming out as well, as she very well explained. HTMX, I have never used HTMX. I would love to learn HTMX. Maybe I can do a full live stream about that topic. The next talk will be React with no JavaScript. That will be an interesting one, because when you compile React, it will end up being JavaScript, so I'm curious to see what that talk will be about. Roberto99 is saying, so annoying, accessibility things are covered with this. Indeed, man. You know, just native features in HTML, they're rock hardcore, so props to that.
As opposed to using the HTML feature or something, then you can trust that the library is more reliable because it has a lot of...
It helps people enjoying the internet, exactly.
Excellent. So to that, I say, because with the HTML modal...
Chat, I'm going to grab a little bit more food if you guys don't mind. I'll be back in a second.
In the thing. So in terms of reusability, I would say it's a bit more reusability. But that's just me. I don't know. But the point is, I'm not here to tell you, oh, delete all your libraries, even though I said that like 5 minutes ago. But the point is, you know, it's something to keep in mind. Like, I want you to be aware that these features exist. So if you want to use them, feel free. And that is my cue to get out of here. So you guys have been great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, give her a round of applause. That was amazing.
Woo!
Thank you. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, I think next
Ken?
up, we get a quick word from Agentuity.
Yeah, thank you.
Give it up.
Give it up.
You mic'd up? Do you need the mic?
Cool, thanks. Hi, my name is Rick Blaylock. I'm from Agentuity. You see the booth in the back there. And I'm a South Florida native, so thank you for coming to South Florida. I just live a little further north here. But real quick, big picture, what we're doing, we want to build a new cloud, an agent-native cloud. We want to rethink things from the ground up. First principles. We don't think that existing cloud services, internally we affectionately call them the boomer cloud services, but don't tell people that, it's not very nice. But we don't think that they're the future. They're not built for the future. They have innovator's dilemma. And we certainly don't think the bolt-on AI, kind of AI washing that's going on is the future. So we're building a new cloud, an agent-native cloud. Now, that's big picture. We got to start somewhere, right? So where we're starting is on a problem we have building AI agents, which is deploying. Deploying AI agents, making it simple, making it quick, making it fast. The fastest way for me to describe it is Heroku for AI agents. That's probably the quickest way to do that. One command, we wrap up your agents. It's in a container in the cloud, ready to go. And we handle all the networking, all the security, the DNS, if agent-to-agent communication we handle, and internet communication, that kind of stuff. And we like to call it serverless without the limits. They run as long, I don't know how many people here have tried to build an AI agent, but if you try to build an AI agent, put it in a serverless environment, you find out real quick, some of these agents need to run for 10 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. And serverless ain't gonna work. So we kind of do serverless without those limits. It'll run as long as you need it to run. And we support 3 runtimes. We support Bun, which is my favorite, by the way. All of our internal agents are running Bun. Love it. Node and Python. We're also framework agnostic. So a lot of our stuff is Bun with the Vercel AI SDK, which is fantastic. But some people use Python and use Crew. You can mix and match, and they can all talk to each other. So that's what we're building. So this week is our public preview. We just started the company just a few weeks ago. So go out in the back. We've got some limited edition pins. 50 of them have free credits. So get there, limited there. So make sure you stop by and get some free credits. And we'd love for you to stop by and try out the public preview. Thank you.
Thank you for
Yay, thank you
sponsoring
so
the
much.
conference.
You said 50 of the pins had free credit, but I took like 11. Was I not supposed to? The pins?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Are we ready for our next speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, so who here is a self-taught developer?
I am.
Yeah? Woo! Okay. We love our CS grads as well. So our next speaker was a graphic designer, and then he taught himself how to code. He works as a tech lead, and he's also a volunteer at events like TEDx, which is very cool. So I know your energy has been amazing. I love you all. Let's bring our energy up even more right now. Let's do the best round of applause we've had so far. Please give it up for Matthias.
Good. I'm very curious about this talk show. Very curious.
All right.
So this is a talk about multiplayer experiences with React. So let's hope that the internet works. Otherwise, it's going to be a short talk. But we can go lunch early. So we're going to see how to integrate like multiplayer components in our React applications using 2 case studies. And we're going to see 3 different tools. But first, a little bit about me. I'm a graphic designer and a developer. I work at Basement Studio, design.
By the way, Chad, I have used
from
Pure.js,
Argentina.
and it's awesome.
And one brand that we usually work with is Brazil. And last year, they contacted us because they wanted to do the new site for the Next.js Conf. And of course, they wanted to add a multiplayer experience in the hero to make it a little bit more engaging. So we started iterating on the design and thinking what it could be about. And the basic idea was that people should be using like the building blocks of the framework to like create something together, whether that's like a UI or something. So we started iterating over and over. And we ended up with this design, which is like every block is one feature of the framework, and then every letter is a category. So the objective was to place every feature in the corresponding category, and when a letter was completed, it filled up like the entire letter, and once all of the letters are done, you win the game. And of course, it was multiplayer. So people can work together or against each other. That was really funny. So how can we go about creating a multiplayer app? So imagine if I want to tell the server that I'm moving a block. If I do like post requests every time I move a block, that's going to be slow. I'm going to do a lot of requests. So what we need is a WebSocket. So imagine if a post request is sending a message and then receiving a response. A WebSocket is like having a phone call with the server. So your computer can, at any point, send a message, and the server can, at any point, send a message back to your computer. So that is way faster, and it is ideal for this type of experiences. But handling all of the sending and receiving messages, it's a lot of work. So, of course, we choose a library that will abstract everything out of the way. And for that experience, we choose LiveBlocks. And within a couple minutes, we got something working with it. And it's really cool because they abstract everything that has to do with the servers, and you just focus on what's happening on your computer. And they do that but by providing the thing that React developers love the most, which are hooks. So there is, imagine we have a state that is multiplayer, like a set state but shared between all of the people in the room. So we can read from that state using storage, and then we can mutate that state using use mutation.
That's a very easy API, by the way.
Anyone
if it actually works that way, it's a very easy
mutates the state, it automatically re-renders any computer that is connected to that room. So let's see a quick demo of it working. So I hope it, yeah, great. Okay, so here I have a really simple app. It's a bunch of checkboxes, and each time I click a button, you can see on the other browser it's updating. But one thing we have to really worry about when we are doing multiplayer experiences is performance. And why? Let me enable this tool here, which is React Scan. This is a really tool to debug re-renders on your application. So every time any component gets re-rendered, it's going to be highlighted on the screen. So if I touch here, I can see that that is not good. And the problem is also that I am re-rendering my entire screen. I am re-rendering someone else's entire screen. So if we have 10 people clicking boxes, that's not going to scale really well. So let's go to the code and see what's happening. The other side, all right. So on the boxes,
What happened?
Component, we are
we're
using
back.
storage to subscribe to this multiplayer. The entire store, every time any single checkbox changes, it's going to re-render this entire component, and it's going to render the container and all of the box using this box component to render it. So pretty simple app. The problem is that since we are subscribing to this entire, the entire store, every time any single checkbox changes, it's going to re-render this entire component, and it's going to render the container and all of the boxes. So one optimization that we can apply is first using memo. So const memo box equal memo. That's not equal. All right, so now if I go and click, and let's refresh. Much better. So we only are re-rendering the box that we are clicking, but it's not that good because we're also re-rendering like the container div. So what is happening here? I mean, we are still subscribing this hook to the entire store, and we are re-rendering this component every time any box change. So what I like to do to prevent that is instead of like just querying the entire store and returning that, I like to subscribe to the IDs only. That those rarely change, except if we add or remove boxes, but that's not happening here. So let's edit this component real quick and remove the check state. So now the box only receives the ID, so that's gonna avoid any of these re-rendering whenever we change anything. Now we have to query on each box its state. Let's say const check. Oh, storage. Let's grab the checkbox by ID and then just return if it is checked or not. So this way, whoops, spoiler. This way we are only rendering the thing that is changing. So this example is pretty simple, but if you have a bigger app with a lot of multiplayer components, it's important to take into consideration.
By the way, Chad, what is called the plugin that allows you to check
So after
re-renders?
implementing all of that,
if you know, just write down the chat
polishing
link,
a lot
please.
the visuals, we ended up with this. And one bug that we had is we trying to prevent users from placing one block on top of another. So what we did was kind of a logic where you checked if the space was empty or not, and if it's not, you search around until you find a space. The problem is it has a small delay. So maybe you're placing a block and another person in the other side of the world is also doing the same thing on the same place. So both users think that that space is empty, so they push the block to that place, and that's a valid mutation. So we can struggle with that a little bit, and the way we solved it is one of the computers on the entire room is going to be constantly checking if something is like not as it should be. But again, we have a similar problem. How do we select what person is doing all of those checks? I mean, you could also handle the server by yourself and solve that on the server, but in this case, we only control what's happening on the client side of it. So what we did was create a score, since that person is going to be performing extra calculations all the time.
Really?
It was logical that the person with the best computer is going to do all of those extra checks. So we calculated the score based on the CPU and the battery level and whether or not you are on the tab. So taking all of that into consideration, it assigns you a device score, and the person with the base device was the host. And if a person is going to perform all of the...
I really thought that on this type of technologies would always have some sort of, not master, but some sort of node that runs in your own server that would be responsible for this kind of things. Not only hosting, but also like, do things that must always exist. Because if the user one is the host, at some point the user one will disconnect, and other user will have to become the host. And to avoid all of that, you would have just one node of the tree, which will basically perform all of this kind of hosting related tasks.
Solid enough. The site is still live on the domain webby.nextjs.org. And it says Webby because the site is also nominated for the Webby Awards. So, and the votes closed today. So if you like it, and I encourage you to enter to the link and to vote for the project that you like the most. I hope that the project is the one that says Basement Studio below it. Moving on, what happens if I want to control the server? Well, there is a different tool called PartyKit that we tried. And with PartyKit, you implement your own server class. So you're going to be receiving all of the updates from the clients. And in this case, for example, it's like a chat app. So every time it receives a message, it pushes to the messages array, and it broadcasts. This means that it will send all of the messages array to every person in the room.
Just by the way, I will never understand
and
why
also
JavaScript
you can handle,
uses
for
classes.
example, if a new person joins the room, you can send all of the messages.
It's literally a language about
have
functions.
All of the history chat. From the client's perspective, this could do something like this. They have a hook, so you can connect to the socket easily. And then every time you receive a message from the server, you can, I don't know, update the state or do whatever you want with it. In this case, it's updating the messages array, so it kind of render everything. So we wanted to try this by creating a little racing game. And our first approach was, okay, let's send the position of the car and the rotation to the server constantly, and the server is gonna take that position and send it back to everyone else. And that worked. It worked pretty well, as you can see. But it has an issue when multiple people join. And why is that? If you're sending on every frame an update to the server, you're going to be sending 120 updates per second. And the server is going to do the same to every other user. And as we start adding users and users, that's going to be a problem. So we need to find a way to solve this issue. So after trying a couple of solutions, we found out that the first step is to go and vote for the Webby. That really helps, seriously. The second step is to define a time window. And let's imagine this is the server, and this is like a timeline of all of the events that are happening. And these are all of the users that are going to be sending the server their positions. So instead of each time just resending that position to everyone else, let's just group together all of the updates, and once every couple milliseconds, send all of the updates back to the client. And you can do that again and again and again. It's basically a throttle. So now, let's pray that it works. Right. So we have some people back in Buenos Aires playing the game, and also gonna go and join here.
On the phone? Nice.
So this works pretty well. As you can see, I'm also playing on my phone, and it's that car that is moving there. And it's pretty smooth. Since you're not sending that many updates, then you need to lerp between each position, so it can look like if you stop suddenly, you can see that it is correcting the position because it's really assuming where you are based on the latest position and velocity that it received. So then, oh, here, there they are. The streaming has lag, so they just realized. Okay. But it works pretty well, and since we are not sending that many updates, the idea is to test how far can we go with users, and since you all have phones and hopefully internet connection, we're going to try it together.
Tell me the
first,
website.
Another demo, because there's also another
this
type
is what
of
I have used, by the way,
that we can add
PureJS.
to our applications, and this one is really interesting because instead of connecting our computer to a server, we can connect our computer to another device. So using PureJS, of course, to help abstract all of this, we can, for example, if I scan this code here.
Should we do it?
This one is the most challenging to work
Oh
on the
no,
Wi-Fi.
it's gone.
But come on. Someone else scanned the QR code. Okay, it's working.
Oh, wasn't supposed to be to scan it.
All right,
Okay, thank God I didn't.
Some person is using their device to control this, and it works.
That's cool.
It works pretty well. So basically, it uses the gyroscope of your device, and it informs that position to your. Thanks, by the way. To this device directly, so it doesn't have that much lag. And then this device is in charge of like updating the position to the server. So it's two types of multiplayer at the same time. All right, I'm gonna reload.
I was having fun, huh?
To that, we of course
Failed
used
successfully,
PureJS,
exactly.
and since it didn't have a React implementation, we made one to kind of abstract a little bit more into the React application. So basically, you type the messages that you want to be able to send and receive, and then you create a party using those types, and then you basically have hooks that you can, and the multiplayer instance that you can use to connect to another device
exactly what I
using
have
their
used,
device
by the way.
ID, and you can send a message and also use this hook to like handling receiving messages. We just published it yesterday, so it's there. So now the idea is that we all go into miami.basement.studio with our phones. Try not to use the Wi-Fi, use your connection if possible. And let's see how many people we can get until the server melts.
Okay, let's go.
So it's miami.basement.studio. I'm gonna switch the tab now. And let's start. I'm also gonna go here and of course enable the debug mode so we can see other people playing. Right, so 17, 19, 20, 22.
Rotate to landscape mode. Yeah, I'm in. Literally playing. Oh my god, this is actually pretty cool. So it's miami.basement.studio, by the way. Oh, I need to drive it like this? That's
all right, let's ignore that.
That's pretty cool stuff, by the way. Wow.
All right, so we have 70 people still holding up.
Very cool stuff, Chad.
By the way, this is open source, so it's on the. If you enter to the link, you're gonna see the GitHub.
There's a lot of
there.
people.
So if
it's
you want
not
to
melting at all.
get more in depth into how it's implemented, you can of course read the source code.
That was a very good demo, by the way, as well.
But okay, 86 people.
I'm gonna grab a coffee,
Come on,
Chad.
we still have
I'll be
room
back
for
in a
it.
second.
We have 3 minutes, so I'm just gonna stand up here until it crashes. Does anyone have a question in the meantime? Blender. One of our 3D artists saw me struggling with Blender, and he just he just built the track. This was like 3 days ago. We started the project, so it was really fun. Oh, by the way, a nice tip is that we also use Bayhub to handling all of the assets. So let me show that in the meantime. It has a server. It's a PRJS server, so they are paying for it. You can also deploy it to your own server.
Yeah, I've deployed already a PRJS server to Forge,
One way
for example.
that to use Bayhub that we really like is just use it as a place to like throw all of the assets and then querying that. So that is a really nice pipeline to work with the artist. So we just connect that, and they can iterate and see all of the preview in 3D. And we can just focus on the code. It's open source. If you click on the GitHub icon, it's going to take you to the repository.
That was a good one.
And it's a monorepo. So in the apps, you have the front end, so the entire multiplayer application. And on the server, well, it's the party kit server. And then there is a package called game schemas that has the types so that it can be shared between the front end and the back end. So that was really helpful to code this thing. All right, numbers are going down, so thank you very much. We didn't melt the server, so that's great.
That was a good one.
All right, bye.
Bye, bye.
Sweet. All right, everybody, we're going to break for lunch and be back at
1:25. So we'll see you all back here at 1:25. Lunch is just outside those doors where breakfast was. We'll see you at lunch.
Go have fun.
Thank you. That was a very good morning, by the way, Chad. I don't know what you guys thought about it, but you know, I personally had a very good time on this morning, day 1 of React Miami. We saw a bunch of talks so far, including React platform, performance tab on Chrome, avoid try catches using the result type. We saw as well why TypeScript is so slow. A good one about, I can't believe it, this is GS, about basically using HTML and CSS for basic stuff. That was fun as well. And finally, we ended with multiplayer experiences with React, obviously mentioning things like PRJS, which I have used in the past and deployed on Laravel Forge. By the way, Chat, does any of you have used PRJS or similar technologies before? I have used PRJS, and honestly, I was able to build some sort of Google Meetup experience where I think that site is still online, by the way, but basically people were able to join Meet room, just like Google Meet, basically. And I was basically sending or architecturing this using PRJS. That was a fun one, Chad. That was a fun one. All right, so in the afternoon, now it should be, yeah, I think we have about 1 hour for lunch. Let me double check here. If I click here, let me just Google, so 1 p.m. Miami time in Portugal. Let me see here. So we'll be about 6 p.m. for me. What time is it? In 20 minutes? I don't believe you. So I think, yeah, I will have to double check. Okay, probably they are having a, you know, a 1 hour break, but not definitely 30 minutes for sure. On the afternoon, we have automated visual regression, which I think will be a funny one. What else we have? We have effective static management. I think that will be cool as well. React on the server and Postgres on the browser. Interesting. Okay. By David Gomes. Is this guy a Portuguese guy? Because David Gomes is definitely a Portuguese name. Yes, it is. Portuguese guy, David Gomes. They will be back at 125. I don't think that's actually accurate though, right? Because what is the time in Miami right now? You see, that would be literally in in 45 minutes. Do you think that's true? By the way, Shed, did you guys have a good morning here with me watching this conference? Let me know if you are enjoying a little bit or not. Currently having coffee. One of the best things I have ever done is investing in a good coffee machine, which allows me to have good coffee at home, and I love that. What else we have in the afternoon, by the way? Of course, Laravel in Inertia by Leah. Then we have an afternoon break. And finally, we have Future of Open Source with Taylor, Guillermo, and Tom. I think this is not available for live streaming, but let me double check. So if I click here. Yeah, between 3:35 and 4:10, which is exactly when Taylor is peaking, exactly. This won't be available, will be person only, okay. Then we have environment frameworks with Vite in React, Web AI, interesting. And finally, are you smarter than a React component? I think that'll be fun. Coffee at this time of the day? Yeah, today we'll have a big day, dude. In the sense that I wake up very early to being able to, have a full day, not a full day, but a half day of work at Laravel. And now I have a full day of live streaming, so I need the energy. That's why. Yeah, brewed coffee is so good, dude. Once you get into it, it's just unbelievably good. Imang Hub, good night, dude. Have fun. Modi Voice is saying, I enjoyed the chat commentary while watching. Yeah, that was the goal, man. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. Let's put some music here. Let me go here and put some lo-fi hip-hop as usual. Here we go, chat. Akimoto, good night, dude. Thank you for staying around during the morning. And we still have the entire afternoon, by the way, chat, and we have tomorrow the entire day once again. It's very important, again, even if you are not a React person, it's very important to literally listen what other people are doing. And today in the morning we have very good examples about, like, for example, how HTML can literally solve some of the accessibility and also avoid you to write so much JavaScript. That was fun. MCM Peeps is saying, we appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It's 10 p.m. over there? Dude, that's late, man. That's late. Okay, chat. We have literally 40 minutes to kill a little bit. So we have two options. We can either do some reacts to videos, or we can talk a little bit about the Laravel essentials, or some about the decisions I have made to the Vest kits. So as you guys know, I am literally developing this Vest kit / Laravel, which is effectively my starter kit. There is some work to do here, including using my Laravel Essentials package. So we could potentially work a little bit on that. So we have that to do, and we equally could react some videos if you guys are up to it, and if you guys have suggestions as well. What do you guys think? What do you guys are up to for the next 40 minutes? Write on the chat, please. What is my coffee machine? I barely know the name. It's my wife's coffee machine, so, I just pay the bills. That's it. But it's good coffee though, brewed coffee, and it really feels good. Welcome to the live stream, Danielle. I don't think I have ever seen you here, so welcome to the live stream. So I think we can potentially work a little bit on my vest kit for Laravel. And you guys know I've been developing this starter kit for a while already, and allows me to basically start my Laravel applications exactly like I want, including having my own rules file for my AI assistant. But something I haven't done yet is I haven't migrated this starter kit yet to use my Laravel Essentials package. So I think I'm going to do that, okay? Changing this format a little bit. Oh, here we go. Let's put this all the way down. Like this. There we go, Shab. Much better. And we can make this bigger as well. Like this. So that being said, I think I have this on PHP Storm already configured. Here we go. So I'm down one commit. I'm gonna just git push this. What do I have here? I think the last time we talked about this, I had literally all of my essentials still written here. So all of this is now provided by my new Laravel package called Laravel Essentials, which is this one. And I just have to type composer require, and I get all of that by default. So I don't have to literally type, you know, all of my defaults ever again, which is pretty cool. So let's go all the way top, all the way bottom. So Vite, we do have this with Laravel Essentials. So I think we can remove this. Here we go. Asset prefetching. I can just remove this. Force HTTPS, we do get this as well. Here we go. I can just remove this. Having my strict models, do I have this? Let me see. So I have this, however, the unguard, it's still optional, I think. This is an opt-in, here we go. So what I will do is remove this, but I will have to publish the file and opt into that configuration file. Immutable dates, I do have this as well by default. I'm gonna just remove all of this. And configure commands, I have this as well. So I can literally just remove and keep it really simple. So in your Laravel project, especially if you are starting something from scratch, what you can do is just go here and just type this composer required Nunumaduro Laravel Essentials. So I'm going to send you the package in case you are starting a project soon, and you can do that as well. Okay. Here we go, Shab. So let's type here, composer required Nunumaduro Laravel Essentials. And obviously, I do need to bump my framework. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, I wasn't running the latest version of the framework. Interesting. Can I type composer bump as well? Yes, I can. Yes, I want all of this. Yes. All right, let's type now composer required Nunumaduro Laravel Essentials. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Bam, bam, bam. That's installed. What else do I need to do? I want to publish this. How do I publish this, by the way? Did I forgot to write documentation about that? I didn't. Here we go. PHP artisan vendor publish stubs. But this will publish the action stub, which is not exactly what I want. I want a configuration file. I think I'm going to just create it for now. So this will be called essentials.php. And there is one little thing I need to opt in, which is the unguard. Here we go. Easy peasy. And now I should be able to first of all type this. This is done. And hopefully I'm now leveraging all of the essentials on this starter kit, which is exactly what I wanted. I should be able to type PHP artisan make action, for example, create user action. this should just work. Here we go. Beautiful, chat. Here we go. And yesterday, you guys were making me so many questions about transactions. And, you know, I hope was a little bit clear about how do I like to have actions and how do I handle transactions within actions and how Laravel automatically manages nested transactions automatically, okay? Mesoteca is saying that Sven made 2 pull requests with some updates and comments. Really? Let's see. You mean this too? Oh yeah, like to literally have the pint configuration being published. Yeah, we probably want this at some point. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that the Laravel Essentials package should be responsible to publish your pint configuration? I think the goal is about this command in general is just a regular artisan command that will basically publish a pint.json with all my defaults. And if you guys have been for a round on my channel, you guys know that something I always use is this pint streak preset. It's kind of my own pint configuration. And basically this command would just publish this and keep this up to date. So what do you guys think? Is it something worthy for this package or not? What do you guys think? I mean, we can have it. The thing is that you think it'll be great. I don't know, man. We could have it, but let me see the code of the pull request, by the way. Ooh, what is this? Anyways, let's go here to the Laravel Essentials. Let's see the pull request to see how complicated it is. Well, I think one cool thing that this package could do is literally put your pint configuration up to date every single time. So potentially we could leverage that. You know what I mean, chat? So here, for example, it's saying we would type PHP Artisan Essentials pint, and the force would override the existing configuration. Interesting. I mean, the code is not heavy. It's kind of okay. I think probably would make sense if it would automatically update the thing, you know? Let me just push this, by the way. So we don't need the action, of course. I can just remove it. Here we go, chat. Let's type here git commit -m. Ooh, I need to remove this mux for a bit. Here we go. Adds essentials package. And by the way, chat, if you are not using this package already, the essentials package, just watch the difference. So I'm gonna go back to my Vast Kits Laravel and just watch the difference between what we had before and what we have now. So before we had to go to every single Laravel application we have and kind of do these things our own, every single app, which is annoying. And now we just get all of this by typing Nuno Maduro Essentials. I think it's beautiful. This one is annoying, but like not enabling the unguard, or better, enabling the unguard for people who don't know what they are doing could be a little bit dangerous, you know? So I'd rather play a little bit safer and not do it, basically. If you want to give this a try, by the way, chat, this is literally called Vest Kits. and it's something I've been using, but don't use that yet, okay? It's a little bit work in progress, okay? Unguarded default is risky, yeah, I agree with you. That's why I'm not doing that. Ooh, what is this? Oh, I remember this pull request. Yeah, okay. What else do I want to do? Yeah, on my Vest starter kit, this is basically the only thing I wanted to do. Kind of have, you know, replace the app service provider directives with my essentials package, which not yet. It's not yet on the stable version, but I think it probably could be already. Let's do that actually. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna open here the essentials package on PHP Storm. Here we go. So what you can do now is literally tag this. I'm gonna git pull this, and we could do it with the pint command thing. Let me think a little bit if I want this. I mean, I probably would use this, like, realistically, not that I'm thinking. Fuck it, let's do it. I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? So... There's some conflicts we can probably fix a little bit. There we go, Shap. Do I need this, though? I do, but a little bit differently. Probably at this level. So that would be essentials pint. And this would basically, yeah, do all of this. And we don't need this anymore. Here we go. Ooh, another conflict. Okay, I may have to rework a little bit this locally, because I don't like command names to have different names from the classes themselves. So I may have to refactor this a little bit. So let's merge this and actually work a little bit this locally. There we go. Yeah, typically I like to have my command name with exactly the same name of the signature for some reason, for consistency reasons mainly. Let me adjust the sponsor logo real quick. Here we go. So this would be name and signature of the console command. Essentials pint. This is good. Force the operation without confirmation. I guess. Create the backup of the existing pint.json. Okay. This is the description. And this is the handle method. We don't need this. I'm gonna make this a little bit better. We could use Laravel prompts here, but I think I'm gonna use the components of Laravel. This is like a hidden API I've written for Laravel, by the way. Not a lot of people know about this, but there is little an API for this kind of stuff. Here we can change these if conditions to make it a little bit more clean. There we go. Here we can use the components again. Here we can use the components. And here I can use the components as well. Okay, do I have Pint happy? Yes, I do. Do I have Past PHP happy? Almost. Oh, I've changed the format of the question. That's why the tests are failing now. Here we go. Should be at least one test above. Here we go. What else do we have? This is expect output to contain. Output does not contain that. Wait, what? Well, to be honest with you, I kind of don't care about the outputs. I'm going to remove these assertions. I'm going to care about the exit code only. I do care about the questions. They change the workflow a little bit. Let's run the entire test suite and see how it goes. By the way, chat, what time is in your time zone right now? What time are you on right now? Here is literally 6 p.m. So typically this is a time where I'm still working, realistically, in the sense that I end my days typically at 8 p.m. before going live stream. So what time is in your place right now? And where are you from? Line 55. Make action command. Line 55. This one. So he was expecting a string. However, rule array. Oh yeah, this is literally a Laravel thing. This is not typed, so I had to do this. Should be good now. The Movieverse is saying that it's literally 10:30 p.m. Interesting. So you probably don't see my live streams, right? Because when I stream like late in the evening for me, which is 9 p.m. Felvrov is saying that it's 1 p.m. for you. Yeah, you are on my live streams. I know your name already. You are literally on my live streams. But yeah, that's something I feel a little bit, which is like the audience of my live streams at 9 p.m. is much different from my audience during the day, because people have lives, people have jobs, people have things to do, and obviously they are just different people. So I'm happy that a lot of you today, a bunch of you I have never met, here on my live streams, which is awesome. Axel is saying that it's 7 p.m. for him. Yeah, there. Interesting. Where are you from, Axel? You cannot cast this to string, really? Yeah. I don't have any other way of casting this to string, by the way. Can I do this? Let's do this. Let's instruct PHP stand that we are dealing with a string, and then do name equals to MB string name. Are you happy now, PHP stand? Yes, it is. Oh, you are from Switzerland. Interesting. I have never been there. I would love to be there once, you know. I've heard good stories about the food there. So I'm planning on going there real soon. I may go there for my anniversary, which is literally coming soon. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna enable coverage on this project. There we go. So we should have coverage now. Hey Morgan, you are from Switzerland as well? Yeah, I want to go there. I also have heard stories that once they have literally made a Laravel meetup on the castle, which just still to this day blows my mind that you guys were able to literally throw a Laravel meetup within the castle. That's insane, by the way. It's an expensive country. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Movieverse is saying it's my first time. Yeah, I can notice by your name. PHP is not your thing. Well, you know, maybe I can change your mind a little bit. PHP is awesome, by the way. So test suite is happy. I'm gonna literally just commit this for a second. Here we go. Ooh, wait a second. Why this file is modified? Make action command. Oh, because of this. Gotcha. This should be good though. I kind of want to rename this command class though. Let's go here. So I'm gonna type here, rename this to essentials pint command to make it really consistent with the name. Okay, a little bit better, I think. I kind of need to rename the test as well now. Let's do that as well. There we go, chat. Easy peasy. And we should be good. Oh, you missed that meetup? Yeah, but I heard stories that was like literally made on a castle, which is insane. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, I know, like, here we go. I think this was the one. Like literally on a castle. I think this was the one, by the way. Insane. This is the castle. Oh my god. There's a few folks over there. Not a lot of people, obviously, but a few folks. That was the one, right? Yeah, insane. Shout out to the Laravel Swiss meetup. How does it feel to have a full day off stream? Feels good, man. Feels different, obviously, you know, because typically when I come to live stream, because I'm doing like 2 hours, I come with a topic, and you know, I just talk the full 2 hours about that topic. So usually involves a lot of live coding, involves a lot of discussions, involves having the chat insanely into you know, discussing with me. But having like a full day of live stream is a little bit more like I was expecting, which is we have things to do, like literally. I have to go for food, you know, I need to pause to speak with my wife, or I need to do extra things. And you guys are the same, you know, you guys have literally jobs that you guys have, you know, have to go for food as well. So it works a little bit different. I feel like it's equally fun in the sense that I get to speak with people all the time. So that's fun. And, you know, I do see myself doing more of this for sure. You know, I wanted to do the work with me situation a little bit more often. So I may actually get back into that next week. Not next week, but the week after the next week, because next week I'm off. I'm going, by the way, chat, I'm not streaming next week, okay? Next week I'm literally going to the south of France, Nice, okay? I'm gonna spend there a week. Efferento is saying that he is working in a more generic package to manage quality tools. Interesting. Can I see it? Let's actually, Efferento, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just try this pint situation real quick on my other packet, on my other project. 1 second. So I'm gonna just close. This is pushed already, right? Let me just double check. Not yet. I'm gonna just push this. Okay. Now I'm gonna close PHP Storm once again. Open the vest kits. Here we go. So we can do composer update. This should pull the pint situation. Here we go. So I should be able to type vendor bin pint. This just works. But now I can also type PHP artisan essentials pint. Ooh, here we go, chat. Do you wish to publish the pint configuration file? This will override your existing file. I'm going to say yes. Here we go. Oh, it's a little bit different, I see already. Oops. Nice, literally updated. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, this was definitely a good addition. So let's type here, sure, upgrades, essentials package. Here we go. All right, this is done. What else do I want to do? Yeah, that's it for this, at least for now. I might want to tag a stable release soon on this. Okay, what do we have here? Vishal is saying, hi Nuno, do you know any package which can remove a background of an image in Laravel? Try this one. I'm not sure if it does that, but it allows you to manipulate a lot of stuff on images. So give this a try, okay? Efferento, yeah, your package, let's check that. So this is the one, right? Pools. Okay, Pools, it's called it Modern PHP Tooling. Pools PHP allows you to install and configure modern PHP development for your projects with a single command. What it does? Well, installs Pint, PHP Stan, Past, and Reactor PHP. Interesting. I love do that too. I don't know if you got inspired a little bit by my composer.json, but it looks like so. So congratulations on this one. So you can install PHP Stan only, or Past, or multiple ones. This looks awesome, by the way. Congratulations, man. I'm gonna share this with the chat. Here we go. Looks awesome, by the way. Here we have F. Barento, which is from Portugal as well. Interesting. Beautiful. Oof, why do you need Composer though as a dependency? Interesting. Oh, to install those packages makes sense. Okay, you could have done that through a Symfony process, undeniably, but I get you. Nick Lord is saying I have equally a PHP level package. Interesting. Can you send that to me? Good job here, man. Oh, the intervention doesn't remove the background? Okay, got you. I'm not seeing any link, the Lord, okay? So you might have to write your message a little bit differently so it doesn't look like a link. Otherwise, I think YouTube will basically block it. Yeah, we definitely need to rewrite this README. This README is just a mess at the moment. It's too verbose, a lot of text. We probably can make it 1,000 times more simpler. Vishal, can you elaborate on your question? I don't think I get your question, dude. The white background can be removed with CSS as well. It depends. Sometimes, dude. Basically, sometimes. I feel like probably a good solution to remove backgrounds would probably use AI for that. You know. Because if you want like a background with stuff. You probably would need AI for that, basically. Domain-driven design? You mean like DDD? I don't do that on Laravel. But the concept around DDD is that you have literally layers. Let's just draw them, okay? The concept around DDD is that you have literally layers. Being the middle one, the domain. Okay, there is literally a graph about this. DDD layers. Let me see. Here we go. Domain, and this would be application. Okay. And then we have the infrastructure, which will be at this point. And you finally have all the way around the framework. So that would be Laravel. The reason this wouldn't work even with Laravel is that with Laravel there is a lot of coupling, meaning that your domain will effectively be coupled to the framework. So all this thing goes to the trash immediately if you are using something like Laravel, because you are coupling, validation domain rules with framework validation rules. And even the infrastructure is highly coupled with the framework as well, because you are using drivers. So, oh my god, I'm not sharing my screen. How about now, chat? Apologize, man. I'm gonna start from scratch here. What I was trying to say is that typically with DDD, you have literally the domain logic, which lives in the center. And then you have your application logic, which lives here. And then you have your infrastructure logic, which lives here. This is typically logs, emails, kind of everything that would be infrastructure-wise, like database and everything. And finally, you have around all of this, the framework. And I was trying to say that when you try to bring this to Laravel, it's almost impossible, because typically on Laravel, for business rules, for example, you would use the framework to write those business rules almost. You know, you wouldn't write that on plain PHP. So realistically, same goes with infrastructure. You kind of rely on Laravel for a bunch of infrastructure decisions. You know, like your Eloquent driver or your caching driver, that all of that will be using the framework. So I don't know, man. It feels like a bunch of abstractions that I would never use, basically. Okay, so you know, just the fact that you are asking what is DDD, you can kind of learn about that. But I would, if I was you, I would never apply that to a real project before actually learning what DDD is about. Thank you all for saying that was on the other screen. I appreciate that. But yeah, about, you know, I was literally using this. This is a much better one. I kind of did DDD with my website though. If I go here to nunomaduro.com, I have literally a Rust website written with DDD. Like literally. Okay, so here I have domain, infrastructure, application, presentation, literally a DDD driven architecture for my own website, which is literally overkill, but I wanted to learn a little bit, and this is what I have done. It's written on Rust though, so would be kind of difficult for those who have not done any Rust ever. Axel is saying the following: DDD is not about architecture, clean architecture, or Axel can help. More about general DDD, applying strategy or technical patterns, define ambiguity. Dude, I would love to understand what you're saying, but it really looks complicated to decipher that message. For me, it's literally, you know, when I start learning a little bit about this, it's about coupling, basically. You know, you don't want to couple your domain logic with the framework, or you don't want to couple those things with the other layers, basically, you know. Yeah, I feel it's a deep subject, but in reality, when we look at things like something like this, it's about not coupling these modules, okay? So the domain model, for example, shouldn't be coupled to anything. The domain services shouldn't be coupled to anything besides the domain model. The application services shouldn't be coupled with any user interface, you know what I mean? So for me, it's just basically about coupling. That's my basically understanding about this. I literally read that book as well, the Eric Evans book, the green one. That's what I have read before building my website. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you that DDD might be a little bit more than this. Yep. The Lord is asking, what do you think about integer or unsigned integer in PHP? Well, in general, you know, in PHP we don't have concepts of, we don't have this concept in PHP, okay? You can obviously define granular integer types at database level if you want to, but in PHP the only thing you have is in integers, okay? And this is not an unsigned integer, it's literally a regular integer which can be negative, can be positive, but at database level you can literally define a more granular types of integers with MySQL, okay? So we don't have this in PHP, by the way. I don't know if you're talking about a particular package, but we don't have this. And obviously with Rust and Go, you have a little bit more granularity on native types. Oh, you made the package? Send me the link, dude. You may have to send me the name though. about some of those patterns, by the way, I don't want to call, you know, I feel like some of the software books from the 80s and 90s, some of them are not actually, you know, real world anymore, in the sense that you are going to read some of those books and you get a little bit overwhelmed by how not adjusted to the real world they are. Not only talking about the ones from Eric Evans, but for example, the clean code is one very good example, in the sense that it's not adjusted to the way people build apps in 2025, on that sense at least. Hi team, nice to see you. How you doing? Okay, Nick the Lord just sent me his own package, so I'm gonna go to GitHub and check his own package. Probably review the package a little bit. Let's see. This is the one. This package comes from Niche C, which is an ambitious and motivated software architecture. What, dude? That's awesome. Let's see this. It's a package on GitHub with 55 GitHub stars. That's awesome, man. Let's go all the way down and let's see the README. Excited to share my latest PHP package, PHP data types. In this library introduces a strict way of handling primitive data types like integers, floats, and strings in PHP. Emphasis, the type safety and precision, supporting operations to assigned and unsigned integers on various floating point formats. Interesting. Let's see some usages. So type safety, yeah, I get you. So obviously if you are requesting an unsigned integer, for example, you wouldn't have a negative number, for example. That's a good one. Precision with floating point numbers. Interesting. Range safeguards. I believe it's about having rules when integers needs to be between a minimum and a maximum. Let's go here and see. Ooh, doesn't look bad. This one is massive, by the way. What are you using behind the scenes? Are you using any extension for numbers like BC Math? You are using BC Math. I knew it. I knew it. BC Math is like the GOAT of numbers in PHP. You had to use BC number for this kind of math operations. That's why when I saw float and that you are dealing with those floaty numbers, you kind of have to use BC math. Otherwise, in PHP, you're dead. Let's see here how we are.
The rain, let's say bye to the pain.
They're still on the break. Okay. It's a big pancake. You mean package, right? Yeah, it looks cool, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like the API. I like that the API is literally regular functions. So congratulations. This is looking cool. Oh, you have typed arrays as well? Interesting. Yeah, this is looking awesome. Congratulations. It's a GitHub star worthy, in my opinion. You have hash maps, doubles. Interesting. You're welcome. Thank you for sending that link. Francisco is asking the following. Nuno, you said sometimes that you use and you love API resources. On which way do you use them? For example, do you create only one API resource and handle everything using when as or when loaded? So yes, that's actually I use when loaded, meaning that, you know, so if I have, for example, an API about articles, I would have my article resource and I would have the relations being loaded when I ask for those relations on the API, basically. So I use the when loaded indeed. Tim is asking, how do you do math with it? Assume it doesn't work with minus and plus. Well, if you are speaking still about this package, I assume he uses this basically. You have literally methods which performs math operations, I think. So if I go here to source, if I click, for example, on scalar types, integers, unsigned, for example, I assume that all of this, extend this abstract native integer, which at some point just basically allows you to do math using methods like add and everything like that. Let's see. Here we go. You can have this compare method. You can add values. You can subtract, multiply. Pretty much it. Dragnet is saying, check, not rendering correct. Dude, I would love to understand what that message means. Can you elaborate? Francisco is asking if I create one API resource for every endpoint. In the sense that I create like a resource for every single model almost. So a resource, like an article resource, which will be used on the show, on the list, and many other API endpoints that concern that article. Dragnet is asking for the roadmap. On this package, by the way, this package is not mine, it's from a viewer that is literally on YouTube, I think, at the moment. And it seems to be a PHP data types kind of package. You're welcome, Francisco. So React Miami is still literally on the break at the moment. And as a reminder, we have a full afternoon of talks, which I think will be super fun, about automated visual regressions, effective state management. We have equally React on the server and Postgres on the browser. This should be a funny one. And then we have Leah about using React in inertia, which will be probably a lot of our talk. Then we have a future of OSS in the web, which will be something I don't think will be available for us. Environment frameworks with Vite and React, and web AI, which is something I'm also curious about. And finally, at 5 p.m., are you smarter than a React component, which should be equally super fun. Nick the Lord is asking to share the link in the chat. You mean like your package link? This one? Okay. Here we go, chat. Here we go. And by the way, chat, very happy to be back on TikTok. Fortunately, I didn't know that I wasn't able to share links on TikTok. And for that reason, I got literally a 30-day suspension. And now I'm back on TikTok. So happy to be back on TikTok for all of you. And equally, by the way, if you just arrived, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer. I love what I do. And I'm streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you enjoy my work, give me a follow and a like on the YouTube channel. I would really appreciate that. So I'm going to close this. I have a bunch of stuff open. By the way, chat, this is called Pulse PHP. It's coming from F. Barrento, equally viewer on the chat. Okay. Here we go. Hey Morgan, thank you for the feedback. I had no idea that my Blue Sky link is not working. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I'm gonna fix that after the stream. Thank you. Let's actually tag Laravel Essentials. I think it's way over time that we tag this package. And we may have to rewrite the README though before that, I think. It's kind of overkill as README. Give me a second, chat. Let me close this and reopen Laravel Essentials. Here we go. And we are back. And what we can do is make this README 1,000 times cleaner. So all the way top is good, provides better defaults for your Laravel application, including strict commands. Blah, blah, blah. On top of it, also provides a set of artisan commands that help you to get started with your Laravel applications. Perfect. The browser I use is Firefox, okay? But unfortunately, Firefox kind of disappointed my expectations a little bit recently. Because, you know, Firefox was all about privacy, and suddenly we have Firefox literally disappointing all of the fans from long time by telling people they are literally selling users' information in exchange of ads, basically. Or so that disappointed me a little bit. I never tried the Brave browser, no. I've heard good stories about it. I don't think Firefox eats memory. I think Firefox is a great choice, but you know, this latest disappointed on privacy literally got me a little bit sad, I won't lie. I don't remember React 19, I want React 20, and I want React 21. What the heck? Oh, they are starting soon? I think so. We may get ourselves ready here. So let's move again my face all the way up. Right there. There we go. Put myself a little bit smaller again. Turn off the music. Refresh this.
Oh my god. But we haven't been turning them on.
Okay,
and off
yeah,
all
that works.
It was just off. We didn't turn it on and off. We're literally bad software engineers.
Does anybody know what we're actually...
Oh, they have a new outfit.
Scarface! Yes, we were like, someone will know this reference.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I love Firefox. I'm gonna keep using Firefox at least.
Who am I if you're
for the
Pitbull?
next
I could
few
wear
weeks,
anything.
But I
Am I just his random backup dancer if you're Pitbull?
This goes out to 305.
I don't know what that means.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So yeah, next up.
Oh
we have,
no, I screw up a little bit, Chad, I think.
you know how hard that was to pronounce and the mic cut out? Fucking unbelievable. Isabella
Round of
loves the
applause.
intersection of code, design, and tooling,
1 second, Chad.
focusing on empowering the community to create beautiful, usable, and accessible products. You can find her on Twitter, posting about mechanical keyboards, plants, and the web. Everybody give it up.
Okay, I think I'm on. I will start out by apologizing to Matthias. I was the one who took over your racing
All right, Shets.
demo.
Afternoon of day one. Let's go.
The QR code popped up. I was just so excited to start racing. I can't get this on full screen. That's okay. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about automated visual regression and accessibility testing. So I'm Isabella. I'm really excited to be back at React Miami, as I was actually here for the very first conference that you guys held, and it's been so cool to see how much has changed, and like we have our own space now, and we have a sponsors hall, and it's just so awesome. So thank you so much, Michelle, and all the organizers and sponsors for like transforming this into what it is today. And then we don't have a lot of time together. My timer's not going also, so I will try to keep a mental note so we don't go over, but I'll do a rapid fire intro. I am a lead software engineer at Disney.
Wow.
Yeah. I live in Seattle, but
By the way, Chet, what do you use for slides and presentations? I have seen people today using Figma, using Canva.com, people using literally everything except what I'm using at the moment. I'm using Dexset, which is literally something that you just write Markdown and you see literally slides. But I know some people use PowerPoint and others. So let me know what you use for your presentations typically, if you do any, of course.
I get some more of the keyboard goodies that I have left to give away. And then my Twitter handle's at the bottom of all the slides, and I'll share out links to the slides and to the code. All right, so hopefully as engineers we can all agree that tests are good and they're important and they're needed, and probably the most important thing for tests is that they're reliable, because nobody likes flaky tests. If you write a flaky test, it's gonna be disabled, even if maybe it is giving you an actual accurate result. So our goal today is going to be to automate both accessibility tests and visual regression tests in a CI/CD pipeline, so we can make sure that we're delivering high quality products to our users while freeing up our own time to dev more user impacting work. So before we can dive into that, first we have to understand what tools we have available for us. First, we have Playwright. And I think at this point, it's pretty much the industry standard for
just the best one, Playwright, by the way,
frameworks. It's cross-browser, cross-platform. It supports tons of different languages. It's open source, very customizable, and it has some very powerful tooling to help you generate and debug tests.
This is what I'm bringing for Pest 4, by the way,
Then we have GitHub Actions. We're going to focus more today on GitHub Actions, but other dev platforms have similar features. And this is basically a continuous integration and delivery automation tool that's built directly into GitHub. And the key thing here is that it allows for event-driven execution. So for example, you can have an automated action run every time a change is pushed to a PR, every time a PR is merged into main, and things like that. Then finally, we have Docker. I am not an expert in Docker, but it's basically a platform for building and running containers. And you can very simply think of these containers as like super lightweight and efficient alternatives to VMs. So for the purposes of automated testing, we're going to be using Docker to make sure we have a consistent environment across all of our tests. And this is what's going to help make our tests less flaky and more reliable. All right, with all of those tools in our toolbox, we can actually start talking about automated testing. And the first thing we're going to test is accessibility errors. And of course, there's no like kind of catch-all for automated accessibility testing. It's still very important to make sure you're manually testing things like screen readers and keyboarding. But automated testing is going to catch a lot of these like accessibility tree and DOM issues before you even have to worry about manual testing. So our goal here is going to be that we write one test, and it's going to run for every page on our site and check if there's any accessibility errors.
Smoke testing, very important. We talked about this multiple times.
Really quick, this is the site that we're going to be working with. Very simple Next.js site that has 3 routes. It has a home page, an about page, and then an image gallery of all of my favorite keyboards. And it also has some obvious and some not so obvious accessibility bugs. So now that we have this site made, we can go ahead and install Playwright. And this command is going to take you through some setup steps so you can choose your language, customize directories, and things like that. And at the end, it's going to generate this config file. And the important things to note here is that we can choose to make our tests run in parallel. We can choose the type of test reports that get generated. We can choose what the base URL for the local app that we have running is going to be, and then configure what browsers and devices we want to test against.
In terms of browser testing,
really nice
Playwright
thing about
is
this config
today
is that we
in
can
another
also
level.
give it a web server command, so we don't have to do
one.
any work before we run our Playwright test. We can just run our Playwright test, whatever suite, and it will automatically start our web server if it doesn't detect one running already. And we can also specify through environment variables if we maybe want to run a different command if we're in CI or not. Okay, so now we're ready to actually start writing our tests. And there's a really great package from Axe Core that makes it actually really easy for us. We import the Axe Core Playwright package into our tests, and then we just use Playwright's native functions to navigate to our page. And in this case, we're just going to start with the keyboards page hard-coded. We'll run the accessibility analyzer, just a single line, and then we'll assert that there's no violations. So we see the violations array should be an empty array. And this is great, but we hard-coded it to be a single page, right? And my goal is I don't want the developers on my team to think about, okay, well, I added a new page, now I have to go add a test to it. And it's just going to create too much overhead, and it's going to discourage people from writing and maintaining tests. So then I start thinking about how do I scale this so that I can continue to run one single test, but have it cover all of the scenarios on my site. So I might think that maybe I can navigate to my base URL. And to keep it very simple, maybe I can grab all of the valid URLs that are in my nav element, and then just loop through those URLs and run the same test for each URL, right? Sounds super simple. And that would be way too easy, unfortunately. And this kind of goes into some issues with how Playwright detects tests. Basically, it does a first synchronous pass to detect what tests are available to be run, and then a second async pass that actually runs those tests. And so this navigation to actually get all of the URLs in the nav is async, and so those tests aren't detected. And it turns out that before hooks aren't part of the test discovery process either, so we can't really use that. So then we think, okay, if we can't have a dynamic number of tests because of how Playwright generates these, maybe we can use a single test that has a test step for each of the URLs that we want to run. And that will kind of like get us around this Playwright limitation. So we think that maybe in a before all, we can navigate to the site, grab all of our URLs from the nav, store them in an array, and then we have one single test that iterates through that array and does a test.step for each URL. And it technically works, but there's some pretty annoying cons to this. So first, your test steps can't be run in parallel, so immediately you run into a scalability problem, right? No one wants to wait 30 minutes for a test suite to finish running, especially not in CI. So that's already like a huge red flag. And then we have some like kind of dev quality of life issues too. So the tests won't display the step name while they're running, and so it makes debugging and validation really difficult, and then it makes the test report that gets generated really messy. So technically it works, but not a great option. We can definitely do better. So finally we land on a compromise. We have a separate test, and I know that we said we were only going to write one test, but this one is maybe an exception. We have a separate test that's going to generate all of the URLs that we want to test and save them to a JSON file. In this case, we're going to use the same strategy of like navigate to our home page, look through all the elements in the nav, but really if you wanted to scale this out, those URLs could come from any source. Then our actual tests that we care about, the accessibility tests and visual regression tests, are just going to read from this JSON file, load that data, and then run a separate test for each URL. And this is pretty similar to the first approach, but it actually works because reading from the JSON file can be done synchronously, so that way we can actually have our dynamic test discovery. And really the only thing that we need to worry about here is we need to make sure that we run this pre-generation test and have that JSON file populated with the right URLs. But we can like kind of automate that, so I don't think it's a huge deal. And it gives us all of the nice test reporting and our parallelization. So we have one test down. It's looking good. So now we can create a script that generates the test URLs. Pretty straightforward. And then another script that runs our accessibility tests locally, and all that does is call our generation command, runs
By the
our
way, Shed, I forgot
accessibility
to
test
ask,
suite,
does
and
any
opens
of
our
you use
report.
browser testing? If yes,
And
do
when
you
we
use
run this
Playwright
test,
or something
we
else?
get the report that opens up, and it looks something like this. And here we can see that the home page passed, but our About and Keyboards page is failed. And if we were to click into one of those failing results, we can see that it pulls up the exact errors and the exact elements that are failing. So in this case, we see the DOM here on the left. All of those images are missing alt text. Very sad for accessibility. And so the test report calls out, like, here's the exact error, and it enumerates all of the objects, all of the DOM elements that failed. And then we go in and we add our alt text, and you see it populated in the DOM, and we rerun the tests and get all green checks. So now we have a pretty good framework for how we handle running these automated tests, and we have it all working for accessibility tests, so we can kind of shift gears a little bit and take what we've learned and start writing some visual regression tests. Now the goal here is going to be pretty similar. We go to each page on our site, we take a screenshot of that page, we compare it to a baseline image that exists for that page, and see if there's any pixel differences. And this is going to help us really easily verify that any visual changes that happen were intentional, and if not, we can go ahead and fix that bug. So again, these are the 3 pages on our site, and we're going to make the tests scalable just like last time, so we'll use the same approach, but this time we'll navigate to the route, and we'll use the built-in screenshot tool that
this is something
comes
I'm
directly
equally
from
building for
Playwright.
Past 4, by the
We're just
way.
going to go ahead and clean up the file name a little bit so it's more readable. And then all we have to do is assert that the new screenshot that we took matches the baseline that exists. And of course, the first time we run this, there is no baseline, and so that image will get generated, it will get saved as the baseline in our repo, and then future runs will actually do pixel difference comparison.
Just by the way, Dusk is actually fine, but just the engine that runs Dusk is a little bit outdated when compared with Playwright at the moment.
Just make sure we have our JSON file of URLs, run our visual regression tests, and open that report. So let's say we're looking at the About page, and I've already run the test for the first time, and this is the existing baseline that's in our repo. So maybe I made a change to my page and I accidentally deleted the image, or maybe intentionally deleted it. If we rerun our visual regression tests, we will see that some pages passed, but the About page failed. And if we dig into that test, we'll see that we have the baseline image on the left and the actual result image on the right. And we can even see a full pixel difference that really highlights those failures.
Yep.
So now I can choose, yeah, this was an intentional change. I'm going to accept the new image as my new baseline and commit my code, or I can go in and fix the bug that introduced that visual regression. Now, this gets a little tricky, right? Because we're comparing pixel by pixel differences, and Playwright does let you set threshold differences, like tolerances that it will accept. But these kind of tests can still become very noisy and flaky very quickly. And it's definitely something that's more unique to visual regression tests compared to accessibility tests, right? Because accessibility tests, we're looking at the DOM directly, so we don't super care about like what gets rendered on the screen. But with visual regression tests, there's very little tolerance. And Playwright calls this out on their site. And there's tons of things that can cause this noise and flakiness. But for the purposes of this talk, we're going to focus on the different environments. And different environments could be a different browser on the same operating system, or it could be different OSs entirely. And I remember running into this where both my coworker and I were on a Mac with the same OS, same browser version, but they were on an Intel chip and I was on an Apple chip, and that caused rendering differences.
Wow.
And usually this manifests as like font rendering, font aliasing, maybe some slight layout shifting.
Insane.
So if you plan on having visual regression tests as part of your dev cycle and as part of your CI/CD process, like, don't put your team through the flaky test nightmare. You need to create a standard, consistent environment for your tests to run. So that's where Docker comes in. And we certainly don't have time for a deep dive on Docker, and I'm not an expert on Docker, but this is going to show you how to just really quickly get it into this workflow. And I was able to do this for my team without being an expert on these tools at that time. So I think we can all get there together. So we're going to skip through like the setup parts. Let's imagine we have Docker installed and set up. This is the Docker file that we're going to use to actually run these playwright tests. And some of the most important things to call out is we first want to make sure that we're using the playwright image for our Docker container that matches the playwright that we're using our tests. Then we're going to copy over all of our test-related files because we want these tests to run in our container. And then we're going to go ahead and copy over the production build of our site. And we'll kind of like talk a little bit more about why we use the production build later. But we do want to make sure that we're mirroring what our users are going to be seeing. And then we can go ahead and run npx playwright with the test type that gets passed in from the command line. So just like we did with everything else, we'll add some new scripts to help keep things very simple in our workflow. So there's a couple helper Docker commands that we just add for like the sake of brevity that will build our container, run our container, copy reports from our container to our local machine, and then some cleanup work. And then we just have two scripts that run the accessibility tests in a container and the visual regression tests in a container. And so with that, we have a consistent environment between different dev machines on our team. So my coworker and I, who are maybe on different OSs, can run our tests in the Dockerized container, and we should get the same results. But now let's talk about integrating all of this into GitHub Actions, because what we really want to do is make sure that people aren't merging in code that is introducing bugs, right? So we're going to focus on GitHub Actions, and we add a new actions by creating a new YAML file under this GitHub Workflows directory, and we'll have a separate YAML file for each action that we want to run. So the first thing we'll do is we'll set up this action to trigger whenever we push changes to any PR.
Just by the way, all this talk was about Playwright and about using browser testing for visual regressions, but also for accessibility testing. So far, a great talk. And she's basically now going to the step where visual regressions, but also accessibility testing should be always done on the same machine to avoid flackiness that rounds involve browser testing.
But there's still some more work that the action has to do to actually make this useful for us in GitHub. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to explicitly fail this job if the tests fail, but we still want to make sure we do like all of this other housekeeping work. So we still want to make sure that we copy the test report from our Docker container into our action. And then regardless of if anything else in the job failed, we always want to upload the test report as an artifact in our job run. And that's what's going to give us the access within GitHub to go into that action and actually see what the test report is. And that's great. We can like download a file, right? But who has time to download a file? I want to see my test results in GitHub. I don't want to download a file. I don't want to navigate somewhere else. So I will use this third-party tool called GitHub Test Reporter. And all it's going to do is take the test report that was generated and publish it as something that I can view directly within that action. And then because we're very good citizens, we do a little bit of Docker cleanup work to make sure we're not leaving any artifacts behind. So with all of this, in this repo, I have these actions, these YAML files already set up. So if I were to open a PR and push a change to it, we can see that we have two separate actions that get run. We have our accessibility tests and our visual regression tests.
Hi, Patricio, welcome.
And I'm a bad dev, so both of these checks failed because I left some bugs in there. So we can dig into the test reports directly in GitHub. So we have the first test report on the left and the second one on the right, and we can see that there were some accessibility errors and there were some like visual differences in our code. And if I wanted to like dig deeper, I could still download the full test report and view it locally. But this gives me a pretty good idea of where the issue is. So I'll go in and I'll fix all the changes, fix my code, I'll push a new commit, and both the actions get rerun, and now I have green check marks. And then if I were to dig into those actions again, I can see the test reports that show that everything is passing. I can see how long my tests are taking to run, all those good metrics. And no flaky tests, which is nice. So this is great, right? We got both accessibility and visual regression tests working directly in our GitHub Actions. We can now verify that PRs are getting blocked from merging if those actions fail, and that...
Just by the way, what she have shown so far, it's kind of the tiny bits of Playwright, because Playwright is so powerful, it's so good, that I cannot wait to bring this to PHP, to be honest. Playwright is miles ahead of Cypress. And Cypress was already miles ahead of any other browser testing solution like Selenium and Dusk, for example.
Maybe then we can publish those production files as an artifact.
Thank you, Smith.
And then after that action is complete, then we kick off the accessibility action and the visual regression action that use those artifacts for the prod site. And that will just prevent us from waiting around and using up more resources than we need to. And then thinking maybe a little bit more about the dev experience that we want to have here. Right now, the process for accepting a new baseline, like if we say, yeah, that visual change was intentional, I'm going to go ahead and accept a new baseline so other engineers can get this in their repo. It's kind of manual right now. It would be nice to have a little bit more advanced tooling for that. I've seen some custom stuff that we've written on previous teams, and I'm actually very curious if folks have recommendations on anything maybe open source that exists to come find me afterwards. And then continuing to think about scaling, maybe we can start adopting other tools like Jenkins as part of our process as we grow and we have more complex scenarios. But hopefully this has shown you that it doesn't have to be that hard to introduce automated tests in CI/CD workflows. I was very strictly a front-end dev for a long time, and then I became the most senior person on my team that had no idea how like DevOps worked. And so I just had to figure it out for myself to make sure that we had these tools in our workflows. So I think if I can figure it out, you guys should be able to figure it out pretty easily. And this has been really nice for us because we can now focus on using these tools to make sure we're shipping high quality code while we have the time to go off and focus on developing new experiences, new features, and iterating on things that are actually going to add user value and not spending a bunch of time just manually testing things. So I'll leave this slide up for links to the demo repo that I worked with so you can kind of poke around. And then right after I get off the stage, I'll also upload the slides for reference, and I'll post them online. But please come find me throughout the conference. I have keyboard things.
That was a good one. That was a nice talk, by the way. So let's clap for her. Meanwhile, I have to show you something. We are literally developing our own PASS plugin browser, which will wrap Playwright behind the scenes. And the goal of this plugin for PASS is literally provide you a full API for Playwright, but directly in PHP, okay? So on PHP, you will be able to do kind of everything you can do with Playwright in JavaScript, including that accessibility checking, visual regression, using screenshots, and many others. I'm planning to bring this to Laracon US, so this will be real soon coming to you in PHP, in case you are doing PHP, of course. Oh my God, I lost me. There we go.
Thank you.
Hey Reese, you can check this talk possibly on the React Miami YouTube channel.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Sorry.
You can still clap the bell like this. Here we go. Welcome, man. How you doing? Okay, so now we have a new talk about effective static management. Again, this is something we don't have to do in Laravel because we deal with inertia typically. So, but let's see what we have to learn here.
Sorry about that. Thanks for being patient, though.
What renovation are you working on, Diabel?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, hold on. That was about a solid 3 people. I need a little bit more than that. Let me try again. Hello, everyone. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's the energy that I needed. Okay, thank you. How are you guys doing? My name is Javon Cameron. I'm a software engineer and a technical writer. And I just want to give a shout out to Michelle, Gabe, and the whole React Miami team for having me talk to you all today. I'm so excited to be here. Oh
It's a
my
nice
gosh.
energy as a speaker to have.
But I want to
by
get
the
to
way.
know you all a little bit better. Can we get to know each other a little bit better? Really quick, really quick. Let's play a quick game. And for
Oh,
my
boy.
introverts, don't worry, you're safe with me. I'm not about to make you get up and walk around and speak to people. I just want to play put a finger down. So let's put a hand up. Put a finger down if you've been an engineer for more than 4 years. Okay, I see some seasoned people in the room. I love that. By the way, this is how you network without speaking to people.
So do like this,
Keep
right?
an eye on who's putting what finger down, okay? So put a finger down if this is your first ever React Miami talk.
Oh, it's not. Well, conference kind of
excuse
it
me,
is.
sorry.
Conference, yeah.
Okay, I see some first timers. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are in the right place.
Thank you,
I love
thank
that for
you.
y'all. Put a finger down if you've ever copied and pasted code from Stack Overflow or ChatGPT.
Every day.
Some
Every
of
day,
y'all
Chad.
cannot put
Every
your fingers
day.
down because you're next to your managers and your coworkers, and you don't want to air yourselves out. And you know what? That's all right. That's very okay. Put a finger down if you've ever had to deliver a feature or meet a tight deadline with just coffee and vibes.
Every time.
Ooh, the procrastinators are showing themselves. Whoever put their finger down, therapy. We need therapy. Okay, last one. Put a finger down if you've ever pushed up code to production that cost your company $50,000.
Never happened to me.
It's just me?
Yeah.
What? Quick, Simon says put a finger down. Okay, all right. I'll face the music. It's just me.
Never happened,
That's
thank
okay.
God.
We're gonna get into it today. We're gonna be talking about avoiding expensive mishaps with effective state management. And so my goal here is to really just create a simple framework where we can avoid those costly mistakes and then make state management a little bit simpler, scalable, and stress-free. And we'll do this by having a brief overview of state management and going over a few techniques. And these techniques are not necessarily law, it's just something that I use as guidance, and you can take it and tailor it to your own unique situation. So I want us to be able to leave answering 3 questions. What causes these expensive mistakes? How can we prevent unnecessary API calls and performance issues? And then what's a simple rule we can use to kind of write better state logic today? Okay? Now, okay, we're gonna address the elephant in the room. Can y'all read this with me really quick? 1, 2, 3. Girl, what happened? What happened? What do you mean 50K? What do you mean you lost $50,000? What happened? I'll say this, $50,000 is a bit of a subjective number. Some people, I tell them, and they don't even flinch, they're not batting an eyelash. Other people, they're gasping, they're clutching their pearls. Oh my gosh, it's me, I'm others. But as a junior engineer, I made this mistake, and that was a percentage of my salary at the time. So I couldn't fathom losing that kind of money in a matter of days. But on a really high level, it was due to really expensive API calls, excessive API calls. So I failed to cache the data properly, and it wasn't necessarily a problem until traffic spiked. So once the traffic on the site spiked, we had more calls on every page load, and before you knew it, our cloud costs skyrocketed. Okay, so picture this, we launched on a Wednesday, and by the time we came back Monday, we were sliding down the wall. It was funny, but it wasn't funny at the same time. It was a time to be alive, actually. But let's take it a step further. Let's use an example. Let's break it down. So let's say Michelle calls us up and she's like, hey, we were wondering if you could make the e-commerce website for the official React merch for the conference this year. And we're on the other side like, yeah, you know what? Heck yeah, I got you, girl. So we do the site, and it comes out great. We're like, okay, cool. And just for example purposes, this is our very fake but fabulous React Miami store.
That's a nice merch right there.
People are able to browse the site, go through the products, checkout is great. And the problem is kind of invisible. That's the way it starts out, at least. And so imagine every time someone clicks a product, we fetch the details, we get the colors, we get the sizes, prices, inventory, etc. But we're not caching, we're not memoizing. This site is basically running on vibes and fairy dust at this point. So, but let's take a quick look under the hood. Let's look at it technically. Let's just say I could have pushed up something like this. This is just an example. I'm not saying this is what I pushed up. But here we have our product page and we're fetching products and we have a use effect with an empty dependency array. I should have known something was wrong right there. But that runs one time every time the component mounts. So if the component unmounts, then remounts, we have people just calling on this use effect every single page load just by navigating the website or when the product ID changes. And so 50 site users a day is not really a big deal, but we're React Miami and we sell out. So of course, the site was going crazy when we launched it. And so until we get like 50, 60, 70,000 people, now we're in trouble because we never set our site up to scale.
Hey,
and now
Shmuel,
we
how you
have the
doing?
expensive API calls, and the cloud company is sending us $50,000 love letters. But the love isn't mutual. We don't like this for us, right? So before we start walking into a couple of solutions, let's just do a brief overview of what state management is. I know we're at a React conference, bear with me, but I don't want to assume anything. So what is state management? And state management is basically how we manage our data across our apps, across our different components in our app. And so how we manage our data really determines how our apps perform, how they scale, and also how they're maintained. So there's a couple different types of state. We'll just go over 3 for today, but the first one is like local state, and that's just data that's stored in a single component. So that would be like a button toggle, for example. And then we have global state, which is shared data across multiple components. So that would be like a dark mode if we decided to implement it here. And then we have server state. Now, I could be very, very candid in saying that I didn't really take server state that seriously. When I was the junior, it was local state, global state, or bust. I wasn't really, everything outside of the app I didn't care about. So that has to do with the data that's fetched from an external server like an API. So what is the connection between poor state management and these expensive mistakes we were making? And it's important to know that React apps, that function off of poor state management, they struggle with things like overfetching, unnecessary re-renders, overfetching and unnecessary re-renders, lost data between the pages. And when the state is mismanaged or it's scattered, it leads to performance bottlenecks and rate overages and just real financial issues like a really heavy cloud bill, or even worse, degraded user experience. So that 50K figure I gave you, was just the cloud bill. That didn't account for the sales that we could have lost due to poor app performance, poor checkout experience, etc. But we can definitely prevent these mistakes by trying to make sure that state lives in the right place and we don't overwhelm our system because we're reusing our data intentionally. And so that saves us time, money, and stress when we're scaling our apps. So what can we do about it? Like, what's a good way to solve or improve this issue? We already spoke that the problem really isn't in fetching the data. We just need to optimize all the calls that we're making, whether we decide to memoize, cache, whatever we decide to do. The point is to fetch smarter. And there's a couple of different ways we can do it, but for the example, we'll just use React Query. So just in case you didn't know, React Query is now 10-stack query, so if you're gonna do a little bit more research, keep that in mind. But React Query really helps us out by managing how we simplify and fetching, caching, synchronizing, and updating in our app. And so why would we choose React Query? What's the point, right? So one of our solutions is that we want to cache. And so React Query does that automatically. It stores our API responses instead of reusing and reuses the data instead of fetching every single time. And then it also does background refetching, and it fetches new data only when it needs to. So now we're already saving on those calls that we were doing. And then lastly, one really cool thing that I like about it is that it has automatic error handling. So it handles errors outside of the box. There's no need for the extra try catches, and it retries on failure. So let's implement it. Let's go back to our product page. So we have our query key that's unique for caching, our unique key for caching, and then we have a function that's a fetch product that will fetch our data. And then if it fails, it'll retry 3 times based on our example here. So it'll retry 3 times and then delay after each time. That's what we call an exponential backoff. So it'll try, if it fails, it'll wait, try again. If it fails, it'll wait a little bit longer and then try again, as many times as we set it. So just how we have our product here, we will fetch the data once, save it for a little bit, and then refetch after our stale time. Our stale time here is set for 5 minutes. And so overall, React Query helps us cache on the server side. But what about the global side? What about global state? Can we cache in global state? Is it worth it? Should we try it? All the things, right? So this will help us with our app performance. Remember, our 2 problems was the excessive API calls and our degraded app experience. So this will help with the performance. And when you have those excessive calls with all that heavy site traffic, it can really be a user experience nightmare. And so we can cache that data many different ways, but we're going to use the example of Zustin today. So Zustin is a state management library in React, and it gives us a simpler way to kind of manage global state and helps us out with the unnecessary re-renders. And again, just like React Query, why would we choose Zustin? So it has a few similarities. It caches as well, but for global state. So we're storing that API response and we're using the data before fetching again. And then this is the key part of it right here. We're doing performance optimization. So it stores state outside of React's rendering cycle. So that means that the updates aren't forcing re-renders. And then lastly, one of my favorite things is that it's pretty choosy. So it has selective re-renders. So the components that use specific parts of the store only re-render when that part changes. Again, let's put it together. Here we have our product store, and we're still fetching the product, but we're gonna check for the product ID in that product object first. And if it exists, we'll just return early. But in the second part, if it does not exist, we'll just fetch the details and then store it in our API there. And so now that we spoke about caching in global state and server state, what's something else we can do to kind of prevent these types of mistakes? We can put in some preventative measures. So one thing we can do is set alerts that will just catch the spikes before they get expensive. Now, back at that time, I would have really loved an alert to say, hey, girl, you're doing a little too much. XOXO, your API calls. We can also use rate limiting to prevent runaway API calls. And then on top of that, we can just monitor and track our API usage to detect anomalies in real time. So all of these three things combined can be done in-house. Right? You can make your own functions and also test them as well. Or you can use a cloud platform or API that offers API management. So we have Sentry, LogRocket, Azure, Datadog, the list goes on, right? So what is that simple rule we were talking about earlier that will help us make that will help us make better state logic today? So I have a rule, I call it the 3-2-1 rule, and this is what helps me make my decisions whenever I'm dealing with state. So it consists of 3 questions, 2 strategies, and 1 golden rule. So my 3 questions are, I always ask myself, where should the state live? How often is it used? And what does it affect? That helps me to make that decision of, should this be global? Should this be local? How do I want to go about implementing it so that it doesn't run away from me? And then the 2 strategies, just as we spoke about, is caching intentionally and monitoring. So when we cache intentionally, we can make sure that our app performance is still doing pretty well. And then when we monitor, we can catch our mistakes before they get out of hand. And then we have our 1 golden rule.
Which is?
Simplify. What's that saying that they have? KISS, keep it simple, sexy, or
KISS.
Keep it sexy and simple, something. Okay, I don't know.
KISS,
but the point is that state can get pretty complicated very quickly.
Keep it
and
stupidly
it's
simple.
very easy to get tool fatigue. So my simplify rule is just to make sure that I'm only reaching for these tools when I absolutely need them. Because if you do it too ahead of time, you can overwhelm your teams and you can also make debugging
Great speaker, by the way.
Nightmare.
I love the energy, love the delivery.
And I'm wrapping up
I think
here,
it was a great
but
talk so far.
I wouldn't be me if I didn't talk about the mental side of making these kinds of mistakes.
Yeah.
By a show of hands, how many of us like or love what we do, but we know it could be very stressful?
Oh, yeah.
The jobs be stressful.
Oh, yeah.
Managers, please look. Look who's
Not only
look who's raising
managers,
their hand.
just being a developer when you are dealing
So
with
it
customer
does
data.
bring on a lot of different emotions, but I really came to this talk in hopes of sharing my transparency and submitting for the perspective that failing
Absolutely.
fast and pushing forward anyway brings about some of the best outcomes. So I'm speaking specifically to engineers who have made mistakes or are afraid to make mistakes. You don't know what good can come out of you and your company by giving yourself that grace to make $50,000 mistakes. It's some of the things that will unlock a whole new character, and it'll create opportunities like this one. That's part of what got me on this stage today.
Oof.
And so for the managers and the team leads, this is a great time to practice empathy and encourage your team. So when I made that mistake, of course my manager was concerned and sliding down the wall with me, but he came from an angle of, how did it happen and how can we prevent it? He never blamed me. And it brought our team so close and it really boosted the morale. And then when I spoke to my mentor about it, she said, failure is really frustrating, but failure isn't fatal, it's not final, and it's not fruitless. Something will always come out of that. It's all about your perspective about what will come out of that. And so if you want to know how the story ended, it ended pretty well. I was able to get that $50,000 bill waived. And if you want to know how, you can just pull me to the side outside, but keep it on the low. But for now, let's connect. Let's collaborate. I've also made a one-pager on state management
That was a good
for
one,
you,
Chad.
completely
That was
free,
a good talk,
talking
by the
about
way.
the things we spoke
A lot
about
of things
today
to talk
and
about
going
regarding
into
this
even more
talk.
detail.
I
just want to
think
take a quick moment again to thank you all.
you know, obviously we learn from mistakes. That's one thing. We all of us learn from mistakes. Pretty much everything we know comes from mistakes. That's partly the thing why I think, for example, AI will be so impactful on these new kids coming, because they will not learn from mistakes. They will probably not even questioning the problem. They will just ask the AI to fix it itself. But regardless, learning from mistakes is important, and that's one of the things we need to learn. Regarding how the bill got waived, I assume that the cloud provider was something like AWS or other, and typically you can reach out to these companies and ask, you know, just explain the problem that there was basically a bug, who caused it, like this spike on billing, and typically these providers help you out, and they, you know, they don't make you pay something that you don't have money to pay of course. But yeah, great talk, by the way. I love the energy. Let's clap for this talk. It was probably one of my favorites so far yet. Okay. Regardless, I wanted to say that typically, when building applications with inertia in React, we don't typically cache things on the front end. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but when I'm developing applications with React and inertia, I use little to nothing caching on the front end. Not typically. I'm used to do on Laravel inertia. I don't know what's your feeling on this, but must be honest with you, I don't typically use any sort of caching on the front end, especially in situations like she mentioned, like products and everything. But also like in the way that inertia handles state in general, because the state comes once as page prop, and that's basically on every page reload indeed, but I have all of the state on that prop. So, you know, undeniably, I could have implemented some sort of front-end caching for this, but I don't think I have any application out there today using this sort of techniques she explained it. So potentially, you know, something I would take as a learning on this talk for sure.
All right, how does that look? Hey everyone. Oh, right, I can't see the screen. Does it look good?
Pinky, you're welcome.
Great. Okay.
I feel like, again, I have said this once, but I'm going to say it again. All of the talks so far, they are advanced in the sense that people who are speaking at on this stage today feels to me that they are, you know, targeting big applications, not precisely small blogs or small shops or, you know, typically the websites we build. Implementing caching on the front end is something I have never done, I think, or if I have done, very little, you know.
Pick once. Oh, look, I won. You can only pick once, and you don't know what numbers are still coming. So the idea is you kind of have to be patient, but you can't be too patient because you don't know what's still about to come. And I'm surprised the Wi-Fi is holding on.
I think the way they handle cache revalidation, it's probably, they either have like some sort of time of expiration. So basically a product gets, you know, expired at some point and they just refresh the data about that product. Or potentially they, you know, they have some sort of way to transmit to the front end that the cache key is no longer valid. That is just my opinion.
To test out a bunch of cool things, such as pglite, which is a Postgres build that can run in the browser, and Electric, which is a sync engine. We'll talk more about those during the talk today, but I basically have a remote Postgres database on Neon, of course, and then I've got a React front end and the Node server, and I'm using Electric to do syncing of the data. So the whole thing is like real time and multiplayer, and I kind of get that for free with Electric, which is again a sync engine. But then, of course, I still need a server to like handle the game logic and all of those things. So hopefully you find the game fun. Now on to today's talk, the upside down stack, React on the server, and Postgres in the browser. So I work at a database company called Neon. We're a serverless Postgres platform, and I work on a bunch of things over there. And one thing we've been like keeping an eye on recently is this
What the heck?
Lite project, and it really got our attention. So we decided to play with it and learn more about it. This talk was actually supposed to be given by Brian, my beloved product manager, who I work with a lot. But unfortunately, or fortunately,
you got a kid.
His daughter was born a couple weeks ago, and he had to stay with the family. So I'm here to replace Brian. Okay, now React on the server, that's here to stay. You know, over the past few years, we've seen an uprise in frameworks like Next.js and Remix, which take full advantage of server-side rendering and React server components in order to improve user experience on a number of applications. And one thing that hasn't panned out as much is bringing server stuff to the client. But with PG Lite, which we'll talk about today, there are certain situations where that can make sense. And we're going to talk about that today. So I'm going to focus on this idea of running Postgres in the browser. So the idea of the talk today is to learn about it and figure out when you should do this, why you would do it, and how to do it. Before, I want to do a little step back, and I want to do a little recap. Most of you don't need this recap, but let's still go through this like exercise of like answering the question, why do applications need backends? Okay, and I know you're all thinking like you already have like a million reasons in your mind, but let's bear through this and try to boil it down. Okay, why can't running Post applications just have a front end and a database? Why can't we just build client-side apps? Wouldn't that be just so much easier? And there's a million reasons, but let's boil it down to just 3 things.
State.
Reason number 1, authentication and authorization.
Yeah,
Good old authn, auth. Who are you? What can you do? What can you see on this application? What teams are you a part of? These questions need to be answered by something, right? And it cannot be the client. So all this kind of authorization logic needs to live on a server because we can't trust this to the client. Then, what about calling third-party APIs? Imagine you're building an app and you need to call the OpenAI API to do some like AI text summarization or something like that. Well, you're not going to do that from your client. You need to do that from a server, and you need your server to like store some third-party API secrets, and you can't do that from the client, obviously. And then finally, the third reason is abstractions and transformations and expensive computations. You don't really want to expose like your entire database's schema to your clients, because you want to be able to iterate and evolve your data models and your schema over time without disrupting your UI engineering work. Furthermore, there are a ton of computations that you might need to do in an application, like image generation or algorithm crunching. For example, on Twitter, when you see the people to follow, right? You're not going to compute that list of people on the client side, right? So you do that in your server, and that's how applications have always been built, and it works. But humor me for a bit, and let's just try to think if it would be possible to get rid of traditional backends. Could we maybe come up with ways to do all of these things that I just talked about on the client? Let's go one by one. Authentication. well, what if we use some third-party auth provider, such as Auth0, and then we use something like Postgres row-level security in order to push the authorization down to the database. If you're not familiar with Postgres RLS, it's a way for you to declare who can do what and who can see what at the database schema level. So in a way, you could, get rid of your backend and push authorization to the database and push authentication to a third party, and you wouldn't need your own backend for this. What about calling third-party APIs? Well, that's not really something you're going to do from your database. I mean, theoretically, you could do it in like database functions. There's actually a recent Fireship video on YouTube. I think it's called Postgres for Everything, where he kind of goes through this idea. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it from a database. So this is one of those things where you really need to do from a backend. And then finally, for abstractions and transformations, perhaps you could use like Postgres views to abstract like the parts of your schema that your client needs to be aware of. And you can push down certain types of heavy computation to the client with things like WASM and PGLite. And yeah, some apps are doing that, but for the most part, it's a stretch. Right?
Cannot wait to see what PGLite is
so
about.
So we're not going to get rid of backends.
Looks exciting.
What we can do is go with something like this thing that I call the backendless stack, where you have your database, and you have something like RLS that I already talked about, and then you have something like PostgREST or Hasura or PostgreFile. And that sits on top of your database, and it does like authentication for you. And then you're using a framework like Next.js or Remix, which gives you your like backend for front end with something like Next.js Server Actions or Vercel functions, or a really easy Cloudflare Worker style product to do the things that you really need a backend for, right? But for the most part, you're not really developing this traditional backend, and you could almost call this like the backendless stack. And this stack is growing in popularity. I see a ton of like new startups they're using this kind of pattern, and eventually they do migrate to something else. But for new apps, it works quite well. But how can you do offline support, and how can you do like maximum performance and real time and streaming and all of those things? Well, we were thinking about it, and we thought, well, can we just put a database in the client? Like, will that help us with that? And of course, like, you don't have to do this. First thing first. You don't really need to put a database in the client to build apps that work offline and to get maximum performance. But it is one way to do it. So let's dive in.
I think so far you only mentioned
our goal? Like, what do we want when we're building apps? Well, we want like our front end to have a type-safe data API, right? We want it to be like really easy for our front-end engineers in their React components to ask for the data that they need and to ask for it in a type-safe way. And we want them to not be worried about caching or refetching. We want writes to be fast, ideally local first, with optimistic writes. We want to be able to offload computation to the client for things like semantic search if needed. And we want offline support to be more or less automatic or default in our framework of choice. So that's like the ideal holy grail scenario that we're trying to achieve. And so we looked at PGLite. If you haven't heard of PGLite, it's a WASM build of Postgres. It was actually started by one of Neon's co-founders, one of our many Postgres hackers, and now it's being amazingly shepherded by the team over at Electric SQL. The size of PGLite is 3 megabytes, which can sound really, really large because it's in a web app that's quite large. But at the same time, it's really impressive that it's only 3 megabytes for.
I assume it's only costs the first download and then will be cached by the browser.
It supports extensions, not all of them, but a fair amount. The Electric SQL team did an amazing job at making it really easy to bundle it with Vite or Next. So all of these modern front-end frameworks, you can pull in PGLite very easily. ORMs like Drizzle just work. And you can do cool things like multi-tab workers, where multiple tabs in your browser are talking to the same PGLite database. What are the use cases of PGLite? Well, one that's actually in production is this app called LubChat. It's an alternative to like the ChatGPT UI. It's similar to like T3 Chat in that you can use multiple different models, and it works fully offline. So if you're like on an airplane, you can browse through your previous conversations with
what's up, CVTML? How you doing?
AIs, and they're using PGLite to achieve this. Another cool use case of PGLite is a demo that was actually built by the Zubase DevRel team, where they're using pgvector on the client to enable semantic search on the client. So they load a small language model, and you could theoretically build an app like Linear that works offline with semantic search also working offline. So how do you use PGLite? Well, it's really, really easy. Like I said, Vite and Next.js support out of the box. You just call this pglite.create function. You can choose where to store the state of the database. So you can use IndexedDB, which is faster, which is what I'm doing here. You can also just use in-memory state if you only need PGLite for like an ephemeral computation. You load your SQL schema, and then you just go to town. It's just Postgres. You can run SQL queries. You can write data. You can load data. How do you use it with a sync engine? Well, you can use it with Electric SQL, which is a sync engine, and they offer this nice API which allows you to synchronize a local PGLite instance with a remote Postgres database. So you just define an Electric SQL shape. In Electric SQL, a shape is basically a Postgres table with an optional where clause. And Electric will take all of the heavy work of synchronizing this shape between your local PGLite and your remote Neon database. And then you get this amazing use live query React hook. So in your React components, you can subscribe to the output of any given SQL query. So in the game that we were playing before, I don't know how many of you here on the conference were able to actually open the game, but that game is powered by PGLite, and anytime you pick a number in the game, I'm actually writing to a local PGLite instance running in the browser, and then I have this React hook, use live query, that causes my component to automatically re-render whenever this query changes. And they're smart about it, so like they're only rerunning this query whenever there's writes to the tables that this query is reading from. So that's really nice. It works really well. Of course, inserts, updates, everything works well. Now, it's not all roses, okay? In order to enable this sync between local PGLite and remote Postgres, you have to do a few very complicated things. I'm going to try and not scare everyone too much, but I had to create a Postgres view. In Postgres, a view is essentially like a it's like a query that you define over one or more tables, and anytime you run a select from that view, you're basically just running this query. And I had to create a Postgres view that combines two local Postgres tables that I also had to create, pix local and pix synced. And then I configured Electric to sync the pix synced table with my remote Postgres database, which has a pix table. The pix table, as you can guess, is where each person's game picks are stored. And then I also had to, and then I still need a server, right? I still need a Node.js server where I'm actually validating the inserts for authorization, authentication, and the game logic, right? So I have to verify that when someone picks a number in the game, that they're picking like a real number that was in the game at that moment in time, so that someone couldn't just like open the network tab and submit like arbitrary, I just picked 100, right? So all of this is extremely complex, and like I said at the beginning of the talk, this is a very over-engineered application.
Yes, it is.
But it was very interesting to go through the experience just to see what it's like to use PG Lite in combination with Electric. So here's what I have to say of my experience. I'm going to skip through these slides. But basically, PG Lite on the client is very early, like it's still a very new project. And with any new such technology, you should expect a level of maturity that is not maybe production ready yet. I actually ran into a pretty hard bug, but Sam Willis, the maintainer of PG Lite, he was amazing. He fixed the bug for me over the weekend and saved
I mean, undeniably looks cool, but it's not typically something people doing regular web apps would need. But I do understand that for games who need literally real-time answers, you would need something like this.
The developer experience is not up to par yet. So what is our alternative? So how do you build an app with all of those things that I mentioned before, like client-side, type-safe, data API, and very fast writes, very fast reads, automatic caching? Well, you can just use a sync engine, right? PowerSync, Zero, Electric. I think there's one called LocalStar as well, or SyncStar. Those work, those work without a database in the browser, right? You can use Electric, you can use Zero. They have much smaller bundle sizes, and with a sync engine, you can get many of the things that we were looking to try to get out of PG Lite. So your architecture might end up looking something like this, where you have your database and you have a sync engine enabling all of those things. Automatic data API that's fully type safe, automatic caching, etc. So with Electric, how do you do this with Electric? You define a shape. I already explained what a shape is. You take some Postgres table, some optional where clause, and then Electric will make that shape available to your React component. If you're familiar with other sync engines, it's fairly similar to others. And your component will automatically re-render whenever the payload of this shape changes. And of course, they're piggybacking on Postgres logical replication in order to do this. And for writes, you have a few different options for writes. For a lot of applications, you should just do online writes because you don't actually need like local first writes that work offline. But there's also a way for you to do.
This is something I would like to see on Inertia, by the way. Optimistic states
in React.
This is something we are not using yet, and I would love to see more of this on Inertia.
The API for Electric is still not at like a level of developer experience that I would consider just 1.0. But Kyle Matthews, one of the members behind Electric SQL, you might recognize him from his work on Gatsby in the past. He's working on this library called 10-stack Optimistic. By the way, the name of the library is subject to change, which gives you this much nicer API where you just define a collection and you configure the collection, which I'm not showing here on the slide, but you configure the collection.
Next talk is Laravel, by the way, chat. We need to support the Laravel speakers on this conference.
And then you get back these insert, update, delete.
It's Leah, the next talk.
Functions that are fully type safe and that just make the experience of writing React components much easier with, of course, the front-end developer not having to worry about caching, refetching, all of that. So the developer experience of sync engines is getting there. Aaron Budman is actually giving a talk tomorrow about Zero as well. All of these products are kind of still like more on the beta side, and the space is evolving quickly, but the developer experience is finally getting to a level that I think is quite reasonable. I fully expect in next year's React Miami to for there to be more and more discussion about sync engines. So yeah, we should pay attention. I expect application development platforms like Vercel, like Cloudflare, to start taking these sync engines, maybe running them for you.
I think so. I think
integrating
React
with these
Native
sync
will
engine
publish
clouds.
these talks afterwards.
And so I fully expect that like engineers in the future building their first apps are going to have sync engines available to them without them even really knowing what a sync engine is. I hope that platforms like Vercel can make it like just so native and so
integrated,
automatic and so default that we're all using them and reaping the benefits of them without having to worry about how to run them and even knowing what they are. So that's it from me. I will just mention one more thing. Tomorrow, Henry and I are hosting a
Chat,
5K,
let's
so
clap
join
for
us at the lobby
David. That was a
tomorrow
good
at 7
talk.
a.m.,
Obviously,
and we'll do
you know, I'm going to talk about myself. I don't know if it's your case, but I don't typically have the need of this front-end optimizations, but it was a good talk regardless. PG Lite is something indeed to explore. Still looks early stage apparently, but there was a good talk from David. So congratulations, David, for this talk. The next talk will be Laravel, I think. So I'm very excited about this. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, our next speaker, Leah, is a former high school math teacher turned web developer. She's also a technical content creator. She focuses on creating content around React, JavaScript, and Laravel. So please give a warm round of applause for Leah Thompson.
Excited about this one.
Sorry about that.
By the way, chat, if you just arrived, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Today we are watching React Miami live on my live stream and reacting to it. If you enjoy my content, give me a like, a subscription, and all of those cool things. That being said, let's jump into Leah his talk. Let's go, Laravel. Let's prove those React developers what Laravel is about. Are you guys ready? Obviously, I think Leah will come from an Inertia.js perspective.
Hi, everyone. So today I will be talking about using React with Inertia.js, how it can make front-end development faster. So I'll be doing a general overview of what Inertia.js is, as well as how it can kind of speed up front-end development, the kind of perks of using Inertia.js, so why you would want to use Inertia.js, as well as kind of new features that were included in Inertia.js version 2, which got out of beta earlier this year, I believe. Okay, so first, you're probably all wondering, who am I? And if you're not, I'm sorry, but you're about to find out anyway. My name is Leah Thompson. I am a front-end engineer at Laravel. So I am a front-end engineer on the DevTools team.
Let's
but
go.
I'm mainly doing marketing sites, landing pages, or other tools for DevRel, and then some like other more typical DevRel things like speaking at conferences like I am here today. My other About Me stuff, I kind of made them more Florida coded since we are here in Miami. So I am a Florida native. I was born and I had to be born first. Born and raised in Florida. We got there eventually. I lived in Florida for 26 years before moving to Colorado. Normally, whenever I tell people I live in Colorado now, they ask why I wanted to move to Colorado when it's so different from Florida. I hate heat and humidity, so it probably makes a lot of sense now why I did not like living in Florida, but it is really nice being in Miami now and being close to the ocean again, because I do miss that, but I love the mountains in Colorado. I'm also a University of Florida alumni. Go Gators. So I graduated with my Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics from the University of Florida. And then a fun fact about me, which Madison kind of said, is I am a former educator. So after college, I ended up working as a high school geometry teacher for 2 years before I quit to kind of pivot into tech. Yeah, for people who pivot. So I said that with no enthusiasm. I'm so sorry. But today, sadly, I will not be teaching you all geometry today. I'm sure everyone's devastated. Instead, I'll be teaching you about using React with Inertia.js and how that can speed up front-end development. Which brings us to the big question I feel like some, if not all of you, like the majority of you probably have. What even is Inertia.js? So just like to see a raise of hands. Raise your hand if you do not know what Inertia.js is.
I don't know if Inertia is popular on the React world.
So a good amount, which is good because this talk focuses on it.
It is.
So
nice.
if you already all knew, it'd be a little bit boring. So let's just get into what Inertia.js is. So Inertia.js is a library that bridges your front and back end together. So you can think of it as the bridge between your front end and back end. You can think of it as the glue that holds your front end and back end together. It does that by allowing you to write a monolith. So you're able to write a monolith and it gets rid of the need for a separate API layer. So it reduces the complexity as well as boilerplate code, which you'll probably hear
What do you
me
mean
say
by BFF?
boilerplate a million times in this talk. I am very sorry about that. But it just makes it where instead of needing a separate front end and back end, which is probably what you would think you would need if you wanted to build a React front end to be used with a back end that is using a back end framework such as Laravel or Ruby on Rails. But this allows you to use those frameworks and write a monolith, so you don't need the separate
protocol,
API layer.
basically.
Instead, you can just return the component through your back end controller and then send whatever back end data you want to it to be used as a prop on the front end. So it's worth noting that Inertia.js itself is fine-tuned for Laravel, which Laravel is a full-stack framework for PHP. But there are community adapters for Inertia.js, so it can be used with other back-end frameworks as well. So Inertia.js, the package itself, is maintained by Laravel and fine-tuned for Laravel, but the community adapters are created by people in these other backend framework communities, so they are community maintained. There are adapters for Ruby on Rails, Django, Flask, Golang, I think Elixir and more of them, so the rest of them would be listed on the Inertia.
I had no idea that it was a
website
Golang
in the documentation.
community adapter for Inertia. That's
the
new
main
to
idea
me.
behind Inertia.js is that it allows you to use the backend framework of your choice, so like Laravel, Ruby on Rails, and leverage the things you enjoy about it, so the authentication or controllers, etc., but then also use it with a JavaScript front end, which we're going to focus on React because we're at React Miami, but it is also compatible with Vue and Svelte.
Lee is a great speaker, by the way. Awesome work so far.
And then let's talk about now how this can speed up front-end development. So I already kind of talked about how it takes away the need for the separate API layer, which makes it where you don't have to do Axios and fetch requests to get your data.
Indeed.
But let's kind of show off what I mean by that.
Oh my god, Inertia is so beautiful on Laravel.
So it's also
Oh
sorry
my
that
God.
class is cut off in this.
Just
and
look
all
at
you
that.
see are the S's, and it almost looks explicit. I apologize. But this is basically the backend code that you would use to render your component. So this is Laravel code that you're seeing. Like I said, you can use it with other backend frameworks, I work at Laravel.
But just use it with
I
Laravel
using
if you want
Laravel,
something
so
good.
For the purpose of this, I just am using an example that is Laravel. So we have a user controller here. We have a method, which is show, and it's being passed in a user object.
Honestly,
Inside
once
of
you
that,
start
we
using
are
inertia, it's
returning
just
an
you just
inertia
use this
render.
all the time. It's
Inside
just
of our
crazy.
render function, we have 2 parameters or 2 arguments we're passing in. Let me drink water real quick.
Someone was asking what is like a backend for front end.
So
Yeah,
the
it's a
first
protocol.
one
You would return a page
is a
and the
string,
page
which
props.
is
That's it.
user/show, and this string represents the name of your component. So this is the name of the component that you want to be rendered. You don't have to put the extension name, so no like .tsx, just the component name. And then your second parameter is an array. So this array, you're gonna put inside of it all of the data that you want to be passed to the component as a prop, basically. So for this example in here, we're just passing one property, which is a user. The value of that is the user object that we are being passed in through the show method. And so that property is now going to be available on the front end to be used as a prop, which you can see here. Also, sorry, there's like white spaces there. So these examples are also just straight from the inertia docs. So this would generally be the component that you just rendered in the previous example. So we would want it to have the same name. So just pretend this is also show user and not welcome. But here we have user is a prop. So we have user as a prop on this component because we just passed in user here in our array for the second parameter. So now it is a prop. And if we look in the return function here, under our layout and our p tags, our paragraph, we now have hello, and then in curly braces, user.name. So we're able to just right away have the data for user and just like display properties from it. So we're not having to do any Axios calls or fetch requests or anything like that. We just have it. So it's
No,
pretty,
PHP doesn't return HTML.
clean,
PHP
pretty
returns
simple.
only the user object.
Which
That's it.
removes the
The
need
user object
for-
and the template will be rendered on the
guessed
front
it,
end.
because I've said it 50 times.
So
but
avoids
Axios
this, exactly.
requests. So
So
here's
good.
just kind of like a boilerplate of what kind of that call would look like.
Yep, exactly.
So
this.
here we just have a use effect with an empty dependency array. Inside of it, I have a Axios request, so we have axios.get. Inside of that would be our URL for our API endpoint to get data for a specific user. Then we have a response, and we're setting some state in our component to be equal to the response.data, and then we're setting some other state for loading. You have our catch block where we're getting the error, we're console erroring, and then we're setting the state for loading again to false. This isn't a lot of code, right? But just think if you're doing this multiple times, or you need data from your backend, and they're 2 separate things, and you're having to make Axios calls multiple times, this can add up, right? So if you're doing inertia.js and you don't have this boilerplate code, and you just get rid of it and pass everything in and use them as props, it'll just make it cleaner, easier to work with. So at this point, I basically only scratched the surface of inertia. There are a bunch of other perks of using inertia as well, which you might be thinking, how have you only scratched the surface when you've been yapping for so long already? It happens. There's a lot to talk about with inertia. So there's also
Mario, by the
forms.
way, the
I
answer
feel
for your
like
question
forms
is literally
are
this,
made
the
more
use form.
simple.
You
With
would use
using
this
inertia.js,
after
forms
the
are
load.
something that are extremely important for applications, which I'm sure all of you here agree with, and everyone here has used forms before. Well, yeah, in programs. So inertia.js just makes it easier to work with forms. It is possible to make classic
welcome.
HTML form requests using inertia.js. It's
But,
not really recommended because it would cause a full page reload. So instead, it's better to intercept from the form submissions and then make requests using inertia instead. And then to make it easier to do that, Inertia.js has a form helper. So the form helper is useForm. My slides are in all caps, but of course that wouldn't be in all caps. It'd be lowercase and only the F would be capitalized. But useForm is the form helper here, which makes it easier to handle. It makes it simpler to write forms because it handles form state and submissions in JavaScript by providing reactive form data. It also does automatic error handling and status tracking, like processing was successful.
Oh my God, this is such a big thing.
Successful.
The processing,
it works
the errors,
with
everything.
server-side data validation, validation responses.
That's so good.
And it binds errors directly to their form fields, which makes form handling in Inertia apps feel more like a traditional SPA while still leveraging server-side controllers. Okay, and then this is an example of like what the code would look like for using useForm in React. Just 1 second, I'll walk through it.
Drink water, Shad. We always drink water during the live streams. Remember that.
Okay, so up here we have const, or destructured object. So we have data, set data, post, processing, and error. So we're getting all of these from useForm, so from the Inertia.js form helper. Data here is what's going to store our form data. Set data is going to update that. So every time you use set data, then our data, which is storing the form data, will be updated. Then you have post, which does the post request, processing, and errors. And then inside of the use form, here we are initializing our data for the form. So we're initializing email, which is an empty string, password, which is an empty string, and then remember, which is a Boolean that we're initializing to be false.
I typically do not destruct the use form. I just use user form because I always end up with more than one form.
Under that,
in the
we
same,
have our submit function.
template.
So there we have e.prevent default, which will just prevent form submission on like default form submission. And then we're doing a post request to our login
Exactly.
endpoint. Which Inertia.js handles the rest. So it handles CSRF, redirects, even flashing validation errors. And I kind of talked about it, but in the return function down here, sorry, some stuff is cut off, but in the onChange functions, you can see where we're using set data to update the form
I end
data
up with more than one form. That's
as
why I
users are
never destruct,
putting
basically.
in their information in the input fields. Also, errors up top, error handling is built in with Inertia.js.
So
So you don't really have to do the form validation on the front end, so in React here. Instead, you would do your post request. It would send the data to your backend controller, which for the sake of this, I'm going to use Laravel as an example. So it would send it to your Laravel controller. Your Laravel would then respond with any errors if there were any. And Inertia would automatically inject them in your component. So then you would be able to access them through the errors up top. So you don't have to do any weird catch blocks, or you don't have to do any special Axios error handlers or anything like that. It's just automatic. But so that's very nice. There are other perks as well. So besides the form helpers, there are other features just in Inertia themselves that it offers. So Inertia enables a method to make shared data available with every request, and also maintains server-side rendering.
Oh, thank you, Marcelo.
To
Thank
offer
you.
cohesion with SEO-friendly pages, but while offering the same kind of speed as with single-page applications. Kind of like I talked about with forms, Inertia also intercepts requests with link clicks as well. So it does it with forms and link clicks. So that keeps it where the component needed is only updated instead of doing a full page reload as well, which makes it feel like a single page application without the kind of boilerplate that you would have with an SPA. There's also built-in support for showing loading bars on page transitions. You get history navigation, scroll restoration, and more straight out of the box with inertia. So those were kind of the features.
Oh my god, and now
with
inertia too, yeah.
just inertia.
Which is even better.
Earlier this year, Inertia JS version 2 came out of beta, so I'll talk a little bit about new features with version 2.
Marcelo, I literally talked about the ZOD validation. I would hope it would be just built in. It would be so
library
good.
Was completely rewritten to architecturally support asynchronous request. So it now supports, as well as asynchronous requests, it also supports polling, prefetching, deferred props, infinite scrolling, and lazy loading, and then more. I'll talk a little bit more about some of these. I don't know if I'll be able to touch on all of them. But for the asynchronous request, it now allows multiple requests to kind of happen simultaneously without backing up, without blocking each other. So this means you can perform background data updates or form submissions without interrupting the user's experience. And then also the reload method is now async by default. So it provides a more fluid user experience as well, because like I just said, you can now do background data submissions or form submissions without it blocking anything. It also introduces polling, and with polling, it introduces a kind of helper for it. So it introduces a new use poll helper, and what that does is you can set up automatic or manual polling to refresh data at a specific or at specified intervals, ensuring your application stays up to date without requiring user input.
I don't typically use polling, by the way, because I have Reverb. I can just request a refresh, and that's it.
Like real-time chat applications or live dashboards and stuff like that. And then I think everything else I won't go into, just to leave time in case there are any questions. Are there any questions?
That was a good one.
Where's the bell?
Let's clap for Leah. That was a good one, okay?
I hope you all learned about Inertia.js. Hopefully you're interested in building something with it, using whatever backend framework of your choice. Of course, I would prefer Laravel, but go out and use whatever makes you happy.
Thank you, Leah. That was an awesome talk.
I would love if you do go out and build something using Inertia.js.
Great introduction
post
for
about it
Inertia,
and tag me to let me know how you like it. And thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Come on, chat. That's clap for Leah. That was a good one. I can imagine like how stressful it must be, like literally speaking on outside of your own community. Because for me, for example, I am obviously a Laravel developer and a PHP developer. I would be scared to speak in a JavaScript conference for sure. But that was a good delivery from Leah.
Extremely special panel.
That was a good delivery.
Okay. That's it.
Now we have a break. Yeah, I want to go to the Inertia website real quick. Just by the way, someone was asking like, what is literally Inertia? So, if you have your front end, which probably would live here, and you have your back end, which would live here, what Inertia feels like you are literally developing a regular PHP HTML application, but in fact, what is being communicated between the back end and the front end, it's literally those JSON objects, like if it was a regular API. That's why it's so powerful. So here, for example, at this level, what it would do is that you would type just return view, and this view would basically be like users list, for example. Okay, so users list. And by doing something like this and possibly returning as well a bunch of users inside, you are not effectively transmitting the HTML. You are literally just instructing the front end about which view your front end should load, and also equally at the same time transmitting all of the API props. Okay? So that's why I think Inertia is so powerful, because it still feels native feels easy to use, and honestly, I can just navigate a little bit on the website because they have so many cool features on that I really like it. So if I go here to the Inertia Model Elite repo, again, the backend still feels like this in the sense that you are returning back, you know, like a view and a bunch of users, but in reality, you are just transmitting to the React or Vue frontend which view you wish to render and the objects on the JSON format. Now, I really love this approach. It feels like I'm using Inertia since the first time I tried Inertia, to be honest, because it allows me to use React, so, you know, has that SPA feeling, but at the same time, feels like Laravel backend, you know what I mean? Also, it just catches redirects, which is really cool. So, for example, if you are starting a user, you can literally just, you know, return the user to a different route in your backend, and that route will render another page, for example, and this will still feel like an SPA on the front end. Feels like a full, like on the back end, you are literally doing a full page reload, but for the front end, feels like an SPA at the same time. And I don't know if Ilya touched on some of the points I really like. For example, prefetching. This one is so good. Are you guys using this already, prefetching? It's so powerful. Like literally, you can over a specific link, and that data will be prefetched in advance before the user even clicks on the link. That's so powerful. Let me adjust the camera here, by the way. Meanwhile, chat, if you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, and today we are reacting to React Miami, which is, you know, a very fun conference so far. I'm having fun a lot with React. Let me know what you guys think about the conference so far. Let me adjust here the sponsors banner real quick and talk a little bit about Inertia and about the things I like in Inertia. By the way, chat, how many of you is using Inertia at the moment? All of you, or some of you are not using Inertia yet and potentially using something like Livewire, which is equally a great approach? But I was saying, like, literally these days, you know, you can use link prefetching. This one is so massive, like literally feels like insanely fast. Because, for example, if I'm moving my mouse into this pages link right here, if I am over this pages link, I think the likelihood that I'm going to actually click on this link is very high. So what this feature does on Inertia is that it will prefetch all the necessary information. So when you actually click on the link, this page will, bam, appear like instantly. And that's why it's so powerful, this prefetching strategy. And you can configure this, how much you want to cache those API backend calls. You can do prefetching on click, but you can also do prefetching on over if you want to. But yeah, I think it's an absolutely great feature we have with Inertia, by the way. Let me adjust here a little bit the banner. Still not perfect. Here we go. 1,000 times better. Let's read the chat a little bit here. So Joel F. Barrento is using Inertia already. However, the hotfix is saying, I use Inertia mostly with Laravel, but I have used as well equally on Rails too. I love Inertia. Me too, man. It's awesome. Lumo Dev is saying, I'm using Inertia from the beginning, and I have even contributed a couple of times. Interesting. Fushford is saying, in generating a 15K bill. What do you mean? You mean like a cloud bill, you mean? I mean, you'd have to have a bazillion API requests to generate a bill like that. You know what I mean? Diabel, 1,000 times bigger Nuno. Yeah, I had to adjust the camera a little bit. I think now it's a little bit better, right? Let me know what you think about the camera, if the camera is okay. I'm really happy about the way Leah delivered the talk. I think it was a great talk, by the way. And it's not easy, indeed, to be in the front of a React crowd. So that was a good one. Phil Fraud is saying, I'm working with React Native right now. React Native is a good framework for mobile development, indeed. What do we have here on Twitch? Marcelo is saying, congrats for the long hours streaming. Thank you. It's been like a good experience. Honestly, I'm an extrovert, so I love to be with people. So it feels good to do a long streaming period. And by the way, we are reacting to React Miami. So we are going to do this tomorrow as well for more than 10 hours. I think it will be super fun. Misen is saying the following. Hope talk about inertia 2 and caching and prefetching. And yeah, she did. I also feel like Inertia should have literally Zod form validation integration. So if you guys don't know, there is literally this library called Zod. And what it does is that it allows you to write front-end validation for your form requests. Now, obviously, doing something like this is kind of overkill in the sense that you literally are writing these validations as well on the back end. So I kind of wish Tim McDonald or Joe Tenenbaum could literally just come up with some magic to translate the form request validations to Zod validation on the front end. It would be just automatically. That would be absolutely awesome. Inertia does work with React Native? I don't think it does. Sorry. Geraldo is saying, me in all my projects. Cool, 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 cool. Meet Vind is saying that I have one project in Livewire and another one in Inertia, which is exactly the case as me. I literally have a bunch of projects in Livewire and a bunch of them as well in Inertia. Geraldo is saying, I feel the FOMO on Livewire though, especially because of Flux. Yeah, Flux is awesome. I have tried Flux, feels really good, feels like Chat-CN. So a bunch of library components that really just work. So that's awesome. And Livewire is really cool, by the way. I think, especially if you don't want to deal with any JavaScript, I feel like Livewire is a perfect combination because you are literally at home with Livewire, okay? Dev's Buddy is saying the following. Honestly, I love Inertia, and I use Vue in the Office projects and React on personal projects. Why would you use Vue on Office but React at home? It's because it's a team decision or something like that? Let me know. Diabel is saying the camera looks good, but I'm not sure it's bigger than before. It's definitely bigger than before. It is good. I don't care. It's good. Felvrov is saying, okay. Basically, you work with React Native, therefore you cannot use Inertia. Yeah. By the way, there is PHP Native coming soon, which is literally, I don't know if you guys have seen, but PHP Native is literally PHP for mobile applications. That's right. Mobile applications. So this is literally a project between Simon and Marcel Posiot. They are equally sponsoring Pest, which is pretty cool. And they are literally providing an API of using PHP for building mobile application. Okay, so this is something really cool as well. It's an Office protocol to use Vue. Interesting. Phosphor is asking the following. Does Inertia render fetch models again on subsequent calls or only data? Only data, meaning that if you have like, by the way, so Inertia templates, they stay cached on the front end, okay? So if you have something like users list and users show, those pages will be cached on the front end and never refetched again. The only thing that gets fetched basically are the effectively the users, and we saw a talk today in React Miami that potentially even this can be cached. I don't know. So potentially there is some exploration to do here. Diabel is saying the following. I really love how I have tried to build everything in Livewire at work with zero dependencies. In my coworker, we built everything in external libraries and messed up with dependencies. Oof, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry about that. Phosphor is saying, is the entire SPA loaded during initial request? Again, it's loaded if it's not yet cached. If it's cached, it won't be loaded again, okay? Dev's Buddy is saying the following. There is only one project in the office that was built using React, and it was using Next.js. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you, I never used Next.js, literally, okay? I feel I should probably do a live stream just about Next.js. What do you guys think? Is it worthy to do a live stream about Next.js or not? Will I get surprised even to use something like Next.js in terms of you know, easiness, snappiness, let me know. Diabal is saying, I was really impressed what I could do only with PHP and Livewire on the front end. You can literally build everything with Livewire as a front end, to be honest, you know. Efferent is saying, there is a way of removing a route parameter from a route binding. What do you mean? Diabal is saying, maybe you can try the T3 stack then. What is that? Oh, I think I know what that is. It's literally a full stack, like basically building a web app, but using something for, you know, for databases, for auth, yeah. It's like a combination of technologies. Obviously uses Next.js. But again, Next.js have like a database adapter, right? I don't think I would need to use Prisma. I don't know, I would have to check this. The best full stack TypeScript ecosystem. Interesting. Join Twitter for the shit posts. Lumo Redev is saying the following. I think you will be surprised to see how Next.js feels. It feels like 2012 PHP. Wow. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I don't know. Sometimes when I see like code from back in the days, I thought, Jesus Christ, this was so simple. And now it's so complicated. Doesn't ever happen to you all? Like literally, sometimes you are watching code that was written like 10 years ago or 20 years ago even, and you are like, Jesus Christ, this was so much more simpler back in the days, and now I have to literally translate into Babel, then goes into pre-processing to whatever with Turbo, and sometimes it just feels more easy. Thanks from back in the days. Misen is asking if this API in Inertia will work with API resources or something like that. Not really. Well, you wouldn't. With Inertia, you wouldn't use API resources. So you would literally just return back a user model, okay, making sure obviously that the properties are hidden, the secret ones. So. 4-bar Baz is saying, damn true, I think Next is like PHP from 2010. Really? Dev's Buddy is saying the following. I don't like Next.js as well, but I had to work with it because of client requirements. So the client decides the stack. That feels a very bad client, by the way. No way a client would decide the stack I would use, by the way. Okay? Gerardo is saying, Nuno, what is your recommendation right now? If I want to test my front end, like making sure everything renders correctly, and then I click on something and something happens, but I also have a past test suite. So I think like for browser testing, Playwright is currently the best solution out there. Playwright, literally. We saw talk about Playwright today, but I'm bringing Playwright to past PHP, okay? Playwright will be built in on past PHP on this past plugin browser, which is currently a work in progress, and it will be announced on past 4 at Laracon US. And I cannot wait to see what the community thinks about this, because there is so many little things we just saw today, like regression testing things to screenshots. We saw so many cool things, and I cannot wait to see the community and what the community thinks about this. Okay. Geraldo is also saying, I'm supposed to have and maintain 2 different test suites. Well, if you want to have browser test suites and backend test suites, yes, you literally have to maintain both. I'm sorry about that, okay? Dev's Buddy is saying the following. But using resource classes makes easy to send formatted data to the front end, even with Inertia. Well, if you use something like that, I must be honest, I have typically never used that. So I would have to explore. Typically, I use resource classes on Laravel when I want to build an API for it. By the way, chat, if you don't know me, Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, please give me a follow on Twitch and YouTube, okay? I really appreciate if you can give me a follow there. You know, literally publishing content on YouTube and Twitch every single day. Give me a follow if you can. That would make me really happy. What are they saying the following? I was thinking, that was a good thing. Why there is a way for React to receive props through a function parameters and from use page props. Feels weird to me. Not sure what would be more correct in terms of React inertia. I get why that feels weird for you, but on inertia, we literally have this concept of a full page, okay? So we have components who are literally full pages, and those pages typically are placed on the pages folder, so only those receive props through use page or through arguments, okay? Gerardo is saying, that's awesome, see you at Laracon US. Dude, I see you at Laracon US as well, will be awesome. Yard is new with React. Ooh, that's awesome. Check Laracas, by the way. Laracas has great content on React. Just literally launched the course, okay? Give me a second here. Karan is asking, when are you transitioning from Elixir in Phoenix? I don't think I will ever do that, okay? Marcelo is saying, Next.js is great for writing prototypes that require a heavy front-end implementation. Really? I need to give a try to Next.js, really. I have no idea what Next.js is about. I know they have like some APIs for databases, for auth, and things like that. So potentially something to explore there. I think the API they have for images is one good to explore and potentially to bring for Laravel, okay? So if I go here and type Next.js images, they have literally an API for images, which I think there is a lot to explore here in terms of what can we bring from this to Laravel. Do I need to mute this guy? 1 second, chat. How do I do that, by the way? The first time I'm gonna ban someone from my chat. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna time out this dude. Okay, it's time out for 10 minutes. First time I ever do this, by the way, on my chat. There we go. Apologize, chat. Oh, I can ban as well? Okay, thank you. First time I do this, by the way, but it's done. Marcelo is saying, from the moment you need more complicated backends, then you either pay for a service or you build a backend separately. Yeah, but I mean, something that people need to realize, I don't know, man, but I feel like something that people need to realize is that a bunch of those features typically people pay for. They are just built in on Laravel. That's something that, I don't think a lot of people realize, but like auth and, broadcasting and a bunch of things are just built in on Laravel. So we don't even consider pay for it or consider it a problem to begin with, Felvrov is saying, I want to try TRPC. Seems nice to have a full type saved between server and backend. That feels like a good idea indeed. I would love to see more of that. Felvrov is saying the following. PChem, I'm sorry. PChem is saying the following. Remember when you just wrote the code and you not have 95% of your project with dependencies? Dude, I am from the time where you would have a system folder with, you would literally copy paste dependencies to your, so there wasn't such thing as Composer. Composer is kind of, it was new to PHP like in 2010, so. Tuahawk is saying, depends. We sometimes outsource projects too, and we have to use them to use Laravel. Exactly. Fubanan is saying, not really, still talking, assuming on the client specifying the framework. Some clients come from software consultancy companies and we need to help them, and they demand a specific stack. I feel you, man. I feel you. So I do get that some clients, they are technical, other clients are not technical, and when the clients are technical, you kind of need to sometimes obey to some requirements. Just hire an unpaid mod for your channel. Dude, if any of you who are here literally all the time wants to be my mod, let me know. I would appreciate that. Honestly, there is a few people here like, I don't know, Duca10 and Pick and Flow and Diabel. Some of these folks, I can just give you admin permissions, honestly. Nero7 is saying the following. Any idea how can I dynamically load CSS and JavaScript assets for specific pages in Inertia? That happens automatically, by the way, in the sense that when you are visiting a page on Inertia, the dependencies of that page will be fetched from the server automatically if they are not fetched yet. Yeah, I can give you permissions to give emojis. Florian, I think Taylor is panel. It's not public in the sense that we may have to wait for when the panel is over. So if I go here, here we go. The live stream will not be available during the in-person exclusive session. So we are literally on this in-person thing. So I don't think this will be available. So if I refresh this, here we go. Video is not available, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. Well, we can have a chat here, a nice chat here, Florian. So, by the way, chat, if you don't know, Florian Beer is a great Laravel developer. He loves Laravel and React and Tailwind CSS. Right, Florian? You love all of that, especially the front end. Bismarck is asking, what do you have to say about Next.js in Laravel? You mean Nest.js? You talking about Next.js or this? This is different from Next.js, by the way. That is Nest.js in Next.js, which is a little bit different. Okay? A little bit different. Florian is saying that I used to like front and now I hide from it. Tarek is asking, what is your opinion when someone says that Laravel is slow? Dude, I feel like, first of all, Laravel is not slow. But if potentially you think Laravel is slow, there is a lot of things you can do. Before even, I mean, in general, the problem of your web app being slow, it's very rarely something like Laravel or the framework or the language even, you know, it's always about the network in the database, always, like literally, okay? Typically, 95% of the request or more even will be spent on a network, navigating from your country of your user to your server, okay? So that's the first thing. But afterwards, the problem about your request being slow, it's because you are querying too much to the database or you don't have your database optimized. And only after all these things, you know, after caching and after everything will be a framework problem to begin with, okay? So that would be my answer. Diabel is saying, I would be honored if I can help. That's awesome, man. Thank you, thank you. Dev's buddy is asking or saying Next.js doesn't come to Laravel. Ooh, message retracted. Okay, I cannot see it. Diabel is saying, I also hide from frontend because I just don't know, or I just know I have to learn a lot and, you know, learn design and composition and stuff. I feel like frontend is another skill that you can master over time, just like you have mastered backend, basically. Okay. Overall, first of all, on the front end, there is multiple skills you can learn. You can learn about design. You can learn about front end in terms of JavaScript, React, and more. And you can learn about accessibility. There is so many little roles within the front end, just like there is on the back end as well. You can be an infrastructure guy, you can be a back-end web developer, you can be a database guy. So there is so many little things you can be. And I feel like on the front end, you just have to master these skills, and you would do it just by building projects, basically, and slowly and surely, okay? DevSbuddy is saying that Next.js doesn't come close to Laravel when it comes to DX and built-in features. Well, I've never used Next.js, but you know, from what I've heard, I think it would be difficult to match Laravel. Not only Next.js, but kind of everything in the planet. Kelsey is saying the following. So Next.js started out as a front-end framework, and now Vercel tries to do it all. If you want stability, stay with Laravel. Interesting. Kelsey is saying that recently there was a vulnerability in Next.js that just came out. Yeah. So something people need to understand is that framework developers, they are equally humans. Okay? We can make mistakes as well. Okay? So what happens when I see a problem, or when I see a problem that I've created on the framework, is that I try to address the problem as soon as possible. So if someone reports the problem, I just address the problem immediately. And this have happened multiple times on my open source projects, where someone tells me something like, you know, you are using a dependency which received a report, and I try to replace the dependency immediately to avoid any problems. I think like just being proactive and answer the problems immediately, it's what makes you, you know, a good maintainer overall. Frontend is indeed hard, man. Frontend is, I mean, especially Tailwind CSS, for example, it's definitely a new skill you have to learn. You don't have any other skill that looks like that. For example, if you have learned PHP, you can very easily learn Python on Rails. If you have learned, for example, Go, you can probably jump into Rust very quickly. But undeniably, if you want to learn like Tailwind CSS or CSS, there is nothing close to it in terms of something that looks like front-end technology, you know? It's so much different from everything we are used to. Diabel is saying the following. I love design, but I just do not have the nerve to fully work on this business anymore. It's a different beast, okay? It's a quality as well. I think it's something that you have to acquire over time. It's a lot of work, okay? A lot of work. By the way, chat, if you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro. Give me a follow on YouTube and Twitch, please, to get posted about my content, okay? Thank you, thank you. Diabel is equally saying, I don't get how people can be mean to open source project developers because they don't have time. Yeah, man, also that, like, when you face a problem with open source, just be respectful. And you know, sometimes you don't know what people are going through. You don't know if they have time. Sometimes people come to me and say, dude, PHP Insights, the website is down, blah, blah, blah. If you don't want to maintain the project, just close and archive the project. Dude, I have a life, man. You know, I maintain multiple open source projects. I go there when I have the time and if I find the time, you know. Oh, thank you, Kels. Appreciate your feedback. Well, by the way, I didn't know that ChatCN had like a Vue port as well. That's new for me, okay? ChatCN, my thoughts is, I like ChatCN. ChatCN is facing a problem that Bootstrap faced a long time ago, which is all the apps look the same these days. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but I feel like all of the apps that use ChatCN, all of them look the same, like literally the same apps in terms of UI. So, you know, if I'm building a web app, I want the web app to feel unique, to feel special, and I feel like ChatCN, as an API, it's awesome. Literally allows you to build pretty much everything you want. But the only problem is that visually, all the apps look the same. That's it. Hey Dan, nice to see you. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you for coming today. Lumo is asking, can you tell us about how you typically set up production apps like Laravel Cloud on Forge, caching using Octane? Oh, dude, it depends so much, man. Like, if I'm building something for Laravel in terms of, building a very robust product, I seek advice and I make sure it's like scalable at the long run. But if I'm building something for myself, I can probably speak more about this. If I'm building something for myself, I typically like to keep it simple, meaning that if I were to build something today, I would probably go with Laravel Cloud, just using the serverless Postgres option. For caching, I would use the database until I can. And for session, I'll probably use the database as well. So Laravel Cloud is, in my opinion, the best option now for shipping your apps. Really just works, and it's super fast. You don't pay almost nothing, so it feels really good. Yard is saying, for the life of me, I cannot learn design. Best I can is build minimalistic stuff, and that just seems that you have a ton of creativity and understanding. Yeah, I feel like design is literally not something you can learn also. It's something that you need to be creative sometimes, I know people, for example, where I would look at the design and I would probably think this design sucks, but they just know that the design will just work for everyone. This happened multiple times with David Hill at Design at Laravel, or with Kaneko, which is my designer for my projects. When they come with ideas, my first thought is like, this will never work. But then for some reason, they are so creative and smart that their design immediately just clicks for everyone, That happened, for example, with Past PHP. When I first saw Past PHP, I thought, fuck, this logo sucks hardcore, and the design, it's also equally super bad. But then I was happy with the end result, and people were equally happy with the result, when you first look at this logo, for example, you would think like pink and blue probably sucks, blah blah blah. But then people were happy with the result. So, and I have multiple examples like this where I thought the design were bad, but the end was really good. One example as well is the Laravel Collision logo. Collision had this small detail, so it's obviously called it collision, but then there is the O colliding with the C. And this is typically something that only designers would come up with. But now we also have ChatGPT, which probably can help a bunch with this stuff. Axel is saying, I like the neo-brutalism. What is that? Dbel is saying, I love UI components like cool data pickers, but I also agree that many things look the same. Indeed, man. Kel is saying the following. Regardless, I think he's mentioning Chatcien. The thing is that Chatcien is built on top of Tailwind CSS, and people forget that they can theme the thing a little bit differently. Yeah, I think people do not even worry about having a different style on those Chatcien components. Yard is saying that Chatcien is supposed to be the base to start your own design system. I don't think people actually do that, They just use the base theme that the Chatcien offers. Kels is equally saying that Vue Chatcien, currently I'm using Vue Chatcien on the project. It works well as a standalone, but out into Laravel as well. Okay. Alas is saying, Nuno, I want to lie. I don't want to lie, but I want to be like you. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Zoli is saying, is it normal that ChatGPT misses all the time the PHP open tags? It might be because of the output of the AI tool. Because he outputs that content like that, and it might not be parsable through Markdown on the app, But yeah, we're talking about like inertia, and probably we can talk a little bit about some of the cool features I'm using at the moment. What is this? Remembering state. Oh, it's a persist thing. Oh no, user remember, what is this? Okay, I never used this. Remembering state. Oh, it's like when you are, for example, you are on the profile, better, you are creating an article, but then you go to the dashboard, you go back to the create article, and you get still all of the information filled in. That's actually cool. Sorry, Shed. I never used this, I think. You don't want to live in Lisbon? Why is that? It's not Lisbon, dude. It's just literally Lisbon. Yeah, but about the Next.js vulnerability, just try to be a little bit, you know, sometimes people assume that some of these open source contributors are literally being paid to work on this stuff. It's not always the case. So, you know, we need to be polite. We need to be respectful that people also have lives and they will address the problem when they find the time. And it's just crazy that some of these companies are doing millions of dollars on top of this open source work, and they are still demanding things, which is even crazier. Prefetching, this is indeed one of my favorites for sure. Pooling, I never use pooling, chat. I don't know if you guys use things like reverb or even you know, broadcasting, but I never use pool. Do you guys use pool, by the way, on Livewire or Inertia, or not really? Yeah, Kels, I equally respect open source work because I know exactly what that is. So thank you, thank you. Dievel is saying, sorry, in German it's called Lisabon. I do not understand Portuguese. Got you. It's fine, dude. Oh my god, this is so powerful. Literally error handling. Not even talking about links. This is the other thing that we just take it as granted, but like literally just navigating between links and still have that SPA feeling is something that we get by default with Inertia, and we don't even realize how cool that is. Lumo is saying, I have used pooling before. Okay, and before also reverb being introduced to it. Yeah, I feel like with reverb, you don't need pooling anymore. I rarely use pooling. I don't think I ever used pooling, to be honest. By the way, chat, let me see something. What time does the this thing gets over? Okay, probably it's like in the middle at the moment. Progress indicators is still this. I think like one of the most powerful things probably should be renamed on Inertia is the use form. Okay, with the use form you can do so much, but I wish the use form was renamed because I feel like the name is kind of, it feels like a toy or whatever. I don't know what you guys think about the use form, but I wish we could give this a fancy name, you know, because nobody likes the word form. Form is like, you know, always means nasty stuff, you know, like in the sense that nobody likes to work with forms. And I wish we could just rename the use form helper for something like a little bit more fancy and elegant, you know. Probably feels weird, but let me know what you think. There we go. Because technically, sometimes you want to do a post request, but it's not a form. Do you know what I mean? You want to do a post, like a post, but not within the form thing, you know? Use no, dude. Interesting. Yeah, you can just do router post indeed. I get why this is the form, because you also get errors and you get literally like, you know, and you could use router form indeed. That would be a little bit better. I tend to use form all the time, by the way. I won't lie. I tend to use form all the time. Minsei is saying Ziggy should be combined with inertia. Dude, have you seen Laravel Wayfinder? Have you seen this? Because this is even better than Ziggy. Have you seen this already? This literally gives you access to typically what Ziggy would give you, but it only translates to the front end, or only communicates to the front end the routes you are actually using. So much better, which addresses probably the main concern around Ziggy, which is Ziggy was kind of, you know, transpiling all your backend routes to the front end, and everyone was using this, including like major Laravel apps. And I feel like with something like this, it just happens natively. Ziggy crawled it so Wayfinder could run. Yeah, I feel like Ziggy stayed around for 10 years, right? Ziggy was an absolutely beast of a project, in a good project, for more than 10 years. I feel like Laravel Wayfinder will just replace Ziggy. Okay. Inner7 is saying, do you know any open source project built with inertia, advanced usage to learn more? We can probably do that here on the live stream if you want. Just have a full live stream about inertia. Lumo is saying, do you plan the same thing but for model TypeScript definitions? You mean for props and things like that? I don't think we plan anything, at least at the moment. Like realistically, it would be cool to have all of the props you pass to inertia being translated to TypeScript definitions automatically, but we don't have that yet. Josh made a YouTube video about that. Oh, on the Laravel channel, you mean? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Alas is asking, I have a question, Nuno. How would you architect or structure a Laravel application that's going to handle 1 million users? I mean, it depends on the traffic, right? Because 1 million users might be a lot or not, depending on the traffic. Mise, you're welcome. This one is curious though. I have never used this use remember. Now I'm thinking like if I should ever use this. Because it looks cool though, right? I can technically preserve the state between tabs within this use remember. This looks cool. I mean, 1 million requests, for example, it's not a lot again. But in general, man, you can go with the traditional approach, you know, like one single database, potentially ship it to Laravel Cloud, and just monitor the requests and monitor, you know, the traffic of your web app, and just scale if you need to. Dieval is saying, do you still want to show the Mux banner? Yeah, I mean, in the sense that we are going to see the rest of the conference. Should be starting soon though, right? Let me see. Still not available though, but it should be starting soon. What do we have next though? We have 3 more talks today. Environment frameworks with Vite and React. We have Web AI, building the next user experience in the browser. I'm very curious about this one. And we have this last one, by chance, which is, are you smarter than a React component? So MOOCs is the company providing this broadcasting. And I wanted to make sure I was paying respect to them because they are probably sponsoring the conference in doing this. So I just added this banner out of respect to the company providing this. DevBuddy is saying people don't understand that project structures do not affect the performance. It depends on the infrastructure and how optimized the code is. I mean, I feel like also when you talk about million requests or things like that, it might not be a lot. Like 1 million requests per day is not a lot. Like it might sound like a lot, but it's not. Like literally, you can probably handle that in the very cheap server. But it just really depends of, you know, what exactly are they doing? Depends of a lot of things. But people tend to think like 1 million requests is a lot. Let me see how many like requests per second is even 1 million requests. So let's see. So a day have 24 hours. Okay, so that is literally 1,000 minutes. And this, divide this by 1 million by this. 1 second. 86 seconds. 86,000. That's 11 requests per second, which is not a lot. You see? 1 million requests per day is literally just 11 requests per second, which is not a lot. I can guarantee you that Laravel Cloud has more than that at the moment. Way more than that. Way more than that. But obviously, like, if you wanna be like future, Florian just confirmed that Laravel Cloud has more than 11 requests per second. But yeah, if you wanna make sure like that you are ready for any upcoming future, what you can do is literally set up your project on an infrastructure that is ready for not a lot of traffic, but is ready to scale as well if that moment comes. But again, 1 million is not a lot. You can probably still get away with a very cheap server. Lumo is saying MOOCs is a top-notch service that I can recommend. It's used for multiple projects to distribute a lot of video streaming. Serious? You want to see the stats of Laravel Cloud? I don't think, to be honest, I think probably at some point we could have someone from the Laravel infrastructure team doing just a talk about some of the stats of Laravel Cloud. Probably would be something cool to share. I don't think you have to be a secret. Akhtar is saying that Rust can handle a lot of requests with Actimics. Yeah, again, like when we talk about languages and frameworks, I think there's a lot of things to consider before even going to languages, including network, databases, you know, all those important topics. And, you know, when we are over network and databases, then we talk about languages, which typically are never the problem. And by the way, chat, if you just arrived, my name is Nuno, PHP and Laravel developer. Today reacting to React Miami. And we have 3 more talks today before closing off the stream. We have 3 talks coming on the pipe. And tomorrow we are going to have, again, 1 more full day of live streaming, which will be awesome. What I was trying to say, by the way, regarding Rust and handling requests is that I don't think it's fair or even interesting to compare returning Hello worlds. You know what I mean? Like returning Hello worlds, it's just not a fair comparison because real apps are not returning Hello worlds. They return, information that came from the database. They return potentially a bunch of HTML. So that is network, that is database is always included on real world requests to the web. And I don't feel like just returning Hello world is a fair comparison. It's like comparing for each loops. Doesn't make any sense. Dibal is saying, I just noticed it's already 10 o'clock on my time. What time is it on my time? It's 9 p.m. at the moment. 9 p.m. I've been streaming since 12. Oh my god. That's awesome, man. Feels good. Feels good, boy, to stream for so many long. And I was checking the numbers on my phone. We had pretty much all the time more than 100 people concurrently on my stream, not even counting with Twitter and TikTok. Just by Twitch and YouTube, I always have more than 100 people combined, which truly feels good, means the world to me. Thank you so much for coming today, by the way. Dev's Buddy is saying the following. Will you be in the next LaraCon India? Honestly, I had a blast at LaraCon India this year, This LaraCon India was so special to me in many ways, honestly, in many ways. And I feel like, I want to be back. I feel like coming back next year will be tough because I kind of want to, I need to make a break on traveling, literally, I don't want to spend my year traveling all the time again. So, I probably will take a break. I don't know. I cannot promise you, okay? Dark Chishin saying that I wish I could go to PyCon, which I assume is a Python conference that you like a lot and you would love to go. Just save a few bucks and maybe you can go. Farpat is saying hello from France. Bonjour, comment ça va? I used to live in France for 5 years, so I kind of know a little bit of French. Alas is saying the following. One more thing. How do one even think about a new personal project to build, to showcase your skills? Like everyone literally has built what I want to build. You can build existing stuff, literally. I have built existing stuff all the time. You want to see an example? Like I have built this website using... Is it working? Here we go. I have built this website called pyre.link, and there is a bazillion sites like this. Like literally a bazillion sites like this that are for short-lived messages that you can send over the wire to other people. And I've still built this with Laravel, with Inertia, with React. So it really just works. Ça va très bien, merci. Actually, I do speak fairly okay French, like literally. There is French people at Laravel, and I sometimes speak with them on French on my tuple. The way I've learned French was through just forcing myself to speak with my colleagues in French. That was it. By the way, Shed, where are you from? So I'm from Portugal, you guys know. I'm born in Portugal and I'm from Portugal, living literally in Portugal. What are you from? I see that we have people from India, France as well. What else? How is Twitter, by the way? Let's see Twitter chat. Let's refresh the React Miami Twitter. Are people having fun? Let's see. Yeah, Taylor went to the stage now. I know that. By the way, Rebecca was the person that I've reached out when I wanted to do this live stream. So props to Rebecca, okay? So we have Germany, Slovenia, Los Angeles, love Los Angeles by the way, Poland, Kazakhstan, next to Marseille, Chile, Belgium, Bolivia. Florian is from a Kubernetes cluster. You're from Austria, dude. Poland, India, Poland, Iran. Interesting. That's awesome, chat. That's awesome. Oh, is this Aaron Francis? It is. This is Aaron Francis. He's literally over there as well. Didn't know that. So this is how exactly looks inside. Interesting. Interesting. Carlos Santos is from Brazil. I probably will be there this summer, by the way. Farpat is saying that your English is not, my English, I mean him, is not as fluent. Yeah, man, it's, you know, I've been working to the States for a while already, so that's probably why. Can you give you an advice? Just force yourself to speak English, that's it. There is no secrets, like literally. I have watched a video from me, like literally speaking English 10 years ago. It's so much different. So I feel like if you want to be good at any language, just speak a bunch of that language. Okay, you need to force yourself. It feels awkward, it feels weird, but maybe like if you have a friend that wants to speak as good English as you, maybe you can just, you know, go for drinks and just speak English during that night, basically, and only English. It will look awkward, will look weird, but then at least you guys are improving a little bit, okay? And you know, knowing how to speak English can bring you literally opportunities. Sometimes you are in these countries where, you cannot find better job positions, but maybe if you go to the market and you speak good English, maybe you can have better job positions, you know? Hey, Devs buddy, see you tomorrow, man. Oh, Sven is from Belgium. Didn't know that. That's awesome, man. You just need to find a way of communicating in English every single day. I don't think things like applications or even like classes or whatever will actually teach you. So you just need to find a way of spending 4 hours a day speaking English all the time. That's it. I probably will be in São Paulo. I will be in Rio de Janeiro this summer. Rio de Janeiro, okay? The conference is not over yet, meaning that we are waiting for this panel to be over. So right now, what's happening is that they are running an exclusive in-person interview to Taylor at the moment, I think. Here we go. But this is about to end, literally in the next couple of minutes. And then we jump to 3 talks of 30 minutes each, which I think will be awesome, okay, to close out the day. By the way, chat, if you don't follow me on Twitter, just do it right now, okay? On Twitter is basically the place where I chat with people all the time. It's part of my life already, Twitter, I think, at this point. I don't know about you guys, but I've been using Twitter since forever. Taylor is the GOAT of everything. Do you think Taylor is converting the GS developers to PHP developers? I do think, to be honest, that PHP have made a good comeback recently, like literally. I think PHP was, had a worse reputation probably like 10 years ago than it has right now. Not only because of Laravel, but also because of the advantages of the language. If you compare PHP with the PHP from 10 years ago, it's insane. Now we have much more, regarding types, regarding, match statements, regarding property promotion, read-only stuff. Like we have so many things now that we didn't have 10 years ago. So I think that's, that was a huge improvement, but also Laravel, obviously, took the market by storm. There's a bunch of things built in Laravel. And we need to adapt a little bit because people want front ends in React. So obviously we need to be very good with React as well. Alasa is saying, please bring Laracon to Africa. Dude, it doesn't work that way. You probably need to, start your Laravel meetup. And once there is a very solid base of people, maybe, other people start considering building a Laravel live event, and then after that, the Laravel team may consider a conference there. Sven is saying the following: Nuno, I like to contribute to Essentials. It got me thinking about trying some open source on my internal projects. Any suggestions or advice? I don't know, man. I feel like you did a great job on Essentials. You can probably just apply some of those internals and some of those lessons you have learned with Essentials. And potentially, if you see an opportunity on some of the features you are using locally to be exposed as a package, is a good idea. Even if it already exists, okay? Even if it already exists, still do it. Because, if you start thinking about that, it will never build anything whatsoever. Darchers is saying the following: PHP not popular, not because of the syntax, but because of the setup. You need FPM most often, and you have the pain when it comes to set up debug, which comes out of the box on things like .NET. Okay, so I would, I get, if you're coming from .NET, I feel that you probably want something like where you can set up breakpoints and set up step over, step into. We are not used to it. Like, honestly, people that are doing JavaScript, but also, PHP and Rails and Python, we don't use those things, like literally. You might see some PHP developers saying that they are using literally, those kind of debuggers, but there is also a huge part of us who don't even consider it because we just feel that we are more productive not using those type of setups for debugging. Regarding FPM, honestly, it's been ages that I even think about FPM because most of the times we use servers with things like Laravel Forge or Laravel Cloud, which are hosting providers where we don't even have to think about that. You can think about Laravel Cloud just like Vercel is for Next.js, is where people ship apps using that language, and we don't have to think about FPM because it's already pre-built, pre-configured, and we barely have to touch it, basically. By the way, C# is an awesome language, so congratulations on that. Ekurt is saying the following: at work, we use Next.js after migrating from a legacy Laravel backend. But to be honest, I miss Laravel a bit. It's fine, dude. I got you, man. I got you. Yeah, I love DD. For debugging, I just use DD all the time, to be honest, it just works. Like, why would I even suffer, like, literally? I can just DD the stuff. That's it. It just works. Dbel is saying, I completely forgot that I'm using Nightbot. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Nightbot is awesome for commands on Twitch. By the way, chat, if you are here for the first time, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer. I'm also a Laravel core team member doing PHP for the last 10 years. And I'm streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on Twitch. Also have a YouTube channel if you want to give me a follow over there. awesome content every single day. And what else? Oh, you can support financially my work if you want to. You don't have to, but you can. Support financially by becoming a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber, which you can do down below. Is the conference already started? Let's see. Not yet, not yet. What do we have on Twitch? By the way, this was still my favorite talk, okay? This guy have pretty much impressed me too as a speaker, but also the content of the talk was really good. A bunch of you told me that you know this guy already, so I didn't know the guy. I'm gonna give him a follow, by the way. Here we go, Shep. And I was surprised by his content, by how clear his talk was. He talked about result types, basically, okay? And how result types can be better than just simply try catches on JavaScript. And obviously, a bunch of that comes from how result types are used on Rust and Go, for example. So I was very surprised by his talk, okay? Carlos Santos is saying the following. Do you know when the SA East region will be available on Laravel Cloud? I don't know, man. You need to ask the support team, okay? So something people need to understand when they make me questions is that the Laravel Cloud is becoming bigger and bigger, and I no longer have control over everything. I barely know which regions at the moment are prioritary, you know? So you need to reach out to support. Support will ask to the correct people, and they will have an answer for you pretty soon, okay? But I have literally no idea when that region will become available. And I was one of the first configuring the regions to, you know, some of the regions you might see now on the Dropbox. I was one of the people working on that, but I literally don't know anymore. What do we have tomorrow, though? So again, tomorrow I'm going to start at 1 p.m. UTC again, okay, chat? So if you guys want to tag along, I would appreciate that. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. Miami time, which is 2 p.m. Portugal, 1 p.m. UTC, okay? And I will be here once again. And we have this one, which is a very interesting one, which I already know why it sucks, but regardless, why file-based routing sucks and why you should use it. Wait, what? I'm very curious about this one. And we have making React fun again, React serverless in Terraform, morning break, why your components need a safety net, interesting, monetizing your React skills, interesting, styles in Sassy, okay, building scalable access control frameworks in React. By the way, Chat, what do you use for access control on Laravel? Like permissions and things like that. Do you use a package? Do you build it yourself? For Laravel Cloud, we have built ourselves permissions, literally. You know, kind of sucks to build that from scratch, but we build it. Like literally permissions, like you are on the team and as an admin, you want to give you know, specific permissions to this developer to do this and that. And it was so painful, man. I had to, it wasn't me even building that, but I had to validate. It was a beast of a pull request, I can tell you that. So a bunch of people are saying that you have used SPACY permissions. I cannot remember why I haven't choose that though. But yeah, policy is not enough. So the use case is that you need to, as a team admin, you need to give this developer permissions to only do that and that, you know, like on this specific deployment on that particular thing. So policies may work as a middleware, but then you need to literally just go deeper on the policies, okay? Dargers is saying, I use identity provider and GWT tokens for all, auth and permissions. It's called Keycloak. Interesting. What is this? Oh, interesting. So you can set up roles, you can set up groups, permissions, and everything through an admin panel, apparently. Okay. Oh boy, we're back, I think. Yes, we are back. All right, chat, we are back to the conference. Let's go, let's go. So let me put the music off. What is this? Oh, okay.
Are we on? We're on. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. That was an
Yes.
amazing panel, right?
No, I haven't seen it.
That was
so I have no
incredible.
idea.
Well, we got more talks today. And up next is Brandon Roberts.
Give him a round of applause. Yeah.
Brandon is an open source advocate focused on community engagement, content creation, and collaboration. He enjoys learning new things, helping other developers be successful, speaking at conferences, and contributing to open source. He's a GDE, technical writer, maintainer of the NGRX project, and creator of the Analog.js meta framework. Let's
All right,
go.
chat. Enjoy this
Appreciate that.
enjoy the rest of the conference, all right? Let's go.
All right.
We are 8 hours in already streaming. 8 hours in.
I guess.
So cool.
Step back on my screen. All right, there we go. Cool. Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, before I get started with the talk, environmental frameworks with Vite and React, I just want to give a quick shout out to Taylor Otwell and the Laravel crew. It's funny how time flies. 10 years ago, I was at LaraCon in Kentucky, and today Taylor is here talking about the future of the web, building websites with Laravel. So pretty cool to see, full circle.
So cool.
This isn't a comprehensive
It's
list,
Laravel again.
and by the time you see this,
Oh my God,
there may be another
so
framework that's announced that's already built on Vite, and for good reason. My name is Brandon Roberts. You can follow me on Twitter at Brandon T. Roberts, or I tweet out GIFs. I talk about sports. I block people sometimes, but you know, that's just what you got to do. As I mentioned before, I'm the creator of Analog.js. Also a maintainer on the NGRX project.
Sending a message to Taylor
Google developer
to just,
expert and
congratulations, like,
NX
literally Laravel
champion.
on stage
Shout out
all
to
the time.
NX,
So
big
cool.
sponsor of the conference. And also work as a principal engineer at Dick's Sporting Goods. No, I cannot give you a discount, but I hope that you do have a good experience. But we do help athletes on their sports journey there. So for this talk, I'm going to talk about Vite, of course, because Vite is where it's at these days. I'll talk about Vite plugins, and also talk about environments, which is something new to Vite. So Vite itself, of course, has blown up since it's first started getting developed. So I want to just talk some about the things that they wanted to, goals that they wanted to solve in general with Vite project and where we were and kind of where we're going. So some of the problems that Vite intended to solve are slow server starts in development compared to like other projects. Also, instead of using Bono-based development, it dynamically uses files using browser APIs. So it's unbundled in that way. And this became really important because of ES modules and the progression of their technology being more important in the browser experience. But overall, in intending to improve the developer experience, we're building for the web, of course. And we just had a panel about the future and building for the web and open source, so falls right in line with that. So some of Vite's features include instant server start, HMR or hot module replacement. Also has great developer experience out of the box, fast builds, extensibility of plugins, and of course with the React ecosystem, they have a first-party React plugin, and then TypeScript support out of the box. So that's just a quick overview of Vite, the project. I know, like I said, a lot of you may use Vite or have come across it. So
Vite is the beast,
but for
the
those who
goat
haven't, just
of
wanted
development,
to
Vite.
kind of cover that part of it.
I use Vite all the time
So next,
for everything.
I'll talk about Vite plugins. Vite plugins are, today, they're built on top of the Rollup plugin API, which Rollup has been around for a long time also. There have been some developments around Rollup, or Roll Down, I should say, to bring another experience to Vite internally. They also have internal plugins for that Vite uses to do many things to when you're building an application, such as handle CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. Then there's also room for custom plugins. And this is where a lot of the power of Vite comes into place. So these plugins allow you to do things like resolve modules, where you can define how those things are loaded in, transform existing code. One big thing is React Refresh, for example. That's something that you can transform code with a plugin to do, and that's been implemented, of course, in the React plugin. Hot module replacement is something that's can be connected to a plugin. You can kind of control that experience, and from a plugin's perspective, you can use that in a plugin to achieve a particular task. You can also collect metadata. I mentioned projects like TanStack. They do things like use these plugins to collect metadata to build things like a manifest, so that when you're using things like server functions or API routes in a project like that, it uses those plugins to collect that. And of course, it also bundles code, ships that to production, which, like I said, it just come out of the box for a bundler or build tool. There are many different frameworks out there that are built on top of Vite. I remember Astro was one of probably the first major ones that kind of migrated to like their custom solution to Vite. Also a project like SvelteKit, also Remix, which was using its own custom toolchain before, which Remix or React Router moved to using that as a Vite plugin. Also mentioned TanStack, which has its own toolchain there that's taking advantage of that too. And of course, there are other projects that take advantage of or use this plugin architecture to create a framework, kind of a framework in a box. So this is an example of a simple plugin where you can look for a JSX file, modify some code, and return that code. And you can kind of compose these in a pipeline to transform or build an application or achieve some of the other things that I mentioned earlier. You can also do things like I mentioned, configure the dev server, control HMR. These kind of build up an architecture that you have with Vite. And so there are two main runtimes that you have with when you're building applications with Vite. There's the client runtime, or just the browser runtime, and the SSR, or server runtime. And this is, these are two, like I said, two of the primary ways that Vite kind of works today before we get into the environment conversation later. And I mentioned before, these plugins, this is an example of a plugin that can transform some code based on SSR. And this is how Vite was initially architected, where it supported these two runtimes. So in a particular plugin, you can check to see if they're building for an SSR app, and perform some code there that only needs to be handled in that scenario, versus on the browser where you may want to just take advantage of those browser APIs, or things like dead code elimination or other features like that. If you want to learn more about the Vite kind of plugin and pipeline, you can take a look at this blog post. It's by Patak, who is a core member on the Vite core team member, and also works at StackBlitz and bold.news, so you can check that out. It gave me a lot of insight on how these plugins work today and how you can continue to use those plugins today and how the overall process works. So that brought us to, with all these plugins and things, it gave a lot of flexibility to these frameworks to be able to build for their particular ecosystem, React being one of them, and depending on, like I said, which React framework you use, built on top of Vite, they take advantage of all these plugins. But there were some things that were kind of across the board that were requested as more framework authors begin to use these plugins for their particular use case. And this brought us to the environment API, and I'll talk about some of the design constraints of how it was initially built and some of the concepts that were that came out of these conversations with plugin authors, framework authors, and providers also. Before I get into that, I did want to give a quick shout out to the Vinci project, which it was inspired by Bun's router API and was took on some of these ideas
one of the Vite plugins,
in the beginning, which they used like a forked version of Nitro and H3, which Nitro is like a server engine toolkit that's used there. And it provided a way to kind of orchestrate these multiple builds in a way that kind of parallel with how Vite built projects, but allow you to build these different targets for client applications, server applications, SSR, or even static assets. And Vinci was one of the projects that powered TanStack Start and also Solid Start in the beginning, but they've eventually moved to more of a standard Vite plugin API, which this kind of ties into the environments that we'll talk about here soon. So we talked about the design constraints, or I want to talk about design constraints and concepts. And some of the things that I mentioned before, you have these two runtimes that you're using Vite for building a client application and a server application. So you have these like separate commands that you have to do to do that. So in order to build these two different runtimes, you have a Vite build and a Vite build SSR. So some of the framework authors took different approaches in how you would integrate this. Some would just say, just run these two commands, and someone wanted it to be a little more seamless. And that brought me to like these framework specific implementations. And I ran into this also building a meta framework that took advantage of Vite. And when trying to build these client and server runtimes as part of the same process, I looked around and looked at these other frameworks and saw what they were doing on top of that. And I saw something similar to here where you're taking in the Vite config, you're passing in some build options, and you're calling build for this SSR app. So it's open source. I looked at this code. I was like, okay, works for me. I took this, plugged it into my own project. And then you end up kind of with a plugin that looks something like this. So you have to use this particular closed bundle hook. So this tells you that the client application is already built. And then you await that, and you make sure that you don't build it again if you're building the SSR app, so that you get more of a seamless experience there. So this was one of those things that a lot of the framework authors, including myself, were looking at the Vite team to come up with a solution for. And also, like I said, we wanted a reusable foundation that we could all share and build upon. There's also, in the Vite process today, they have isolated plugins. So when you're building for a client or you're building for the server, there wasn't a cohesive way to connect these two. So if you look at an example of how you would server-side render an application, just using Vite as the build tool itself, you're still kind of constrained between this client and server concepts. And the last thing was these different runtimes. So just building for, of course, Node is probably the most popular one out there, but of course there's still other runtimes that have come along. Like I mentioned before, we have the browser runtime, we have the Node runtime or server runtime, but there are also other runtimes that we want to take advantage of, or environments, such as Cloudflare workers, using the Vitesse.js DOM, Workerd platform, or even future runtimes that they want to build with Vite. So this the Vite team looked at this landscape of the web and how the Vite was being used, and went back to the kind of the design board, had a lot of sessions, and come up with the environment API. And what that came up with, or what came out of that, was a single command for an application build. Now, you could consider a client app or a client build an application, but this was to span across multiple runtimes or environments in this case. There's also framework agnostic implementations there that we could take advantage of. And like I said, we want a standardized API where we didn't have to do framework specific things in each one of these projects, but could still build on the foundation of Vite. And also take advantage of some of these shared plugins and support some of the different runtimes. So looking at this, this is just like a standard Vite config. It doesn't have, you could have plugins right here, but it's just an example of what this will look like today without any environments configured. But introducing this new API allows us to declaratively define these different environments. So in this case, I have a client environment, which this one is included by default. You could also have an SSR environment. SSR is not specific. It does have that for backward compatibility. But even new paradigms like React Server Components, it has a paradigm that has its own set of sort of bundling requirements. So you could declare these environments that you could use in development and in production. So we want to shorten that gap between the dev and build environments. It also gives us more context on what you're targeting there. So before we just had client and SSR, then you can define your own custom environments, whether it be SSR, server. I've had a mix and match of both, kind of working on different projects. So you can also access these environments in your server code. In this case, I'm just using the client environment where I want to transform a particular request. If this was server-side rendering, I can set up an SSR environment. So it provides much more flexibility. And looking at this chart here, it kind of mentioned what I had before. We still want to have a single dev server that can talk across these different environments and be able to communicate and still take advantage of these different platforms and things that you want to build today. And so by defining these new environments, they also introduced a new builder API that gives you access to these environments that you can use when you run a build to continue to, or you map these environments, you can iterate over them and build them in parallel, or also do some more work. Like I mentioned before, I would build a client application, a server app, or SSR rendering, and then a server app. So with this new environment API, it opens up that more flexibility there. So you can still wrap all these environments in a particular plugin. I'm just using, of course, React Miami as an example. But you could have a framework that defines these environments and still wrap that in a single plugin. And you may be consuming these environment-style plugins today. as the framework authors have used these APIs and implemented them in their projects. And we get back to the thing that we were targeting before, which was a single Vite build command that could span across these different environments. And there was a lot of refactoring and work that had to do under the hood to support this. One of those things was the module graphs. A module graph is a way that it knows what files exist, how the dependencies are handled together. And this was a mixed module graph between client and server. But now they have, and this also you had to embed this logic into your plugins before. But now these different graphs for these different environments are isolated so you can have more precision with these plugins. It also opened up to where you can define custom environments. I mentioned React Server Components as an environment. There's also one that's included, the runnable dev environment, where it's built on top of the fetch API, which just takes a standard request and response. So if you just want to build something lightweight, you could build use one of these custom environments or even build your own as a plugin. And I talked about Workerd as an environment that you can target, and you can use this to build where you could have runtime agnostic SSR, whether you're targeting Node or something like Cloudflare or serverless or including serverless or these other deployment targets. And it introduced new APIs that gave us per environment plugins. Like I mentioned, you can use these to transform code in these specific places, and then have those plugins share the same context so we're not like isolated when doing the builds. And this gives us, like I said, it shortens that gap between the dev and prod developer experience, whether you're a plugin author or a framework author.
Yeah, indeed. This sock
and
is
of course,
really
they made this the environment API backward compatible. So even if you're just using client SSR today,
web development for sure, like building custom
you can use these APIs under the hood without many breaking changes today. But they're still working on these, like ironing these APIs out.
I mean, realistically, like the Vite plugin API is really powerful, and that's why everyone is literally relying on that API. But I'd still, obviously for a regular developer, this is not something typically we would have to do, because we just, if you are like me, I just use a default configuration Vite that comes with Laravel, and that's it. I don't even touch it ever, I think.
I already mentioned these support for separate runtimes. Also have more of a unified API that you can use to build with Vite across these different platforms.
But I mean, some people literally have to tackle these problems to provide this sort of agnostic API so frameworks can rely on it and have multiple outputs of that framework, either that be for mobile or for server-side rendering or for, So we obviously need to have people like this and people who know these kind of things, but obviously for a regular web developer, I don't think, at least I don't have ever explored this API. I know that people on the Laravel team have explored this API, especially for building Laravel plugins for Vite, but unless you have a need, I don't think it's something I would literally explore.
That lets you build those as an integrated experience. So there's less difference between development and deploying to production.
The dot is not aligned because it's the provider,
Vercel to take advantage of these plugins also. They have integrations with Remix already, which is built on top of, the Remix plugin is built on top of Vite. And even Nitro is looking at using the environment API, because Nitro already deploys or has a framework agnostic core to support many different deployment providers. So what's next for the environment API? Well, the environment API is experimental in Vite 6. They are continuing to work on those APIs and getting more feedback for the usage for, like I said, plugin authors, framework authors, and also these deployment provider plugins becoming more available that we can take advantage of. And stabilization coming in Vite 7 with hopefully there will be only minor breaking changes there. If you'd like to look at an example of a plugin that uses, mentioned before about Nitro, I maintain a plugin that uses Vite and Nitro and uses the environment API with React that you can look at that GitHub repo and see how that works together. So to recap, talked about Vite, talked about Vite plugins, kind of where the plugins stand today, how the Vite build architecture works today, and talked about the Vite environment API. And like I mentioned before, they're looking forward to see how the Vite and React ecosystem continue to evolve with these new APIs, and unlocking more opportunities and things for developers. I'd like to thank the React Miami team for having me. Thank you for listening to this talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the
Again, that was a very in-depth talk indeed. But, you know, sometimes it's interesting for people to see how things work under the hood, you know? Even if, for someone like me who haven't yet explored the Vite plugin API, it might feel a little bit overwhelming, I won't lie to you. But I do get the understanding that these APIs are necessary for framework authors and framework libraries to hook into Vite.
Okay, guys, are you ready for our next speaker?
Who do we have next, by the way?
Aileen is a developer with over 10 years of experience.
So that was environment frameworks with Vite and React. Now we have the Web AI one, which is apparently building a next user experience in the browser using AI apparently. So this will be fun. Probably a little bit more grounded, okay? What is WordPress? I don't think we are going to see WordPress today, dude. By the way, chat, meanwhile, if you are enjoying today's live stream, give me a follow on my socials, okay? Give me a follow on Twitch and YouTube. I really appreciate your support, as always. And yeah, we are literally watching the two last talks of the day, of day one of React Miami. You know, I appreciate all the contents, all the talks so far. I think the talks were awesome, and I cannot wait for this one. I think it'll be awesome as well.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. We're almost finishing React Miami, and I hope this presentation is interesting for you. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about Web AI, and it's building the next user experience in the browser. And this talk, I pitched it last year, and as AI changes so fast, I've been changing a lot of the content to make it more up-to-date
Oh
for
yeah,
you.
AI changes
and
fast,
it's actually
that's for
valuable
sure.
for you. And I want to focus on how the user experience have changed, and if you were in the panel, they talked about some of those things.
Really?
And you as a React developer, you use the browser, and that's what I want to teach you today. Like, with your knowledge, you can create AI solutions and in the browser. So I hope this is exciting. So who am I? I already mentioned. I'm Aileen. I'm a software developer at Orama. If you've used Tansa Query, so you have seen Orama as the search engine there to find things. I'm based in Mexico.
Just by the way, regarding AI, something I really feel about AI is that I haven't yet felt as excited about someone as I am about AI in general. I feel like when a new framework comes in to the front end, for example, a lot of stuff already exists out there, but AI is something totally different that we never saw anything like that. So it really feels exciting.
About responsive design, and then accessibility, and so on. But I think things have changed, and I guess you've seen that too. I found this article, and it's very insightful about how people are using Gen AI in 2025. And it has changed because they made a study in 2024. And how people is using Gen AI today is for personal and professional support. This article mentioned people are using it for therapy, organizing their lives, improving education, content creation and editing, learning and education again, creativity and recreation, and so on. So this is how people are using Gen AI. And for me, my perspective, my opinion, I think people are asking for help. They want to be heard, and they're using these tools to answer questions, right? But this is an interface they're used to. This is when they go and ask for a question, they go here. They go to ChatGPT, they go to Google, they go to Claude, and they just ask in a natural language a question. And this is how the AI is redefining the interface that the users are getting used to. But I think this also creates a challenge for us because these big AI models are trained with information that might not feature your product which has an interesting value, or the knowledge that your product has, or your organization knowledge. So it's not there, most probably because these models are generic. And I think this is where an opportunity lies and what I want to talk today. So at Orama, we have been thinking, like, how can we enhance this? Like, how do we enhance the user experience with it? And we are React developers. We create these applications. We create these sites. Why don't we match the interface that the user is already being used to? This is just an example of some of the mockups that we have. And it's the same kind of experience that the user is having with other cloud-based solutions. And this is a way that I'll have the content. I mean, I'm the owner, and I can provide the same experience. You have a question, I can provide that. But also, if you saw in the chart of the article, there's no shopping. Like, people are not using still for shopping. And I think that's another opportunity. Like, maybe we haven't figured out how to sell more in a natural language way. This is a mock-up we're creating, like, show me more like this. Like, if you're coming to Miami, what should I wear? That's the question that I like to get answered. Like, I want to go to an e-commerce or any other type of product and ask these kinds of questions. And yeah, this is the experience that I think we're moving forward.
Favorite talk so far? I really like the
As
result-typed one,
the browser,
which
like
is
why the browser?
third one of the day, I think.
Because it's a platform that itself, it has evolved.
See you tomorrow, CBTML.
To make this a platform possible to create AI solutions. And what are these things that are helping it? We have Web GPU that is now standardized within Safari, Mozilla, and Chrome. So this make easy to run models with GPU. We also have WebAssembly, which is not new, but it provides us this almost native performance in the browser. And of course, the privacy. Depending on the industry that you have of your product or your service, some things you cannot send it over to the server. You need to be careful on that kind of information, and the browser already provides these kinds of privacy, not living outside the browser. And I think one of the most important things is the universal access. There's like 5 billion internet users already there, and it's very, you can run it on any device that can access a browser. So we have advantages here that we as React developers, we're already used to creating in the browser. And also in the panel, you heard all of this. And so, okay, so I can use the browser, but how? How can I use these models? And I want to be very specific that it's Web AI because it's not just LLMs, it's other type of models that you can run, like object detection, audio, and classification, and many other tasks that are not just for LLMs. And some of these libraries are like TensorFlow.js, so you can run in this one an object detection model. There's, of course, Hugging Face has its own library, which is Transformers.js. And it's very similar to the one that they have for Python, and you can use state-of-the-art machine learning models in your browser. So you won't have to spend a penny on cloud-based LLMs or any other type of model that your application might need. There is also this amazing project called Web LLM. So this is very similar to the ones of the cloud. And if you see how it's written, it's very similar to how you already use ChatGPT in the cloud. Like, it's really similar. It's just using a different package. So I think we're also removing friction on how we already using these things. And another one I want to mention is Chrome has this experimental build AI API they're building. They're actually looking for people to test it. This was presented in the Google I/O last year, and it's already there as an experimentation that you can use in your browser. It's like right now you can do window.something, document.something. You can do language model.something. And then what are they focusing on the task?
I had no idea.
Mostly
That's insane,
prompt
though.
APIs, writing assistants because you want to summarize, you want to rewrite something, and you can create prompt extensions. So it's available for you to just create things like this. And of course, translation API. These ones are available, and if you want to give it a try, this is how easy it might be. As I mentioned, it's still experimental, but you can try it right now. So we have these options, but we still haven't done anything new, right? It's the same as using a cloud. Like, it's just using a model in the application. We need another thing that we need to fix, and that's the knowledge. How do I provide my product knowledge, my product value to these models? And there's many ways to do so. You can fine-tune a model and train it with your data, but that's expensive and also requires some set of skills.
I assume the LLM will
there's
just
another
run
way that
either
you
on the
can do this.
browser,
And
or
this is
we'll have direct
basically,
native
there's
API
two
to
ways
your
do this.
system to run it over there.
One, it's maybe you have heard of it, called RAG, which is Retrieve Augmented Generation.
We talked about this multiple
and
times
RAG
here.
is very popular because these models hallucinate, right? They're generic
They
purpose
do.
models, and if they don't know the answer of something, they might just made it up. But what RAG does is that it will provide an external source of data. And then when a user asks a question, you would just provide that information that is relevant to that query. And you might say, well, I can just import a PDF and then ask the questions. You could do that, but there's also constraints within the context. And also because what if the LLM just focuses on something that has nothing to do, and then the rest of the answers will not make sense? So why just don't we just provide the information that we need? And that is basically RAG. And so what does it mean? I mean, what do I need to do to use RAG? First off, there's different kinds of RAG. The term-based one is very similar to, I believe, what querying would be, or you might be related to.
RAG is one thing.
Just look for anything that
MCP
has
is another
this
thing, by the
term.
way.
So for example, if I'm looking for React, you will look for the information just with React, right? That's the only information that I want. And that's term-based retrieval. But there is another retrieval called embedding-based, which is basically how most of the things, and it's a new thing, at least for me, it was, because it would be based on the understanding. It would be based on the meaning of the actual word. So for example, if a user is looking for React, I know that
vector
maybe
searching,
Hamstack
basically.
is related. It doesn't say React, but I know, or the computer itself knows that it's within the same meaning because it's going to provide an answer that is going to be relevant to the user. And this is, embedding would be basically having a word, and then this is a very simple two-dimension graph, right? I have cat, kitten, they're very close because they're close in meaning, and then there's other words that are in different coordinates. But imagine that this is basically a dimension of, and maybe these vectors is like 1,3, something like that. But vector or embeddings itself, you'll have 384 vectors. So that thing, that vector, that array of numbers, is the meaning of the paragraph, of the sentence, of the token that you're embedding. So what we're going to do is basically this. We're going to first need to index all of our data in a way of embeddings. We're going to use this method. We could use term-based, you can use hybrid, but I want you today to show you how embedding is done. So you have your data. And maybe, again, if it's a big PDF or a big whatever, you need to chunk it because we will face the same thing. You're fitting a lot of things, and you just need, when you ask a question, you just want the things that are relevant. You don't want the whole PDF. You just want the relevant chunks. That's why we're going to come
It's something
into
we
a
haven't
process
done,
called
by
chunk.
the way. When we worked
And
here on the
this
live
might
stream
be,
with
like,
RAG,
it's very
we have just,
experimental. You might
know,
do characters, you might do paragraphs,
put
you might do
everything
whatever
under the
works
vector DB.
itself for your company or for your data is the thing that you're going to do. And once you have those chunks of that information, you would embed them. So the chunk, that whole paragraph, sentence, word, whatever you chose to chunk, is going to be transformed into vectors. And we're going to use a special kind of database, which is a vector database.
Yeah,
so that vectors are going to be
Postgres or
stored in
anything.
that vector database, and that's going to be our external source when using RAG. Perfect. So let's say we index our data, we have it.
By the way, Chad, I don't know if for any of you this is complicated, but if it is, it's actually a very easy topic to grasp. You spend one day learning about all these topics, RAG, vector DB, embeddings, and you will understand it very quickly.
So I can actually find what is relevant, because I cannot compare strings with vectors. So I need to transform that same thing, of course, using the same model, because if not, it's not going to make sense, right? So I have my input query, I transform it to an embedding, and I find the match. There's many algorithms for this, and of course, there are many tools out there that you could use. So I'm going to show you a very manual thing, because this talk was client-based, right? So I'm going to try to avoid using other solutions that are not client. But of course, I'm going to provide you others that might work. And then finally, once it retrieves that information that matches, that's when I'm going to use my LLM. I'll have the context. I have retrieved everything that's relevant to that query, and now I can use the LLM to answer as a human, right? Because that's how they're used to, and that's what they're good at, these LLMs, answering with a human language. And that's basically RAG and what you do with your data. If you want to see how I did it on the browser itself, Hugging Face Transformers has a model called feature extraction, which is the one that I'll be using to embed. So what I'm doing is I have this instance of this embedding model that I'm using from the Transformers library, and I'll just pass in, I'll just have this model. This is the one that I'm using. Then I'm going to generate the embeddings. And I already have my model defined, and I already have the text that I need to embed. Could be the query, could be the new data that I want to add. So I'm going to pass in the text, and I have my model. I'm going to pass the text, and then this is some things that are needed for this specific model of embedding, which is basically it's going to do the embedding of each of these tokens or sentence or whatever, but it's going to look for the mean of those. So that's what it's doing. And normalization is because I want all the vectors to be the same size. And with that, I'll have my query, my data,
the fun dev quiz, I think
embedded
it's
into a
tomorrow
vector or
night.
transform into a vector.
And
this is how it would look. So today, I want to present a solution that I just came with, which is a learning platform. How could I make a learning platform be similar to what the user is used to? And this was, I had data which was related to curses. I have some...
Just by the way, Chad, if you don't know what is vector searching, it's something that I've learned equally, like literally 2 weeks ago. It's about you have a bunch of text or a bunch of things in your database that will be represented as a regular floats. Floats are these numbers right here. And when you are searching, you are converting your search query to a vector as well, which will be converted or compared with the vectors you have already in the database. So that's why you can have literally multi-language search within a database like this, because the word green have the same meaning in all languages, basically. It's insane. That's why you go to Google, you search for car, and it will give you a bunch of cars, and you can search for car on any language, will always work. So vector searching is a very interesting topic, and if you haven't saw yet, just literally, spend 1 hour on it because it's very interesting.
This is, it's in a very manual way because, as I mentioned, we're using models in the browser that have,
you see, it's literally converting the query to an embedding vector before searching for similar content. That's why you are able to search for smile, for for haircut and everything, and we'll get images that represent that.
Remember I mentioned models hallucinate, and there's another way that you could fix this. And the other way is agentic pattern, which is basically agents. So for example, right now, if you go to ChatGPT and ask for something, there is an option that would look into the web if it doesn't have that answer right now. And that is basically an agent. An agent has a tool. An agent has a function. An agent has something that it can do when the goal cannot be accomplished. So the goal of your agent or your chat or whatever could be to answer the question of the user. And if you don't have that information, it's going to look for tools, functions, anything that helps accomplish that goal. That's basically the agentic behavior and what could help
It's
on
so
your
good,
models.
by the way.
And in this implementation that I did, I created just 3 functions that this model has available. So if I'm a learning platform and I have courses, of course...
By the way, my favorite agent is the terminal agent, because there is nothing that cannot be answered from the terminal. So if you give an agent, which its all purpose is being able to query the terminal, you can have pretty much every answer you can have from the terminal. Because the terminal can do wgets, the terminal can just do, can run code, you can do everything from the terminal itself. So if you give the agent the power of running commands and check the output on the terminal, you can have pretty much every answer you can ever imagine from the terminal, from the AI tool, by the way.
Find what do I have in my platform that match that, and then just finally generate the learning path, which I already had. I had this learning path, I have this solution, but I didn't orient it to my user. So this is what the agentic behavior is doing right now for this platform. So a little demo, I'll show you, of course, the code and everything, just for the sake of time. So it's just, as I mentioned, a learning platform, and the user is asking to apply for a job, and it's going to paste the description of that job. So it's going to take some time. So, and then it says, okay, I detected this is a job description. Let me prepare like a learning path. So I have all these courses, I have this path, I had that UI already, but I didn't use it in a purpose that would give meaning to my user. So I provided all of this learning path with the data that I already had. And this is basically the power of creating these new interactions, how the user is expecting, how the user is asking for help, how are we helping our users. And of course, we created this, but there's limitations, of course. Yes, in the client, you can run large language models, but of course, there should be certain size for it. In the cloud, you would still need, of course, an infrastructure for it, but you could use as many or as big as you want.
You said large language models?
I think one of the things that highlights the most on the client side is the privacy, which has been one of the key things that has highlighted the opportunity of creating tools like this. But of course, the vector database in my IndexedDB might not scale, probably. And of course, this is running on the RAM of the hardware, right? So depending on what you're using would be, of course, how can you use that same model or not? And of course, there are already tools out there for these problems that we mentioned. Vector databases, you could use Orama, which could help you index and query things. There's also Weaviate, which is another great solution that also provides solutions for agents.
Just by the way, you can do
Supabase
vector
has
searching with
vectors, so
PHP as well,
use,
okay? It's not
this,
fast, but you can
database,
do it.
Vector
Tomorrow,
database
1 p.m.
and
UTC.
Pinecone. But also for the agent framework, I needed to use a function, and I needed to use a lot of ifs and things. But you could rely on other libraries like LangChain, who provide, this one provides a more clean way to make your LLM look for those tools. There's also Llama Index, and of course the AI SDK from Vercel. But I think you will need an API for the model that you will use. But it would provide a smooth experience of using these agentic behaviors. And up until this point, we have solved the first problem. Our user is asking for questions. But what if the user never uses your platform? What if the user still uses any other cloud-based like ChatGPT or Google or Claude? And maybe you have heard of this model context protocol. So this is to prepare your website to provide these solutions to agents. So ChatGPT would have an agent that would go and look for things, but you already have an MCP server that would provide that solution. So you're covering your basis of, okay, my user might not gonna come to my website, but I'm gonna provide agents to find me. Before we were talking about SEO, like how do I feature in a Google search? But right now users, they're going to Google, but they're also going to these other places. And how are we gonna face that? How are we gonna take advantage of that? And this is a way we could do it, providing these tools, this way of interacting with our platforms for those agents. And this one is just a new one. I think it's also this week. agent to agent. This one is from Google. It's also a kind of protocol, but this is supposed to be a complement of the Anthropic MCP. And it's basically the same. It's agents talking to agents. How do I create a client agent or a remote agent that would help provide the tools and solutions that the agent...
Just by the way, Mobile Context Protocol, or MCP, it's basically having, for example, Laravel Cloud or Laravel Forge providing an API for LLMs, okay? So ChatGPT can use the MCP API of Laravel Forge or Laravel Cloud or any service really to literally go there and create servers for you, okay? So my overall feeling is that any website out there, for example, related to hotel bookings or restaurants even, all of them will have an MCP protocol or an MCP server API. And you from ChatGPT, you will be able to type, I want to book a pizza restaurant around me today at 9 p.m., for example. And you will have literally the reservation being done.
And thank you.
That was a good overview, by the way, of this new AI era that we are receiving. You know, and this is something everyone needs to learn. I see that some people here got a bit lost during the talk because we saw some terms being mentioned like vector searching or embeddings or you know, LLMs or even stuff like that. So my overall feeling for you is that if you haven't yet like dived into these topics, you should dive it as soon as possible because your front end will require this stuff at some point, okay? At some point, people will go through a ChatGPT interface and they want to literally do reservations from that place. And you will have to provide an MCP server, for example, so ChatGPT can go to your website, do that, you know? So in my opinion, these are topics that you want to learn as soon as possible because you can literally become, you know, better for the job market if you know this kind of things. Okay. And I think this is the last talk of the day now. I think the last talk of the day is this one, and the title is "You Are Smarter Than a React Component."
There we go. We did it. Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
Because I'm extra, I have two computers because I realized today that I forgot an actual pen and paper.
But MCP is definitely not something that people will have to learn.
So this is how we're doing
at some point. A version of MCP.
Bear with me.
It might not be the one we know today.
It's the last session of the day. You guys are all probably very tired. So bear with me. But you know what? I think we're going to have a little fun. This is less of a talk and more of a game. So
nice.
Hopefully we have a little bit of fun. But yeah, just so everyone knows, well, first of all, give a round of applause to all the speakers because they've done a great job today. It's been awesome. Looks like a fair bit of you are still in the crowd. This is it's a little bright light, so I can't actually see who's in the crowd. Anyway, my name is Chance. As you all just heard, I work at WorkOS. Raise your hand if you've heard of or used Radix UI. That's pretty cool. So like, I helped build that library and currently sort of maintain it. I say sort of because, you know, if you are in the GitHub at all, you've probably seen me tell you I'm not going to merge your PR. But it's very rewarding to see something like that take off. And really, yeah, if anybody wants to come chat about that at some point, I'm happy to do that. But it's a project I'm very proud of. So I help maintain that at WorkOS, and you can find me on the blue sky at that handle right there. So without further ado, we are going to play a little game. Originally, I had titled this game, Are You Smarter Than a React Component? But I don't know how many people actually ever watched the reference there, so I just decided to do something a little bit more popular, and we're going to play the Wheel of Misfortune. And I call it the Wheel of Misfortune because if you are misfortunate enough to be up here, you have to solve a coding challenge live in front of all of you. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So
wait, what?
I'm going to close out all this code, and we're going to start. So we've got a few volunteers who are going to join us up on stage. And sort of the idea behind this is each item on the wheel here is going to represent challenges that our contestants will need to solve using only core React APIs. No libraries, no third-party libraries. And also they must work within a single React component. And then once all the contestants are finished, we are going to review their work and see if we can make any improvements. So you guys ready?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's go. Who is our first contestant? Dave Kiss. Can I get Dave up on stage? Everyone give Dave a round of applause. Let's go. All right, so Dave, we're going to spin the wheel.
I was looking for my Bob Barker moment, like, let's go.
I just realized Dave didn't get a mic, so if we're recording this, I'm sorry to whoever has to watch the video who won't be able to hear Dave, but for everyone else in the crowd, I think Dave's pretty good at projecting, so I think we're going to do...
Yeah, I can be loud.
He's going to be loud. So what do we got? We've got page metadata. All right, so this is a fun one. So I'm going to open up your challenge here. We are going to... yeah, there we go. Make sure everything's okay. Everything's okay? Cool. Great. All right, so here's your challenge. So what we do here is we need to turn my mic back on, maybe. Anybody?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
So what Dave's going to do, hey.
Oh, they are having problems with the microphone.
Hello.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So this component.
Oof.
This is amazing.
What's even happening over there?
Page metadata in your blog post using only the React component. This is pretty straightforward, but remember, he can't use any libraries. This component. So, Dave, let's see what.
Yeah, this is straightforward for a smart developer. Not.
This will be tough. I'm wondering if people in the audience are listening anything, really, at the moment. Single-threaded microphone.
Yeah. Hello, check. Yeah, React Helmet is kind of what I would reach to, but you threw that, wow. I mean, you threw me under the bus with not being able to go right for that library there. So what I do, this is probably like a side effect situation, right? Where I have to introduce like a, I don't know if I can write. And,
here you go.
There we go. Introduce.
We're very prepared, as you can see.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah.
This is, you could tell here. You know,
Page
some kind of
metadata
here where we got to reach right into the DOM and make some change. Look, it's already ready. I don't even have to do this.
Oh, we're going to turn Copilot off. I forgot we're cheating. Hold on. Hold on. No Copilot. Get out of here, AI.
Yeah, we don't need any of that.
We don't need robots writing our code.
We're professionals here. Okay, so look, we got.
Should I make him delete that? I don't think that's legal. No, it's okay.
No, we're good. We got a post coming in. The post got some kind of, I'm guessing, a title. Oh yeah, we see it down here. Title. We got some content on there, and we need to update the. What are we trying to do? We're getting into the title and the meta tag here. So I have to select those. Right. We're all used to this. Probably accessing directly in the DOM,
fact, and then document.
You know, query selector.
Should have turned off autocomplete too. I'm just making this way too easy.
Look, everybody uses autocomplete in AI.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone uses autocomplete. Autocomplete is legit.
Title equals. We got the title, and I'm gonna update it. Maybe it's title inner HTML equals post.title, and now we got a title that should be updated. Yeah, is that what? Did I break anything?
You're the one's got to solve the problem, not me, buddy.
Well, it doesn't have to run, does it?
No, it doesn't have to run.
Then we're good.
Yeah, sure. It works. Right?
Hilarious.
What else do we need to update here? What do you need from me?
The meta description.
Oh, the meta description.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got. Let's select the const description equals document meta. Oh, this is the pressure's on. As a meta tag, am I allowed to poll the audience, or what's the
what do you think he needs to query here, audience?
Name.
There you go.
Equals. Oops. There we go. Let's go. Name.
This is funny because with inertia, you would just use the add component, right? You would just use add, and you just put the meta information inside. It would just work.
That doggy.
So here they are using literally the use effect.
That's probably right.
It's one of those APIs.
Yeah. It's we'll give it to him
for solving this problem.
So that would be my solution, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. What happens if the post
make
changes?
Sure that, we
there
got
we
the
go.
Post in here. So if that changes, and then we got to make sure that if it changes, it also needs to update it.
Yeah. What if this component just goes away completely? We still have this lingering title
so
problem, right?
Let's return one of these.
Yeah.
Then,
if you don't know, when you're using the use effect, you basically just put inside all of the code you want to do, and then you return a callback, which will basically unset the code you have done, basically. Okay.
Something. Let's.
So
go,
here I
get the
assume you will
title
basically just
again.
reset the title, to the original one,
Document,
but do the same thing with the metadata.
Yeah, we'll just say you know what you're doing.
You
and
know,
we can,
title,
he's going to clean up after
set
himself
it
in the cleanup
to
function.
the
He's going to reset to the
OG.
original.
Come on.
And there's no edge cases here, probably, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is very. It's validating.
Sure.
It seems like it would just compile if you were to ask me.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think update that thingy is. I think we're good. No runtime issues detected. Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone, give Dave a round of applause. Thank you, Dave. Awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a few more different challenges, and then we're actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and look at his solution here. So, what could we do better? Anyone have any ideas? That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked because we're using React 19, and we are going to rely on some React 19 new APIs and new features to do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. So the first thing I'm going to do is just get rid of all that because nobody likes use effect anyway, right? And I'm just going to drop in
like
my
inertia,
meta
you would do
and my title right here, and hey, I'm done.
Yeah, what exactly?
We're done.
So with inertia, is exactly
and you
like
might be
this.
looking at this and thinking like, well, that doesn't make any sense. This is going to render a tag in the blog.
With inertia is exactly like this, but you put like literally add, and you put that meta and title inside, and that's it.
Your meta tags and your title tags to the head of the document. It's smart. It knows how to organize things. It knows which tags to override and update when the component mounts and unmounts. So that's pretty much all you have to do. Pretty cool. Who here loves deleting use effects as much as I do?
Oh yeah, use effects.
Yeah. All right.
If I can avoid them,
so that was fun.
absolutely.
Great job, Dave. You are unfortunately not smarter than a React component, which would have made sense had I kept the original title of this game, Are You Smarter Than a React Component? Nonetheless, we're going to move on.
One question I have here is,
Mike Hardington.
When you leave this post, what happens with the title? Will be unmount automatically, or you need to basically every page to have the title accordingly?
Well, my voice is shot.
All right. Well, good thing you have a working microphone. Let's hope that stays. We've had good luck with that so far today. All right. We're going to spin the wheel. How you feeling?
Not good.
Okay. So for everyone who doesn't know, I've known Mike for a while. He's a great dude. He's worked on a couple of really awesome projects. Have you used Ionic before? This guy right here. So smart dude. But I have to give something away. React was not his primary framework, so we're going to really test his strengths here. So let's go ahead and give the wheel a spin and see what you're going to be building today.
What if it lands on bankrupt? What happens?
I don't know. I haven't tested that yet.
I will give you all the money in my wallet.
I'm actually.
Event
can we get
listeners,
sound through the computer? Is that an option? I'm curious. Maybe I just had it muted. I don't know. There's a really cool sound effect here. I'm really sad.
You might use the use effect in the background.
Just pretend
though,
you can
yeah.
hear the wheel spinning. All right, so we've got event listeners. So your job is to. All right, so here's the challenge right here. So event listeners in React, as you all probably know, generally pretty straightforward. If you've got a button or something and you want to attach a click handler, React makes that pretty simple because you have an on-click prop that just sort of handles that. But if you've ever encountered a situation where React DOM doesn't have a mapping from the event that you want to the actual React DOM events, then you can't just pass a prop. It doesn't work because React DOM doesn't know what to do with that prop. And that happens often if you've got newer APIs, and React just hasn't caught up with those APIs yet. So one such API is dialog. If you've ever worked with a native HTML dialog, has this event called before toggle. And I think this actually changed recently, but it's a new event, and React DOM for a while didn't have the bindings for this. So what we're going to do is we need to attach the event
use effect
handler
is not
directly
bad
to
to
the
use.
DOM element without
just,
any of React's props. And again,
probably
the libraries, you have to do it right here in the component.
most difficult API from React to understand.
I will say, this wouldn't be an issue if you were using Angular. I'm just going to say it. All right, so...
Should we let him continue, or should we kick him off stage?
Okay, so I'm going to assume we're going to use a React.use effect.
All right, well, here we go again.
No one really wants to use it, but you kind of have to.
You see?
Yeah, pressure is real.
All the Vim users in here are like,
Oh,
what
I'm
are you
like
people
out
doing?
of my elements.
What are you people doing?
Okay, so we're going to need a ref, and we're getting up here as a prop, so...
He said, we are going to use a
just
use
say
effect.
let
Nobody wants to
handle.
use it,
Yeah,
but
I'm
you
gonna
kind of
use a
have
let.
to.
Don't judge me. And we're going to say dialog ref add.
It has to create. Oh, the ref is on top.
There you go.
Never mind.
Add event. What the hell?
We're not using TypeScript, so he has no help on that front.
My keyboard's not split.
So we're adding an event listener.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And what's the event called?
Before toggle.
Before.
And if you don't know, this, as you might imagine, calls, or it is fired before you toggle the state of a dialog. So the idea here is that when you open the dialog, it's going to call this function that's going to do some tracking for us, but it's going to do that before you actually toggle the dialog.
Cool. And then we have this function up here called before toggle. We're just going to pass that in. Oh, copy paste. You don't want to work. Why did you give me like the worst keyboard?
It's called a Macintosh.
I said what I said. All right, so we got our handle, and then we're going to be smart and good developers. We're going to clean this up. And we're just going to say dialog.
This dude is funny indeed.
Oh no! What
So
is your
you try to use
setup?
shortcuts. It's just, yeah, we're really just throwing a lot of curveballs here. I'm going to go ahead and say, I know what you're probably going to do here is you're going to try and clean up this event listener, right?
Yeah, we're
okay.
we're gonna copy this.
That's okay. Yeah, you don't have to get the. I mean, we had an update thingy up here before, so I think we're good, right?
Okay, so pseudocode.
Yeah, so he's going to clean up the event listener, and I think we're good.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? All right,
Am
cool.
I good?
You're good enough.
Okay.
Everybody give Mike a round of applause. Thank you, Mike. All right, so we're going to ignore what I'm sure a lot of you are itching to scream out and just do my favorite thing in the world and just delete this because we don't need it anymore. We're using React 19. What's really cool, amongst many things that are cool in React 19, is that a ref callback function, if you don't know, you can pass a ref object or you can pass a function into your ref prop. And in here, you're going to get the element that references this dialog. And we can go ahead and assign our dialog ref.current directly to this element. And you can just add an event listener straight away in here. And you might be thinking, well, this was a thing in
Never
React
did this, by the way.
18 and React 17 and maybe 16. I don't know. It's been forever. But you can just add your event listener.
You didn't
And
know
you
about
could have
this.
theoretically done this before. But what's cool in React 19, and the reason you wouldn't normally do it this way, is you can't really clean up at this point, right? You can't do that in a ref.
That's a
So we're going
problem.
to say before toggle, and we're going to say handle before toggle. Is that what we called it? I don't remember. No, we just called it on before toggle. And yeah, we're just going to add the event listener directly in our callback ref. But in React 19,
Just return
you can
it?
actually
Yeah,
return
okay.
a
Cool.
cleanup function from your ref callbacks. And so I can just go ahead and remove this right there in my ref. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got rid of another use effect. Who likes them? Awesome. What's next? You gonna hear that? Oh wait, sorry. I forgot to actually say who's next. Adam Rakis is next. Let's go, Adam. Can't spin the wheel without a contestant. All right, so we got optimistic updates, I think. I think my wheel's a little off. Yeah, CSS is needs a little bit of work. Oh wait, did we spin the wheel? Oh no.
Bankrupt.
Bankrupt, like your tweets.
What is this though? Oof.
All right, let's spin. Should we give him another chance, or should we take all of his money? All right, let's give him another chance. I'm glad we got audio working. This is a lot more fun. Optimistic updates. All right, and I think that's what we're on. I can't tell if my little marker is off.
Asaf, that's
CSS,
not
so
normal,
you
by
know
the
how
way.
the web is.
Okay.
We're going to
You
go with
should
optimistic
literally
updates.
filter
Cool.
all of the
So
zig
let's open up
routes
your
that
challenge
you don't want to be exposed, and you should equally not return
All right, so we've got
sensitive
this one's a fun
information in
one
your
because
JSON
optimistic
payload
updates,
in
if you ever
inertia,
had to
okay?
implement them is particularly annoying. So we've got this to-do list, because who doesn't love a to-do list? And we have this mutation that we get back, and we need to perform a mutation on our to-do list, and presumably when we do this, it's going to trigger some sort of update. It's going to be asynchronous. It's going to happen probably it's going to trigger a fetch somewhere in the back end, and then it's going to update the to-dos, and magically we're just going to see the new to-dos. The problem is when you have like this checkbox kind of UI, you check a to-do, you uncheck a to-do, you kind of want that to be a little bit more responsive, and you don't want it to have to wait on a network request and all of that. So what we want to do is kind of anticipate the next state, which with a checkbox, pretty straightforward to do that because there's only 2 states, right? So we want to optimistically update this so that the user sees immediate feedback before the whole server action is done. So with that said, take it away, Adam.
Yeah, for that you use the use.
Who thinks he can do this in like 5 minutes?
First of all, the thing Mike had that took his voice, that's not contagious, right? Yeah, all right, good. Let's rename
There is
this
a new
for
hook
now.
called
like
use optimistic, which you can use for this.
Original, something like that. And then I am thinking we can do something like const to-dos equals use memo. Oh, no, that's not going to work.
Oh, he has the to-dos as a prop already. Never mind.
I don't think you're allowed to say that, buddy. We'll bleep that out for the listeners at home. I think even Ken didn't curse up here, so that's it's pretty miraculous.
I am just degenerate. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, I got you. Seed it with the original to-dos, and then we'll have something like function update locally, and then we'll say set to-dos. And now I need some details on how we're updating this, and then we're going to call this from the place where the mutation happened. So I assume we can do like a .then probably. And we'll just assume that it worked because why not? And then we'll call update locally, and we'll do some crap. And I think this is the part where we just assume it works, and then you show us the cool React 19 API that does it for us.
I'm a little confused because you still have to wait for this guy to resolve.
I feel like Vue is the same thing as this, by the way.
Right, it's a promise?
Yeah, you have to wait for that to resolve, right?
Yeah.
What happens in the meantime? Because you want that checkbox to...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole challenge.
Of course. It sucks being on the spot like this, huh?
I know.
So then we would just call it right here.
I don't think he's getting the job.
Yeah, I'm getting passed over for this one. Update. Say what? I'm in an object. That's what it's. Oh, right. So we'll do it here. And then we'll have the old to-dos, splat them, and then add the other one. Man, just
Should have set a timer on this.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead. Show us the cool
Okay, all right. Well, everyone give him a round of applause. The poor guy tried. He tried his hardest, but ultimately, I feel kind of bad because this was.
I would use the optimistic state. I think is what exactly he's about to show, by the way.
All of his code because it doesn't work. And we're going to do something a little different. So everybody know what I'm going for? Any React 19 people know what we're about to do? Use optimistic.
There you go.
So React 19 has this really cool API that is called use optimistic. That is, as you might imagine, exactly what this kind of thing is for.
I thought that the original guy was about to show this, and he was about to show something even newer.
Is modeled after use reducer.
It's not the case.
And so what it's going to take is it's going to take a state, and so any sort of data really. So it's going to take to-dos because to-dos is kind of like that's the actual state, and it's going to take a reducer function, and it's going to have just like any normal reducer, the last state, so our to-dos as they exist at the current moment. And we're going to say an action. And in this particular case, our action is going to be a to-do. And so what this is going to do is it's basically going to run the reducer, and you now can wire up how you want to resolve the state before it actually completes. And what you return is going to be the optimistic state. So we are going to return an array, because that's what our to-dos are. And we are going to say, like to-dos, our previous state, say splice, I think that's right. Did I turn off Copilot? Dang. We're going to say to-dos.index of.
By the way, Chad,
thing,
one thing is
right?
coding
That's a thing.
in your
To-do,
office at
right?
home when
Am I
nobody is
right?
watching.
Am I
Other
wrong?
thing is like
Oh, man,
coding
I don't
in
even
front
have
of
types.
like
This is
500
rough.
people.
Okay, I'm.
I can
live.
tell you that.
Right? Okay, so, and now what we're going to do, we're going to place our new to-do, the optimistic to-do. This is going to be to-do, but we're going to say completed. It's just a toggle state, right? So it's just going to be the opposite of whatever our current state is, right? But this is an object, so. We do have prettier, that's cool. I do have some tools. And then we're going to take, you know, rest of the to-dos, because I'm not good at splicing arrays here. But the idea is pretty straightforward. So now we have, what we get back from this is, if you're familiar with use reducers, we have our optimistic to-dos, and we have update. And the update function, you're going to call that at the same time that you update, or that you start mutating your to-dos. And so we're just going to call update. We're going to pass it in the to-do. And that's it. And so when this to-dos object starts to change, or when it finally
wondering
changes,
if this
it's
is
going
actually
to
more
recognize
simpler.
that it has a new object, and now we're going to use the real to-dos.
I guess it is, right?
And then all we need to do from there is just map through those optimistic ones, and now we're done. Pretty cool. I really love this API. It's going to be a little trickier than that in a production app, but I think this gets us 90% of the way there. And it's way better than what we would have had to do before. All right, let's go to
I
our
think
next
it's
contestant.
better.
Who we
I don't
got
think
up?
it's way
David,
better,
Kate,
but,
piano.
but it's
Everybody give
funny,
David
yeah.
a round of applause. And yes, piano is his real last name. It is. Don't listen to him. All right, so let's spin the wheel and see what David's going to be working on today. What time have we got? How are we doing on time? Cool. There's nobody after us. We can go forever, right? Nobody here wants to leave. Data fetching. Everyone loves data fetching.
Love it.
Remember, no libraries now, Mr. X State.
Oh, man.
I just use fetch. That's it.
All right, let's see data fetching. What do we got here? Cool. So we've got this component that is going to fetch some stuff. I heard you sigh. What's going on here?
No.
There's nothing wrong with this code.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Cool.
David, you can send me a message on
Nothing
Twitter.
wrong with this code
Okay.
at all. So we've got some. We got this Pokemon, and we need to fetch some data related to the Pokemon. We have the Pokemon ID, but we don't have all of its relevant data. So how are we going to do that?
All right. Hold this. Okay, cool. So we see three.
Fetch is not
states.
complicated, by the way.
You know, fun fact, Chance and I used to teach together at React Training, and I really expected better from him. So, all
Sorry,
right.
I fell back in my old ways.
Yeah. All right, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Let's see. You're not using any of this. Let's delete these. I'm only going to use one, all right?
I should have said you're not allowed to delete my code.
Wait,
because
really?
it's perfect. No, you're good. I didn't say
All right,
that, so
fine.
you know.
You know, we're going to do a status.
It's my fault. Okay.
Loading. Okay, we're going to do that, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. But we have whatever. Let's just call it state, set state, and I hate to do this, but I'm going to use a use effect.
Everyone loves it.
Hate it. No
Always fetch in a use effect. That's what I've been told.
No idea what goes in there. And then right now, it's sort of like muscle memory because you know that we're going to have like a let is canceled, dumbest Boolean in the world, so false. So we have that, and then we are going to fetch. So fetch Pokemon stats. We're going to pass in the, which one, Pokemon.id. Oh wait, why is this all the way down there?
You wrote it.
No, you wrote it. All right, there we go. So, Pokemon ID, and then we're going to go old school and do .then, and then we have our data. So, that data we're
Did
going
he
to
call
set
this
state,
old school because people are using a Cinco 8 now?
I don't know, success.
It might be
pass in
because
our
of that,
data.
right?
But that could also fail. You have to keep that in mind too. So we are going to catch the error, and then set state, status error, and then just put the error there. Pokemon ID.
Didn't even forget the dependencies.
And
I think
then-
you're the. You might be getting the job.
Wait. So if is canceled.
Oh, there we go.
Return.
It's one of our favorite things to teach in React training, actually.
And then after that, you take a long hot shower And yeah.
All right, everybody give David a round of applause. All right, so what could we do a little differently here? Well, we're going to delete all of David's code, as we have gotten used to doing. And we're going to think about this a little differently. So right now, this is all happening on the client. But what if we could just move this to the server? What if all of our data fetching could happen in the server? But you ask yourself, but wait, wasn't one of the rules that everything has to be in the component? Well, it is. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, I can't return a promise from a React component. Well, you can in React 19 if you are using a framework that supports React Server components. We can call this right on the component, and we can just start fetching right away. We don't need state. We don't need any of this stuff. We do need our Pokemon ID still. So let's get rid of that. And let's just say we got some data, and I'm going to say we have our data null. I'm going to go back. I just think it's better to have like different Booleans to represent all of our state. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't need loading because this is calling on the server. The user is never.
I also
see it,
like
so
to have different
null,
variables and setters for each one.
And then we can just fetch. We can say
of my
await
things. So I don't do the state set state equals to use state. I prefer to just literally
the result of
have a variable for each one of them.
Stats. And we're going to say Pokemon ID. We probably want to try catch this so that we can actually handle our errors. That seems good enough. Whoops, wrong one. And then say errors equal to. We're not going to worry about our actual error because we're developers and users don't care, right? Cool. And now we can call this function directly on the server, and we're pretty much done. We can get rid of that loading state because the user is never going to see it anyway. Yeah, we don't have to use effects anymore. So you're welcome, David. We get to delete use effect and revert back to Boolean states. Cool. React 19 is pretty awesome. We can do a lot of fun stuff. There's a couple other things that I want to show you. Like that's our last contestant for today, but a couple other things that I really like in React 19 that we can talk about really quickly. Another one is form state. So if you're not familiar with the new use action state API, you can also get rid of some use states if you're ever dealing with forms, which is kind of nice. And so in this particular case, we have a form that has a submit handler. We're taking the item ID from this. It looks like this is like an add to cart button. And we've got this item ID in a field, and we're going to.
On the previous example, the data will come already correctly because the query is done on the server. The code you see that formalizes the component runs on the server, so you literally wait for fetching the Pokemon before even rendering the template.
The reducer pattern in general, because reducers are highly underused and underrated in my opinion. But use action state. Can take in, what does it actually take in? It takes in your action, your server action. So we're going to say add to cart action.
This is an interesting talk, by the way. Also one of my favorites so far. I think it's funny.
Yeah, so what is our initial state? Our initial state is going to be null because here's what we're going to do. We need to, the state that we want in this case is we want to show the user that something is currently being added to the cart. And so what we're going to get back here is we're going to get the message. We are also going to get back a pending or a dispatcher, and we're going to get back.
Indeed, it's a nice showcase. I agree.
And we're also going to. I think that's it. I think we just passed it a reducer. So we're going to get back our update, and we're going to get back and is adding a flag that says, "Hey, are we currently busy?" Right. So now we can use this flag to then render our message. Otherwise, actually, we don't even need the is adding thing because this is going to handle for us. The message is going to be based on whether or not we get anything back from this reducer. And so our initial message is null. That's our initial state here. And then we are going to say, actually, no, our reducer is here. So we need to implement our reducer. Our reducer in this case is going to be an async function. And as you
this is so overwhelming for newcomers. Like, you literally need to grasp a little bit of some of this terminologies, like even the word reducer.
It's going to return our new state, right?
And so it's very complicated for newcomers. because he was talking about reducers, but reducers is like something that not a lot of people know about, especially if you haven't dealt with
cart.
JavaScript.
First, we need to get the ID, and that's going to come from some form data. Our form data is actually the action in this case, and so we can just say form data.get item ID. We can check, we can pretend we're going to validate. We're not going to validate because we just trust everything, right? We trust users. They would never lie to us.
I know, but the word
we're going to add this to our cart.
I just
and
don't
once
think
that's
that a lot
done,
of
we
people
are
know
going
what
to
a
return
reducer is
our new
about
state.
outside of the JavaScript ecosystem.
What happens if that fails? Well, we can just try catch this guy.
And I don't think, I'm pretty sure about it. If you ask any PHP developer what a reducer is, that doesn't do
another message for the user.
JavaScript probably doesn't know about.
And that's pretty much it. No, it's not. We have to take away our on submit.
Milanov is saying
here, and
now live how to
in
complicate
React
a simple
19,
submit.
The action, which is normally a string that points to an actual endpoint that you would submit to, can take the actual
function
add to cart action. Or nope, it's going to take, this is it, right? Form action. Boom, good call. I was like, one of these is the actual form action. Yeah, so the middle argument is our
name it
action.
arguments.
And no more use
We are
states.
definitely
Pretty
missing
awesome.
some verbose API on the returns.
Yeah, that's it for our game today. There were a few more options
I think
we didn't
we were,
get to, but we're out of
there were more
contestants,
successful
and I don't want to do
examples
anymore. So
before
I think
this
we're good.
one, but
yeah, this was fun.
yeah,
React
that was a good
19,
talk,
pretty
though.
sweet.
Let's
Thank you all for
clap
coming.
him, okay?
Day 2 of React Miami tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you all bright and early in the morning. And yeah, go enjoy the after party.
I think that's it, chat. Literally, that's it. We still have
That's a wrap, gang.
closing.
Okay, day one.
Closing day one.
So we'll see you guys at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. There's some activities before then as well on the schedule. Do we have anything else?
Go bananas tonight.
Yeah.
Here we go, chat. I hope you guys had fun today, by the way. Honestly, making a recap of today's day, I had a lot of fun with you all. I had particularly fun. If I go here into the schedule, I think I had particularly fun. Let's see. During the performance tab talk, I think this one was good. The avoiding the try catch was equally very good. What else? I really like this one as well, where we saw basically HTML and CSS examples that can literally replace your JavaScript. That was fun to see. We saw the Playwright talk, which taught us like how Playwright can be powerful these days. Of course, Leah with the Laravel demo on stage. That was awesome to see as well. And I think this last one was also one of my favorite ones, basically because it was very interactive and we got to see a little bit of React 19. That being said, chat, today I have a lot of fun as well during the breaks, just chatting with you all. Probably, you know, again, the mingling and the networking is indeed the best part of any conference, really. So if you had fun during the breaks, just chatting with me, it's indeed the best moment of any conference, is just having chat with people. And, you know, that was super cool to have you all today. Thank you so much for everyone for coming today. Tomorrow we start at 1 p.m. UTC. So the schedule is obviously on Miami time, okay? It starts at 9 a.m. Miami, which is 1 p.m. UTC and 2 p.m. Portugal for me, okay? So yeah, you know, thank you so much for staying here with me today, and thank you so much, True Luno, for the subscription tier 1 on Prime. I really appreciate it. And yeah, everything. Some stuff is overwhelming regarding the talks. Other stuff is a little bit more trivial. That's how a conference is about. It's about difficult topics. It's about easy topics, and it's about learning. It's about networking. So hope you guys have, you know, had fun during the day. Feel free to tag along on my Discord channel, okay? So I have a Discord channel where you can literally join the community I have here on my live streams, and we talk pretty much every single day. I know that a bunch of you are kind of new to the live stream because basically, you know, I've started very early today, this 10 hours live stream. And if you are new to this live stream, you can join my Discord channel where we literally speak every single day. And it's pretty much all of the people who go to my live streams at night, they go to that Discord channel as well. So that being said, tomorrow I'll be here again for day 2 of React Miami. And I would like to personally thank you for staying here all day with me. It was super fun. And I'm going to rest now and catch you all tomorrow, okay? Let's rate someone as usual on Twitch before we close this off. As you may know, we always rate someone on Twitch, meaning that I'm sending all my viewers to another channel, ideally someone doing JavaScript today to celebrate a little bit the React Native. Let's see who we have here. But I think that's it for today, right, chat? So let's rate here someone literally doing JavaScript, call it Nan Codes. So I'm going to rate this person, and that will be it for today. Catch you guys tomorrow. Peace out.